くの訓練を重ねてきました。で、また横須賀にいる多くの、補給、整備に携わっている、日米関係者の
should go with this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for a full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium, and I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage versus what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch too, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state for any age. Click the link below.
Show you clear.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the tax. Great idea because of reviving the government's great and bring lifeless real estate dollars from sell off sales. It's an idea only a zombie new life. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monsters.
Big issue that I always...
It's an idea only a zombie would drive.
Check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tints on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right, it's I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just
your job doesn't stop. You distribute more than 1 million products, every industry, every day. Easy ordering.
You've got that, and the way they're driving, and yeah.
So far, are you able to assist Rocktown? They're calling you for
Done. Mr. White? Oh, and I forwarded his desk phone to mine.
Oh, hello, Mutter. Good news. I've married. Tell Vater.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. A great idea for reviving the government's businesses and breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayer. Breathe because of new life, reduce costs. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayer. Because of
I'm not going to answer it.
It's an idea dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
On the highway there. Can you make me some way to make it?
Your security environment. Peace cannot be preserved by words alone. It can be protected only when there is an unwavering determination and action.
あちらに見える最上とマヤを含む自衛官とこのジョージ・ワシントンは数多くの訓練を重ねてきました。でまた横須賀にいる多くの、補給整備に携わっている、日米関係者の
trying to get these suspects because we're talking about carjacking here.
3 hours because he knows he won't be getting his benefits. That's what he told me. But you know what he told me? I thought this was very insightful. He told me thank you. He told me thank you for all you're doing to keep the government open.
We're going to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves.
And they campaigned on being moderates and reaching.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan provision, modeled on something our state had first done, lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like
Florida healthcare policy. It's not unreasonable. But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to political instincts will. 6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of people receiving the enhanced premium tax credits are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, which is at the top of the list, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Ohio. All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system.
No.
That's one step toward socialized medicine.
prerogatives on trade
That's what they want.
as means to secure
It would
durable
be like
outcomes.
Medicaid for
The
all, or
Constitution
the VA for all.
grants
They want
exclusive
control of
authority
your
to Congress
Your health
to
care.
Come from a
pay
military
and collect
family.
taxes,
The
duties,
kind of
Father,
care
brother,
you
sister-in-law,
impose
uncles all served
excise,
in the
and
Army,
to regulate
and my father
commerce
long
with foreign
said
nations.
he first really
And
understood what it means
exercising
to be an
leadership on this
American
front should
when he
be
was
a
responsible
priority in the
for
context
others and
of
others'
today's
lives.
Great idea.
challenging
Taking care of them is our sacred obligation.
By establishing more
Fighting
everybody is
for
going to
better
see how
health
much
care, more
this
affordable
is
health care
going
for all
up.
Americans.
Masking
My
my
bill
colleagues,
will
let's
pay
bring up
our
our sleep.
forces.
New lives work
Pay active duty.
that lower these
Would be a
costs.
real treat.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota,
and bring in
who have
billions
the basic
of
health
dollars.
plan. The basic health plan.
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea. All right, we'll settle for
a lot of working
Obamacare
families across the
because
United States.
that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system.
Border Patrol
That's
agents, law
one
enforcement
step
around the country,
toward
the stewards of our nuclear arsenal
socialized medicine.
will miss their paychecks.
That's what they want.
Thousands of flights by
It would be
result
like
will be
Medicaid for
canceled
all,
or
or the
delayed,
VA for all. They want
while our
control of
borders
your
and national
doctor,
security will be
your health
directly
insurance,
jeopardized. At a very
kind
dangerous
of care
moment
you-
in world history. And our country will lose tens of billions
Something like
in gross domestic
Great
product.
idea for
Each
reviving the government's
gets
trade
The Democrats are guaranteed
open the door and let us say you're free
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars
Take it to like an
from
institution or
monstrous
something.
savings.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 7-1 clear.
Well, at the Northwest Senior Center, Whiskey Park.
7-1 to dispatch.
Beg your pardon. I'm not through with my examination. Sit down.
Dispatch, Medic 17 is code 1 to South.
Colonel, what's that?
Unit 442 over.
I'd appreciate if you address me as Colonel or Sir. I believe I've earned it.
Defense counsel will address the witness as Colonel or Sir. Check this out too, Pat.
I don't know what the hell kind of unit you're running
on the
here.
windshield.
The witness will address this court as Judge or Your Honor. I'm quite certain.
I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of
Democrats
seems
voted to take food off the table and voted to discontinue SNAP benefits. It is that simple. Democrats voted to shut it down, and they voted to deny food assistance to
When you get a
46
doctor you like,
Americans, and they voted that way.
When you're doing so would restore appropriate procedural administration,
You can
enactment,
they wanted to make sure that they rub it
millions
in
of
millions of
Americans
Americans'
likely to depend on international commerce and the certainty that supports investment in our members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, business owners about the harm inflicted by Yesterday's tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, and
Dispatch from Medicine.
Medicine, go ahead.
A great idea for reviving the government's grave problem of lifeless real estate. The great idea for reviving the government's grave problem of lifeless real estate. That trick would be
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural duration, enhancement of taxes on trade, benefiting millions of Americans' livelihoods and international commerce, and the certainty of consequences of members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, business owners about harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
360 Clearmount Park.
360.
NCR. And by the way, I think you all, I was part of some shutdowns myself in Congress, and the tone of the press corps is very, very different in this one. You were rabid against Republicans who voted not to open the government up. And it seems like you're so docile.
No
and
other
so, like, what is the president going to do to alleviate
I
the
would
pain?
ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Vietnam Memorial.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, and
hits through inflation and the printing of money, trillions out of thin air, roughly matching now $38 trillion in debt. What does that mean for our future, whether it's purchasing that first or second property or creating generational wealth? Well, history proves it. It rhymes, and every time a currency weakens, gold and silver reveals the truth. This goes to 5,000 plus years of human history. These metals don't depend on promises. They don't vanish. When confidence collapses in the markets,
Clear and QO please 1122 Verbena.
Hang on. Yes, sir. Good eye, though.
Plug ones and quarters, truck one's back in service.
Delta 320, that's negative. Crash number.
Coffer has not 5, has not 5 for unknown injuries. DOG is 5001 at 3002. Adelaide, 3002. Adelaide.
510 from traffic control.
Okay, fine, contact.
Do you have a call about 286 access?
They are providing to us. I come from a military family. My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation.
Like this guy.
So while we
He's
keep
betting lavender
fighting
chips at
for
500
better
each for
health care,
only
more
one
affordable health care for
He's
all
always
Americans,
guessed right.
my bill will pay our armed forces now.
If he wasn't so
A great idea for reviving the government's grave problem of lifeless real estate. A great idea for reviving the government's grave problem of lifeless new life. Let's sell off this haunted house business with the tax payers. New life to reduce that trick will be a real increase for the tax dollars. Because it's over it's an idea of creating a zillions from monstrous
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea of a zombie with life.
The ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of them. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
Cover this, but when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though DC had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was.
Beautiful call. We've given it a new name. It's a three-name deal. Even semiconductor manufacturing is rapidly returning to the United States. NVIDIA and TSMC have just produced the first state-of-the-art Blackwell chip that was 100% made in the USA. In fact, Jensen is an incredible guy. He might be here. I don't even know. Is Jensen here? I think he's on board. Somebody said he's here. How's it?
Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, in accordance.
The right thing by the American people, that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way, and that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the
on the fact that it is this body's job and responsibility
good friends and
to do
colleagues
trade
here from
acts.
New York.
The Chamber of Commerce clearly states in their letter that they're representing millions of businesses around the United States of all sizes to try to press upon us the importance of why Congress needs to reinstate its role.
Line it out now and show you how many more LED units are behind this now, and they all have their lights and sirens turned on still. This is still an active pursuit. This is not one of those.
The state required, they come and ask us.
Golden Gate, but I'll need a PD case number.
They say, we don't want them. In the meantime, a city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically. And they probably do want it.
No,
if we didn't go to Los Angeles.
A great idea for reviving the government's great benefit of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
George Boy, 17.
Do you know what it's in reference to?
Indecency.
I'll go check it out.
7 line 7, speed for shooting code 2226 on the dash, 2226 on the dash, EMS 2, EMS 1547. Before we give out, do you need a statement? Engineer 1, yeah. You can make all that.
One, had a one for a sick call, easy, 5003, it's Colbert, Manchester, 1237 Manchester, work on fire dispatch, 1926.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare. Because that's a step toward one health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized. That's what they want. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all. Medicaid for all. Medicaid for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you.
Mr. Murphy. It doesn't feel that way.
Mainers are famously independent, and that he suspects that characterizes him.
I come from a military family.
That's
father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives.
On November 1st,
taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic
Did you wear
health
that
plan.
uniform on the plane?
The basic health plan, the vision model on something our state
Defense didn't have an opportunity to propose this
for a
witness.
lot of emergency on November 1st, that everybody's going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work to lower these costs.
Toothbrush, shave.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there's states like
Girls' underwear matter
Oregon,
nationally.
Minnesota,
Gentlemen.
People are struggling.
who had the basic health
Food on
plan.
the table.
The basic health
Democrats are
plan,
too
the
busy
vision
playing
modeled on
politics
something
to do
our state had
anything
first
about
done,
it. It's
lowered the
disgusting
costs
and it
for a
needs
lot
to
of
end.
working families across the United States.
6-year-old fired a single
Programs like
shot at his first-grade teacher, Abigail's Werner. The 9mm handgun left on the floor of the schoolroom, just feet from the children's desks. First responders treated Werner's injuries in the school's front office.
Dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to do. Sit.
In testimony, a surgeon described just how close she came to losing her life that day.
$300,000.
The guy
Like
you're working
Kami
for?
Mamdani ahead of the election.
$1 million.
People are struggling in the
I
meantime
can only
to put
imagine what
food
a
on the
douchebag
table,
that
and the
guy must
Democrats are too busy playing politics to do anything about it. It's disgusting, and it needs to end.
Charlie, 37, get the vehicle open, maybe fine.
Get an address on the railroad spur.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Hello, Linux.
He threatened one of the peace officers from Portland, saying that he's going to take their life.
Getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in.
NCR. And by the way, I think you all, I mean, I was part of some shutdowns myself in Congress, and the tone of the press corps is very, very different in this one. You were rabid against Republicans who voted
he has
not to take the government
specialized
up.
in
And it seems like everyone is so
complex
docile.
civil litigation
and so, like,
matters
what is the president going to do?
and currently serves
I'm on a
as
mall.
co-chair
Anyone
of
can
the
go see the World War
firm's
II Museum.
appellate
You
team.
can all go see the
Josh is admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts of appeal and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in
and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling. CR, real people that Republicans are actually fighting represent, and real Americans that I am
Great
fighting.
idea for
Jim is not
reviving the
elected.
government's great
Jim is a person with a
lifeless
family
real
to
estate.
feed. Open
Let's sell off
the
these
government
haunted
and
houses
stop
to businesses who can
using
breathe
Jim and
new
his
life
family
into
as
them.
leverage
That trick would
to
be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars.
These are real
from monstrous
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
and real people that I am fighting for.
Seeing that
Jim
there
is
are
not
no
elected.
other speakers,
Jim is a person
I
with
would
a
ask
family
unanimous
to feed.
consent
Open
that the
up the
already
government
scheduled
and stop
vote
using
become
Jim and his
immediately.
family as leverage
Without objection.
to count.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
No. Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators and
Charlie, 320.
Cross number is 6496
Example of wasteful enrollment, close to 12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021, because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they
never missed a day in my ass.
holding government hostage to ram through hundreds of billions of dollars in inflationary spending. In other words, we're not giving enough. They're giving $1,000 a day. Life wants to run it up some more. Let's sell off these haunted houses. And he claims that this direct action is needed to stop Republicans. That's in his words, and runs for the taxpayers. Because of both taking health care costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Partisan support. Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
Singapore 2222, text 10. Are you going to be a minute at the ER? There's a call pending on your beat. If you are, I'll just take it for you. Negative, I'll break off. Call for the burglary or the robbery with authority to be called.
Club 1's in quarters, truck 1's back in service.
10-4.
Roll up where we need the assistance.
Across state line purchase of health
Can't wear Grassley legislation focuses on the fact that it is this body's job and responsibility to do trade as Chamber Commerce clearly states in their letter that they're representing millions of businesses around the United States, all sizes of issues, to try to invest in
they want to keep going. It's a government
Answer,
it's an idea only a zombie would like.
Congress.
Paul 6280.
Charlie 380, trouble units clear. We take the discharge.
Be able to jump out of the way in enough time when someone is going 100 miles an hour on a surface street. And as I try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got tints on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Right, it's. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior.
Hey,
we're seeing
put the gun down.
You got
put the gun down. All right, I came here to talk some sense. All right, just act professional. I can get you your money. Just act. I can get you your money.
Because he knows he won't be getting his benefits.
You got tapes.
That's what he told me. But you
He said before Obamacare, because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward
to please talk to our senators
socialized
and ask them, since they
That's what
voted
they want.
and they campaigned
It would be like
on being
Medicaid
moderate
for all,
to
or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor,
Seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
A great idea for reviving the government's brave
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
No, you told me that he's caught up with you.
Dakota.
He's with,
is parked in his driveway.
We have a call for the back of the fire department, 2007 County Road 75. It's going to be for a possible illegal burn.
Okay. Can you show me how to service at the gas station?
3 hours because he knows he won't be getting his benefits. That's what he told me. But you know what he told me? I thought this was very important. He told me thank you. He told me thank you for all you're doing to keep the government open.
Like I said, I mean,
He also
told
me to please talk to our senators and ask them, since they voted and they campaigned on being moderates and reaching
A great idea for reviving the government's brave of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into making $65,000 a year would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
She's never doing it
and bring in additional dollars.
These are real people.
So I'm not going to answer.
And real people that I am fighting for.
Another example from a family of four
leverage.
in Texas.
Jim is a
Parents
person with
making
a family
$70,000 a year,
open up
but
the
don't
government
just get
and stop
insurance through their
using
jobs.
Jim and his family as leverage to counter.
This medical 11 for disturbance with injuries. EZ is 1104, 4223 South Alameda, therapy bar. EMS 1 with medical 11 at 1941, stage 15, safe. Arrival at 1948. Everyone to Swiss Rocktown. They're calling your requesting a K9 at 900 Lincoln. 6. The base whenever you're ready. 1104, 4223 South Alameda, therapy bar. 304, 1 with medical 11 at 1941, stage 15.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's a great idea. One step toward the single-payer system. That's lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses that will breathe new life. It would be like Medicaid for all. It would be for all. They won't control the taxpayers because of the budget. These costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
On the CR to fund the government. Do you agree with Leader Thune's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR, so SNAP benefits are going to lapse. They're not taking that vote today.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset yesterday. We've all seen the
Move up to the K, click to station 13, authority battalion 1.
Prerogatives on trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting
contribution to the recent conclusion of the Gaza ceasefire agreement.
During your visit to Malaysia, you witnessed the signing of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input. China has been helping in our own way Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes, and we have also been promoting peace talks to resolve other hotspot issues.
25 Paul, 49535, 49535.
250 years of courage and pride, honor, and victory by the United States Navy. 250 years. Can you imagine?
Uniform with medical line.
And 3 weeks ago, Melania and I flew to Naval Station Norfolk. I think many of you probably know that, and witnessed an unforgettable display of pure American dominance. It was incredible to watch. They gave us some. Then I said, slow it down, Course.
NBC 3733 Niagara.
0.0. 3 Delta Papa, Mike Hotel. Just be advised that it has a trailer attached to the...
7 line 7, CB for a shooting call, 2226 over that, 2226 over that, still looking at EMS 2 at 1527.
That's that term, and then he'll be sure to give you a raise. Well, I'm not asking for a raise, I'm going to actually be asking for a pay decrease. That is so stupid. What if he gives it to you? I win. You know what? I am going to zone you out for the rest of today. Okay, I need to stay focused. And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday. Please don't call me, and we'll see how things go on Monday. Stupid.
We're going to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's raise the government's rate of life, lower these costs. I know that in the affordable areas, hostage houses, businesses, Minnesota, new life who had the basic health plan, basic health plan, traditional model, something our state has programs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like non-stress.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
As Colonel or Sir, I believe I've earned
Are
it.
going to lapse their.
Defense counsel will address the witness as Colonel.
Leader Thim was pretty upset.
It's kind of close. Not a movie issue.
great idea for revising the government's rate Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
Say aye. Aye.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
13 Hotel Northwest 3rd Avenue,
Looks like there's going to be no emergency.
202 East St. Mary. 202 East St. Mary. Nieves Gonzalez.
Park Stadium for a special assignment for
14.
a little bit.
Actually, no, usually.
Stadium special assignment. Receive.
Copy 27 name and date of birth.
Okay, verify that.
Send receive.
Number.
Agent A, we have agent apply.
No name. Number 216-712-152.
Partisan support. Mr. President,
He's on scene requesting medic, no code.
seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, in accordance
I'll be 10-8 on the reckless driver.
10-4. 1208 status. On 5. To base whenever you're ready. We're just here waiting on
South,
you.
8.6.
304, 921 North Corpus. Show me transportation unit 6.
Call for 97, 97, 97, ready for shooting call for 2226 over that, 2226 over that. Still looking at EMS 2 at 1527.
Resident said no, saying he was shot, saying his mom was shot as well. He has blood on his hands. Police in Dalton.
Just a minute.
Delta 1 or Delta 2, and you have to mind Patrol and 2.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even
All right,
dream
we'll
of
settle
threatening
for
America's Navy. There's no
Obamacare
Navy even
because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward
that rides along
socialized
ships so
medicine.
that nobody
That's what they want.
like we do. Nobody makes
It would be like
ammunition,
Medicaid
weapons,
for all or the
missiles,
VA for all. They
planes,
want control of your
and if they do,
doctor,
the American sailors
your health
can't.
insurance, the kind of care you...
Status is not clear.
Also clearly know why it's happening. And I brought a few friends. We brought some colleagues here from the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear what happened. Let me summarize.
Calls I'm getting,
Very briefly.
there would be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with this.
He did the right thing, and he went
I'll close by
to the
just citing
Senate,
one
and he gave an
conversation
impassioned
I had
speech
yesterday.
of why we
I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware, named Judy. She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She's a small business owner. She told me yesterday without the afraid of her 10 years ago, about insurance would help with her.
I don't have to see you tomorrow.
If the rates double,
I'm showing you how things go on Monday.
Questions on the motion to adjourn?
I need to stay focused.
All those in favor
And I
say
don't
aye.
have to see you tomorrow or Sunday. Please don't call me, and I'll see how things go on Monday.
All those opposed, no.
And then they gave a lot of it away to
Ayes appear to
Afghanistan.
have
But
it.
it was really just
Ayes
a
do have
tiny
it.
speck, but it was the concept of what
Motion's
it was.
agreed.
But we rebuilt the military, and we did so many things in the first term, but we're blowing it away right now. But
wanting to
just
jump
1 year
ahead of
ago,
everybody else and
I was
claim
in
the
middle of a
title.
campaign. Can you believe
And
it?
yet,
It
as
doesn't
the
feel that
Democrat
way.
Party stayed that rudderless ship for months and months, because of this perfect storm, that the two top Democrat leaders in the House and Senate both hail from the state of New York. With the emergence now of Zoran Mandami, you have seen Zoran Mandami quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even
Negatives on trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations.
For starting to let him hear about
And
it.
exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting
CR to fund the
we're going to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much this costs.
And I brought a few friends.
I'm
We brought
asking
some
my
colleagues here
colleagues,
from
let's roll
the
up
state
our
of New York,
sleeves.
and New York City, to share with you. Leader Thune was pretty,
I know that in
pretty
the
what's going on
Affordable
here.
Care
Back
Act, in
in
states
March,
like
we've
New
also very
York,
clear what
Oregon,
happened. Let me
Minnesota,
summarize very briefly as I
the
can.
basic
Back in
health
March,
plan. The
Chuck
basic
Schumer
health
voted for the
plan
clean
provision
CR, the same
modeled on
measure that's on
something
the
our
floor
state
now.
had
He
first
did the
done.
right thing, and he went on
Lowered the
before
cost,
the
stepped
Senate
right
to
idea,
give an
and
impassioned
reviving
speech
the
of
government's
why we could
great
never have
advantage
on the American people.
lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick, great idea, trick, by the taxpayers, great because it would have lifeless real estate and bring in, let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can
So I'm not going to answer answer all the questions about nuclear
that
testing.
trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous
So I'm not going to answer
It's idea only a zombie would like.
Maybe he was an early riser and liked to pack in the morning. And maybe he didn't have any friends. I'm an educated man, but I'm afraid I can't speak intelligently about the travel habits of those
Great idea for reviving the
What I do know is that he was set to leave the base at 0600.
Let's sell off
Now,
these haunted houses
are
to
these
businesses
really
who
the
can
questions
breathe
that I was
new
called here to
life
answer?
into them.
Phone calls
That
and foot
trip would be a
lockers?
real treat
Please tell
for
me
the
that you have
taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would
But you know
like.
what he told me? I thought this was very insightful. He told me thank you. He told me thank you for all you're doing to keep the government open. He also,
Shut it!
He also told me
Going to see on
please talk to
November
our
1st that
senators
everybody is going to see
and
how much
ask
these
them,
costs
since
are
they
going up.
voted,
Last my colleagues,
I'm being moderate to
of lifeless real estate. I know that in the sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. Had the basic trip would be a real plan for vision model and something our state has done. Lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like monstrous
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Grow together, we will trade together, we will prosper together, we will thrive together, and above all, we will win together like never before. We're going to have an incredible relationship together for generations to come. And I just want to thank everybody in the room. I know
All
so
right,
many
we'll
of you
settle
are
for
incredible people.
Obamacare.
God bless you. God bless
Because
the
that's a
nations of
step
this
toward
region, and God bless
government-run
America.
health
Thank you
care.
very
That's
much.
one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized. Great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want control of your doctors to businesses who can help insurance, new life, the kind of care you. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
I don't know what's going on. I did my job. I do it again. I'm going to get on a plane and go on back to my base.
You're not going anywhere. I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
In enough time when someone is going
Captain
100
Ross,
miles an hour on a surface.
what the hell is
And as I
this?
try to look in here, check this out too, Pat. I think we've got 10
I'm being charged with a crime. Is that what this is? I'm being charged with a crime?
Consult with a lawyer prior to
That's funny. That's what it is.
Indicative of almost like professional criminal
No
behavior.
enemy will ever
What
even
we're
dream
seeing
of
as
threatening
far
us.
as
Maybe there's no Navy
you've got
even
that and
close.
the way they're
Not
driving
even
and
close.
yeah.
You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. And we also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, planes. None.
President Trump putting out
And if they do, the
just
American
a
sailors
couple of
stand.
hours ago, very much looking forward to my meeting with President Xi of China.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate.
Those few hours,
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Callers declining contact. They're calling your requesting a canine.
Introducing a new
304, 921 North Border Patrol. Show me Transportation Unit 691. Affirmative. 1953.
Get ready to celebrate fall like never before on the beach. The City of Corpus Christi's Parks and Recreation Beach Rescue Department invites you to the Great Sand Pumpkin Patch. Join us on Thursday, October 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. at Newport Pass Road Beach for a fun-filled evening the whole family will enjoy. You'll find a pumpkin pickup tent, a pumpkin painting station with art supplies provided, a festive selfie photo op display, free candy treats, and helpful beach safety information. A beach parking permit is required and will be available for purchase on site. Be sure to pre-register at cctx.info/sandpumpkin by October 12th.
Great contribution to the recent conclusion of the Gaza ceasefire agreement. During your visit to Malaysia, you witnessed the signing of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input. China's been helping our own way. Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes, and we also been promoting peace talks with other hotspots.
But now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling. Real people that Republicans are actually fighting for. And real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leveraged. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open,
fiscal
government,
free markets and human dignity, all those things are in jeopardy when the Marxists take over.
As levered
And it's the clearest sign yet that the Democrats' radical Marxist wing is winning the battle for control of their party. Look at where the energy is. This should be alarming to everyone around the country. Mamdani has, of course, called to defund the police, to abolish all prisons, to legalize prostitution. He lambasted the New York PD.
Great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the tax something wickedly fun. Coming to Corpus Christi, breaking $2 right here. This year marks the city's third anniversary zombie
But in the end, they're all greedy.
Western Park will come alive.
A great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate.
And food trucks
Let's
will be
sell off
serving
these
up
haunted houses to businesses who can breathe
You'll
new
also
life.
have to catch the glow ride by
That trick
lighting up the night, opening wheels with doors. Plus, those things get to see
everybody will see what
Discussions going on. There's stories. And then we will debate all these other extraneous issues. But right now, the first job of the government is to keep it in operation. Take care of the people who depend upon all these services we were committed today. It's nonsense and it has to end. It has to be
Hey, I'm looking for an investor center.
What's that, you want to invest?
bonuses.
Investor center. Investor center.
Yeah, that's us. Hey.
Together, these costs continue to taxpayers' hospital, hold individual households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. Behind this madness is to make matters worse, families with massive increases across the house want to bring the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year. Households are trying.
La Fundación Ezra Trail donó generosamente este terreno, así como lotes baldíos de viviendas unifamiliares en todo el vecindario a la ciudad de Corpus Christi. Y ahora contribuirá a la iniciativa de revitalización del vecindario.
Job is connector, which means that you will be dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to be doing. Sit. Sit! Just so you know, last year, I made over $300,000. The other guy you'll be working for, he made over $1 million.
$1 million.
A great idea for reviving the government's brave practice of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous savings.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Because people are starting to let them hear about
housing options.
They better do the right thing.
Community.
That's all we can say.
A key initiative laid out in the city's West Side area
Senate's going to vote for the 15th
new
time
Comsat Morris Senior Apartment
Senate's actually not voting today to CR to fund the government. Do you agree with
A great idea for reviving the government's brave practice of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from
It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP programs
should go to this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars for a full premium couple house. This is exactly what I did when I just got my new premium. And I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage versus what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state for any age. Click the link below.
No esperamos a la próxima tormenta. Las inundaciones repentinas suelen ser causadas por fuertes lluvias en un corto periodo de tiempo, a veces en menos de 6 horas, y pueden convertir las calles en aguas inundables con poca advertencia. Pero mantenerse a salvo es un esfuerzo de equipo, y eso lo incluye a usted. Visite cctx.info/flashfloods para encontrar mapas de evacuación, alertas en tiempo real y listas de verificación sencillas que le ayudarán a elaborar un plan antes de que llegue el mal tiempo. Y no olvide registrarse en Reverse Alert. Es la forma más rápida de recibir notificaciones
devastating consequences. We've talked about it over and over.
Las inundaciones
You know, the last few weeks, we talked about the pain, the suffering that Democrats were causing to especially federal workers, our troops, air traffic controllers, every other federal worker who wasn't getting paid. Some, President Trump found ways to get paid, others there weren't ways to do the same thing, but the president worked overtime. Look at what the president did working overtime, at least doing his job.
Fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity, all those things are in jeopardy when the Marxists take over. And it's the clearest sign yet that the Democrats' radical Marxist wing is winning the battle for control of their party. Look at where the energy is. This should be alarming. Everything was pretty
Jim, Tweedledee and to abolish all the way up maternity leave.
legalize
And now Tweedledumbass is back.
He lambasted the New York
Yes, getting hooked on Megadesk was my own damn fault. But I don't care about assigning blame. All I care about is Megadesk. That is all I care about. Getting more Megadesk. a desk.
Looking for a job with great benefits and a chance to make a real impact? The city of Corpus Christi is hiring, and you won't want to miss the Public Works Job Fair. It's happening July 30th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Ben Garza Gym, 1815 Howard Street. We're hiring for entry-level street positions, stormwater maintenance, CDL drivers, equipment operators, and more. Interviews are happening on the spot, and if you bring your ID, diploma, and social security card, you can be hired faster. Working for the city means great benefits, stable employment, and being a part of a team that's committed to making our community better every day. So if you're ready to work with purpose, don't miss it. Again, that's 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. here at Ben Garza Gym.
With that statement, that takes me out of the running, but that's the way it is. The United States is blessed with the strongest, most powerful military in the history of the world. There's no military like year-round to stay not even close. Using high-tech mapping, which will be stronger and more powerful. Real-time weather, upgrading infrastructure. The biggest budget.
A great idea for revising the government's great plan of lifeless real estate.
Claim the title.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who breathe new life. That trade will be a real treat to everybody else.
You have seen
this kind of workout was specifically designed to strengthen your core. Is for the Democrats to do the obvious and right thing, non-partisan funding measures so that we can turn everything back on. Then we will get back here, and then we will debate all these other things. But right now, the first job is to keep it in operation, to take care of the people who depend upon all these services we were getting. Nonsense has to end. You should be asking them the tough questions. Why they're military people, whether partisan.
Drive that president to office is just like objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is better on to the NIA. Is that right? Yeah. Commander Lieutenant Jonathan Hendrick and the executive officer we will take you to my he's dead. Is that right? Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying.
Undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025.
Leader Thune was pretty
To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households are...
Microchip is a small electronic chip that is quickly implanted under your pet's skin, giving them a permanent identification number and increasing the likelihood that your furry friend will be found. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services offers free microchipping.
Mr. President, a great idea for
I would ask unanimous consent that we already scheduled
undesirable life. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures. Reduced to make matters worse, families with massive
Tonight in Illinois, former Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson guilty of second-degree murder in the shooting.
Make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want.
No.
It would be like Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor.
Like calls I'm getting, there will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriation. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jane. She is a stage 4 cancer survivor. She is a small business owner. She told me yesterday that before the she would have died 10 years ago because insurance would have dropped her. And if her rates double
right now because they're worried about not being able to pay the credit card bill and the mortgage bill. There are parents who have to look their kids in the eye and say, you know what, we're not going to do football this year. We're not going to do basketball this year because I can't pay for it because the
trigger. It's time to do the action. It's time to take the steps. Win, lose, draw, fail, or not. I learn more when I fail. James, last name.
Because people are starting to let them hear about it. They better do the right thing. That's all we can say. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned today
no
that
enemy
the
will
Senate
ever
vote
even
for
dream
15
of threatening
Democrats
Corpus.
approval.
Maybe
The
there's
Senate's
no
actually
Navy
not voting today on the CR to fund the government. Do you agree with Leader Thun's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR.
This week, the U.S.
are going to
we'll settle for Obamacare. That's one step to one step.
Than they are to harm the
Under the emergency powers. That's what they want. This law would be like Medicaid for all. They want control of your doctor, health insurance, the kind of care you.
During a visit to Malaysia, they witnessed the signing of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input.
Should go with this company instead,
China's
because they
growing
currently
its
offer
own way.
discounted rates for these
Cambodia
qualifying
and
cars
Thailand
for a
properly
full
settled their
premium
border
coverage.
disputes.
This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. And I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch too, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state for any age. Click the link below.
You look like no. We would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to like raise the kid or whatever.
A great idea for reviving the government's great program. All right, we'll settle for Obamacare. Let's sell off that's a step toward government-run health life. That's one step. That's addressing a reasonable degree. That's one step. Maybe you can appeal to socialize and bring in business of the textiles and have the most amount of senators, including Florida, which is at the top, Medicare, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Ohio.
Did you wear that uniform on the plane?
Please, the court, is this dialogue relevant to anything in
The defense
particular?
didn't have an opportunity to depose this witness, Your Honor. I'd ask the court for a little latitude.
A very little latitude.
They are providing to us. I come from a military family. My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said
change of underwear.
he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed.
Yes, sir. Colonel?
Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now. It will pay active duty reserve.
Hey, I'm looking for an investor center.
What's that, you want to invest?
No, investor center. I'm looking for investor center.
Yeah, that's us. Hey, this is it. Oh, I'm Dwayne.
CR and actually put the people who you represent, Americans, first.
Thank you all for joining us this afternoon as we announce the 38th
Let's take a few questions. I just want to thank again our colleagues from New York, Garbino, Langworthy, and Penny. It's a difficult job to hold the line in that state, but they do it very, very well, and we're grateful they're there, and that there are so many common sense.
That's a great idea for reviving the government's great record of lifeless real estate. This week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. This November 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose tariffs. It's an idea of a zombie with life. This law,
Something like that happened.
the law is clear that the President does not have authority.
You can spot these by watching the way they play. Like this guy. He's betting lavender chips at 500 each with only one little problem. He's always guessed right. If he wasn't so greedy, he would be tough for the spot. But in the end, we're
So the right thing by the American people, that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government.
Yes.
As I mentioned on Saturday, there is one way out of this easy way, the obvious
benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihoods depend on international commerce and the certainty that it's supporting our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners, and local farms to put their around these tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
With the emergence now of
Great idea for reviving the government's great record of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick will be a great idea for reviving the government's great record of lifeless real estate and bring in billions of dollars haunted houses to businesses who can breathe. It's an idea of a zombie with that trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea of a zombie with life.
Scene after a 6-year-old fired a single shot at his first-grade teacher, Abigail's Werner. The 9mm handgun left on the floor of the schoolroom, just a feet from the children's desks. First responders treated Werner's injuries in the school's front office before racing her to the hospital. In the ambulance, Werner asking EMTs to leave her child.
Tweedledee and Tweedledumbass probably on the term. No, Tweedledumbass is back. We have a problem. Yes. Getting hooked on Megadesk was my own fault.
And that they will care about signing blame. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to come
is Megadesk.
There is one
all I care about
to getting the obvious
more.
And that is Megadesk do their job. I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the Democrats have created in the entire state. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea of a zombie with life.
Immediately get the Nobel Peace Award. That statement that takes me out of the running, but that's the way it is. United States is blessed with the strongest and most powerful military in the history of the world.
The connection with everything earlier, you see the officers, they're going the opposite direction. I think all frequencies here on the LA Basin are aware of this perception. pursuit going on right now. And so a lot of units are being
over $1
kept
trillion.
apprised of what is going on. Like I said, we got a lot of traffic. We got wrong way driving, but LAPD even going the wrong way to try to keep up with us.
Oh, that was close there. Yeah, this is really dangerous, Desmond. As you said, very heavy traffic on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and
to be the title sponsors of this amazing event.
having some technical issues getting our chopper shop there, so we'll try to effort it for you. Well, we just got it back and then lost it again. Desmond, are you back with this?
3 hours because he knows he won't complete his job.
Great idea for reviving the government's
And he told me thank you.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life
It needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse of that program.
Also been
verify their income, their family size, their immigration status, and their residence before enrolling ensures that you're not going to have people abusing the system and ripping off hard-working taxpayers. Now, Mr. President, that is common sense. Our Democrat colleagues should be working with us to implement more inventory.
Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled
budgets be in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures to make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year.
Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. I'm implying simply that at present Colonel Markinson is not alive.
Holding government hostage to ram through hundreds of billions of dollars in inflationary spending. In other words, we're not straight out now. $38 of the government.
Goddamn window.
Let's sell off and claims that this registration the government's and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Buses and move over 5,000 people, runners, and volunteers. We have been a great partner with the City of Corpus Christi Mayor, with fire and police and the Beach to Bay organization.
Prerogatives on trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting
service like the CCPD, quick permits, and we want safety, we want great environmental, we want everything good. It's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in the USA.
That's a great idea for reviving the government's lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses for reviving the government's new life. That's tree would be a real tree. Let's sell off these haunted houses for breathe new life. That tree would be a real tree. It's an idea
He's tough
Where
as
is
spot.
AA Ron
But
right
in
now?
the end, they're all greedy.
No AA Ron, huh? You better be sick, dead, or mute. AA Ron, here.
Beforehand, President Trump putting on
Denise, why did I say right? Denise, I'm just asking you. I said it like nice. That's better. Thank you. Now,
of China. It will take place in a few hours.
A few days
where
ago,
are you?
in the latest round of
Where is AA Ron right now?
Those few hours are
No AA Ron, huh? Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute. AA Ron, here.
And so many other
but not limited to bipartisan trade review act, and as a reason as well as resolutions to the international emergency declaration on tariffs as CCPD 77. The chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation requiring an up or down vote on any new tariffs on those that impose in the year to date.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe and bring new life. That makes them
before racing her to the hospital. In the ambulance, Werner asking EMTs to distract her. In testimony, a surgeon described just how close she came to losing her life that day.
Socialists are now the moderates in my grandfather's Democrat Party. These are communists and Marxists. They are kowtowing to people like Tommy Mamdani ahead of the election. People are struggling in this time to put food on the table, and the Democrats are...
I'd appreciate addressing this Colonel also.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick will be a and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea of a zombie
reality.
The city, alongside my commitment as assistant city manager,
A few days ago, in the latest round of consultation,
and visitors alike, as we
a great idea for reviving the government's great practice of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses. It's a great idea for reviving the government's great practice of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who breathe and bring life. That trick from real
Squeezed in medical procedures before the end of $20 from to make matters worse.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea with massive premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year. Households are.
Okay.
Door number 3.
A lot of things we discussed in great detail. It's not
A lot of things we
unreasonable.
to finalization.
But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to your
I thought it
political
was a great
instincts
meeting.
will.
I think it was a very friendly meeting.
6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of people receiving the enhanced premium tax credits are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, which is at the top, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina,
Also in the Army. My father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now. The active duty
Register online at beach2bayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 31st. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2025.
Come on. Jim, we
Tweedledee and Tweedledumbass have been away on maternity leave.
Colonel, what's going on? I did my job. I do it again.
Yes, I'm gonna get on the hooked on Megadesk back to my face.
You're not going anywhere.
I don't care about assigning blame.
And please, God, Colonel.
All I care about is Megadesk. That is all I care about. Getting
And the records specialized in complex
I'm being charged with a crime. I'm being charged with a crime.
Judges admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts of appeal and the United States.
Chips of 500 each with a little pop-up. He's always guessed right.
Right before I got
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe.
aircraft.
That's a great idea for reviving the government's brave military and White House realistic. Because of the let's sell off these haunted houses and bring in Bill Reed, new life from monstrous sale. It's an idea for a taxpayer. Because of the this week, reduce costs and bring in low bill and terminate demolitions and demolitions. November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority reduce costs, socializing in bill to please
on being moderates and reaching
your health insurance, the kind of care you.
My problems just are left on the ground, and I'm just thinking about.
A great idea for revising the government's way. A great idea for revising the government's way. For the taxpayer.
Fear is a kind of
The city of Corpus Christi is celebrating National Community Development. This celebration brings together residents, government officials, businesses, media, and nonprofit organizations to showcase the impact of the Community Development Block Grant, or CCPD, and Home Investment Partnerships Program, or HOPE programs. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, provides funding for the CDBG program to states, cities, and counties to develop viable urban communities by offering decent housing, suitable living environments, and expanding economic opportunities primarily for low and moderate income people. Corpus Christi has used CDBG for important projects such as home repairs, park improvements such as Selene's Park all-accessible free-for-all playground and splash pad, and new exercise equipment, trail, and lighting, and Garza Gym operating and restroom improvements. Dr. H.C. Dayworth Fiddles Martin House improvements, new box trucks and kitchen equipment for senior youth programs, improving neighborhoods through trade enforcement, utility assistance, and employment services. The city used HUD's home program to create demolition and reconstruction of existing homes for low-income homeowners, multi-family rental
It's an idea of a zombie that's
Member with this company and provided funding for the new construction of affordable homes for low-income individuals. Together with support from our local leaders and nonprofit organizations, we have created a stronger.
This is what I used to pay for the exact same If you want to make the switch to easy and dirty. All you need to do is just fill out this form. I don't think any state or any age
to make families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households, these costs continue to hold individual households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare.
What caused massive increases in premiums, government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. Households are
to see what job is for you means that you can
socialize. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid and they want
And while we keep demanding that Democrats stop using suffering Americans as pawns in their political games,
People need that.
I implore my sisters, do what you said. Do what you said.
All right, that's one step toward a single payer system. That's one That's what they want to bring in Medicaid costs. It's an idea of a zombie.
The Corpus Christi Fire Department, along with Local 936, raised over $100,000 for MDA. The Muscular Dystrophy Association allows kids to go to camp, allows for research, and allows kids just to be kids. So on behalf of the Corpus Christi Fire Department, Local 936, and MDA, we would like to send a heartfelt thank you to the citizens of Corpus Christi.
Lifeless, let's sell off these haunted houses. From monstrous
so I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
answer all the questions about
zombie
testing.
would like.
Commie. And I will just
Randy
say
Page is one of our assistant fire chiefs, but what's unique about him is he has a distinctive title in addition to that, which is the Fire Marshal for the city of Corpus Christi. There's only one Fire Marshal. He's been with the city for some 36 years.
People like Kami Mamdani ahead of the election.
He is a dedicated
People are struggling in the meantime to put food on the table, and the Democrats are too busy playing politics.
Is for the Democrats to do the obvious and right thing and vote for that nonpartisan funding measure so that we can turn everything back on. Then we will get back here, and then we will debate all these other extraneous issues. But right now, the first job of the government is to keep it in operation and take care of the people who depend upon all these services that we've articulated today. It's nonsense, and it has to end, though. You should be asking them the tough questions. And I brought in a few friends. We brought some colleagues here. They're part of the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear what happened. Let me summarize very briefly, as briefly as I can. Back in March, Chuck Schumer voted for the clean CR, the same measure that's on the floor now. He did the right thing, and he went on the floor of the Senate, and he gave an impassioned speech of why we could never inflict all this pain on the American people.
Her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for,
A few days ago,
and real people that I am fighting
Jim.
Randy knows his
Jim
job.
is not leverage.
Our two economic and trade
Jim is a
unions
person with a
reached
family
basic
to
consensus on addressing our respective
open
major concerns
up
and
the
make
government
encouraging
and
for
stop
contribution to
using
providing the
Jim and his family as leverage to outside
to the contrary. Working with you in Malaysia, Thailand, you had provided input. China has been helping in our own way, provided input to Cambodia and Thailand. China is helping in our own way.
Our city, but we'll take over our city, and I think
full circle. I worked under him as he was my supervisor, and then we worked together.
Thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. It's so sad to see what's happened to that great state of New York. But if you go back to
individual
November,
households and their budgets. Great idea, undesirable. I think the government should already hearing stories of lifeless medical procedures. Let's sell off these haunted houses to make matters worse. Very new life with massive increases premiums and rising inflation that we've seen since January of this year. Households are bring in billions of dollars from the monster.
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea of being a zombie life.
I never felt like China's been helping our own
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset. We've all seen much more
You look like a great idea for reviving the government's great life.
Randy and his family went through a tragic thing several years ago.
Let's sell off these haunted houses. Great ideas for reviving the government's new life. Lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses to breathe new life into buildings. That dollars will be a real treat. It's an idea of being zombies and bring in billions of dollars from monsters. It's an idea of being a zombie
was pretty upset. We've all seen
these costs continue to hurt individual households and their budgets in undesirable positions. We're already hearing stories about people who refuse to medical procedures before the to make matters worse, with massive increases in premiums and rising inflation since January of this year. Households
there are all sorts of discussions. All kinds of I don't have to see you tomorrow. I can give you dozens of things going on. Elected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income caps. There needs to be elimination of Broadway debate about the COVID era subsidies for the Democrats of the issues in October. We're just going to go for the non-partisan COVID era subsidies don't get back on. Then there are all sorts of discussions with debate on all their extraneous issues. But right now, I can first give you dozens of things that are being collected just to take care of the people who depend on all these services. There needs to be massive reform. It's nonsense. It needs to be elimination should be asking them a tough question. That's why they're really time. They will be ensure that they're partisan. This shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline. That is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things that this means for the American people. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children,
and their budgets in undesirable positions. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters there's worse families
Investor Center?
with massive increases
Is that you on
in
Investor?
premiums and rise in inflation that we've seen
Investor
since
Center?
January of this year. Households are
I'm Dwayne.
And I think
It's a great idea for reviving the government's great lifeless real estate.
Thank you, Claudia.
Sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe
To see
new
what's
life
happening.
into them. That trick could be a real treat for the taxpayers because it will forever reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous savings. It's an idea only a zombie
Randy, hope you have
would
a good
like.
retirement. I know you'll really enjoy it. You'll have more time to spend with those grandkids of yours and get more time with them.
It's a great idea for reviving the government's great lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers. A great idea for reviving the government's great and bringing in lifeless dollars from monstrous savings. It's an idea to be a zombie like new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
I'm looking for Investor Center.
Bring in billions of dollars from monstrous savings. It's an idea to be a zombie
stuff like fleece it out,
what to say and how to
go Mach 5, blink and flicker,
stresses in our day-to-day
things
life,
of Negroes.
what we do with our weight.
Okay.
So I just want
Greatest
to
strength. A dog-like obedience to authority.
Nice.
That doesn't sound good.
Okay. How about the ultimate team?
Jackie Burroughs is just an exceptional human being.
Something like the calls I'm getting, there will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriations. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jan. She is a stage 4 cancer survivor. She is a small business owner. She told me yesterday without the Affordable Care Act, she would have died 10 years ago because insurance would have drowned her. And if her rates double,
We're going to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work to lower these costs. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan provision modeled on something our state had first done lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like
It was serious business, and Jackie meant business.
a great idea for reviving the government's great and lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous savings.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
She does a very good job. And it's admirable.
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihoods depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
Things are going to get done, and our people are going to do it well and be safe when they do it as well.
they are providing to us. I come from a military family. My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deported. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting
The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress
my bill
to
will
lay
pay
and
our armed
collect taxes,
forces net.
duties,
We'll
and
pay active
impose
duty.
an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be doing so in the context of today's deliberation, challenging economic taxes on trade, by establishing Americans' right access to international commerce, with certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about mainly to see thousands of dollars
Without objection.
Basic health plans.
Clerk will report the motion to
from the children's desks. First responders treated Zwerner's injuries in the school's front office before racing her to the hospital.
We have a lot of
In
headlines.
the ambulance,
And they're here
Zwerner
to share
asked EMTs
how this reckless shutdown is impacting
in
everything.
testimony, a surgeon
Right.
described just this week she claimed to losing her
Before we get our leadership.
Senate voted to terminate national emergency declaration for President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging the priority of government to impose tariffs on lifeless housing. This law, these haunted houses, the law is clear that the president does not have authority
Today, trying to trick me, a wealthy business owner.
for the taxpayer.
Pastor Series 7,
Reduce costs. A great idea. Individual households and their budgets in a funded
It's actually saying they can a lot. Yeah. We're helping them find more resources. We're helping them find the right thing. Maybe this is
House and Senate both
stuff regulated, or you guys, what are you doing here?
With the emergence now of Zoran Mandami, you have seen Zoran Mandami quickly become the new head of the Democratic Party nationally.
Afforded to you for what you've worked for so long.
Like in
Thank you
Washington,
for everything you've done for
we
the
go in and
city.
they
509, your case number 25 and 29 0079.
Thank you for all your
Repeating 25 and 29 0079.
for 40 plus years. Learned a lot from you.
Years at the firm, he has specialized in complex civil litigation matters and currently serves as co-chair of the firm's appellate team. Josh is admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts of appeal and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in 3 written
House Court Communication Chairs who traveled with us in South Korea.
So clearly know why it's happening. And I brought a few friends. We brought some colleagues here from the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear what happened. Let me summarize very briefly as I can. Back in March, Chuck Schumer voted for the clean CR, the same measure that's on the floor now. He did the right thing, and he went on
Yeah,
the
well,
floor of the
Grassley's
Senate and he gave an impassioned speech
focuses on the
of
fact
why
that
we
it
could
is
never
this
inflict all this
body's
pain on the
job
American
and
people.
responsibility to do trade acts. The Chamber of Commerce clearly states in their letter that they are representing millions of businesses around the United States of all sizes to try to press upon us the importance of why Congress needs to reinstate its
During a
role.
visit to Malaysia, witnessed the signings of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input.
Together, these costs continue to hold individual households and their budgets.
The 2025
in
warrant roundup is
undesirable
here.
position.
The warrant roundup is
We're
when
already
Corpus
hearing
Christi
stories
police
about
officers
people being
will search
squeezed in
for
medical
and arrest
procedures
individuals
before
with
the end of
active warrants.
2025.
During the amnesty
To make
period,
matters
February
worse,
17th
families,
through February
with
28th, the
massive
Corpus
increases
Christi
in
Municipal Court
premiums
invites anyone with
and
active
rise in
warrants
inflation
to
that
come
we've
in
seen
and resolve their
since
case
January
or
of
set
this
up a
year,
payment plan.
households are
During the
getting
warrant roundup, March 1st through March 16th, individuals can be arrested for outstanding warrants. Customers can view and pay their citation online at www.municipalonlinepayments.com/Corpus Christi TX or pay by phone at 1-866-299-7084. For payment plans or to speak with a judge, visit the municipal court at North Chaparral Street, Monday through Friday, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. To learn more, call 361-826-2500 or email mcmahon@cctexas.com.
You are not talking to Dwight right now. You're talking to Jeff.
One step.
No! Ma'am, I'm over here.
That's one step.
Disconnect that right now.
Doing so requires appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting millions of Americans whose livelihoods depend on economic commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by properties tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
The beauty of if anybody looks at my pictures, they're going to say that I take time to go out, look at things that most people overlook. Everybody's in the hustle. The movement is going. I take time to look at it. Just being a part of the community, activists and academics, and we are just strong.
I did my job. I do it again.
We're not going anywhere, Colonel. Everything's God's Colonel.
I'm being charged with a crime. Is that what this is? I'm being charged with a crime?
My dad wanted to beat him.
That's what they...
Oh, you just have to say Deacon Lot. Oh, Deacon Lot, you know, he led prayer service and what have you. So you're in the grocery store and they say, well, will you pray for me? My dad was standing right there in the grocery store, wherever. He didn't mind letting anybody know that he believed in God. He always said that the cowboys now just show cowboys, you know, the movie stars, but these men that you see, these pictures, they were actually on the range. Our black people need to know about these cowboys. Some of them do and some of them don't. I take these things around to the various churches here in town. And they say, oh, that's my uncle. I know him or whatever. But to me, it means a lot, you know, to let people know, especially the fourth generation on them, to know the struggle, the heritage, and the legacy from these people is what keeps going.
We've been in business for 30 years.
God will beat to you until you fucking die! I'll beat to you until you're out of
religion, about culture, about hair, smoothness, it's everything. We have a lot of families that come up in here, going away, never vote, come back. Sometimes they come back and it makes them feel good. Somebody that just walk out of here, they feel good about how they look. It's an expression, you know. You look good, feel good, you feel good, look good. And like braids, it's I mean, it goes way back into the culture of our ancestors from Africa all around the world. Back in slavery, the braids weren't also done for braids. They also put a message on the braids to tell people where to go for the Underground Railroad. It's deeper than just having it. Everybody wears braids now. We get people from all walks of life, young, old. It doesn't matter. And braids, they like it. We like it. We want to give it to them. It's something that's
Well, Mom got me this guy. Like chips and fire from each one.
She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She's a small business owner. She told me yesterday, without the Affordable Care Act, she would have died 10 years ago. Because insurance would have
What caused it? You know, Lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous rates. It's an idea of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars.
Let's bring in NBC News senior White House.
So I'm not going to answer it's an idea.
We heard
honestly mostly schmucks. Postmen, there's always postmen. Plumbers, they see our ads in the back of Hustler and Popular Mechanics, and our ads actually say they can get rich quick. Hustler? Yeah. You know the girly magazine? Yeah. Moody Mag. A lot. Yeah. We're helping them finance houses. We're helping them buy their wife a diamond ring and boats, baby. Is this stuff regulated, or are you guys
Bienvenidos nuevamente a Corpus Christi en un minuto. El día de hoy vamos a hablar sobre el programa Operation Heath.
Este programa ayuda a los clientes de gas natural que califican hasta con $100 para pagar por el consumo de gas natural en su factura de servicios desde noviembre del 2024 hasta febrero del 2025. Este programa está diseñado para ayudar a los residentes que pueden enfrentar desafíos para pagar sus facturas de calefacción durante los próximos puedan mantenerse cálidos.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs.
I'd appreciate it if you address me as Colonel or Sir.
Para más información visite la página tctx.info/Operation Heath. Así puede obtener más detalles. Gracias por ver Corpus Christi en un minuto. Hasta la próxima. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela. El día de hoy voy a mostrar algunas de las nuevas amenidades que cuenta el aeropuerto internacional de Corpus. También le diré qué es lo que está haciendo el aeropuerto para mejorar su experiencia de viaje. Echen un vistazo a la nueva base que es presentado por nueces, con ventanas de piso a techo y una barra con forma de herradura. Es un lugar perfecto para tomar un refrigerio antes de su vuelo. También ahora cuenta con un nuevo patio al aire libre y una plataforma de observación. Este espacio es una extensión del bar que le brinda un lugar para relajarse, disfrutar del aire fresco y ver despegar los aviones. Incluso hay un área para seguros a sus necesidades. Esta increíble característica nueva es parte del proyecto de rehabilitación de la terminal, financiado en un 90% por la FAA. Y eso no es todo. Estas son solo las primeras de muchas nuevas amenidades que se avecinan. Esté atento a Island Joe's Coffee, la tienda Joe's Walkout de Amazon, Gulf Coast Capital Bar and Grill, Salty Oak Barbecue y un salón VIP. Esté pendiente a la información más reciente, ya que el Aeropuerto Internacional de Corpus Christi continúa brindando muchos cambios para sus viajeros. Espero les vea pronto en Corpus Christi en un minuto.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela. El día de hoy hablaremos de las muchas maneras en las que puede mantenerse conectado con su ciudad. Se ha implementado un nuevo programa Mantén Sintonizado para que todos los residentes se registren para recibir por ese texto. Si ya se registró para recibir noticias de la ciudad, asegúrese de registrarse nuevamente para seguir recibiendo actualizaciones. También pronto lanzaremos un nuevo sitio web. Síganos para obtener más información sobre el próximo sitio web. Para quienes solicitan ayuda con servicios de la ciudad, llame al 311, nuestro centro de servicio al cliente. Y por supuesto, pueden encontrarnos en las redes sociales, siguiéndonos en Facebook en español, Instagram, X y YouTube. Pero recuerden registrarse visitando la dirección www.ccpd.info/OPT-1 para que puedan estar informados sobre todo lo relacionado con la ciudad. Mantengámonos conectados.
Get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year.
Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela Moro. El día de hoy exploraremos cómo la ciudad está promoviendo las pequeñas empresas y estimulando el crecimiento en nuestra comunidad. El Departamento de Desarrollo Económico es una rama recientemente creada por la ciudad y ahora más que nunca está trabajando para impulsar a las pequeñas empresas. A través del programa de zonas de reinversión de incremento fiscal conocido como TERS, el departamento ayuda a reinvertir en áreas como el centro de la ciudad y la playa norte, con programas de desarrollo empresarial e infraestructura específicos. Esto se financia con los impuestos generados por el crecimiento en estas áreas. Al reclutar negocios y ayudar a los propietarios de empresas, nuestro objetivo es crear un ambiente propicio para las empresas aquí en Corpus Christi. La Oficina de Desarrollo Económico trabaja con socios para apoyar las atracciones culturales y recreativas, incluidos los Hooks en Whataburger Field, el American Bank Center y otras instalaciones culturales y recreativas ubicadas en el distrito de deportes, entretenimiento y artes de la ciudad o distrito C. Eso es todo por hoy. Gracias por ver Corpus Christi en un minuto. Hasta la próxima.
Over the course of 9 months, a masterclass in ending 8 wars.
Hola a todos, soy Gabriela.
Reviving the government's great lifeless realism. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
Mantenga su hogar calentado a 65 grados o más. Abra las puertas de los ambientes para que los aire caliente. No se recomienda que deje de usar el si cree que es necesario. Elija el grifo más alejado de su válvula principal para que gotee una sola vez cada semana, sin necesidad de usar. Cada que estamos bajo las funciones de agua de la etapa 3, intente recolectar el agua de agua para su medidas especial para proteger su hogar y el sistema de agua. Sus acciones para más información y para reportar fugas de agua, marque el 311. Gracias por vernos y manténgase preparados. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela y estamos aquí en la planta de tratamiento de agua Owen Stevens para hablarles de eso, del agua. El agua es parte de todo lo que hacemos, mantiene a nuestra ciudad próspera y a nuestras familias saludables, pero con las condiciones de sequía que continúan y las precipitaciones por debajo de lo normal, todos estamos sintiendo los efectos de la escasez de agua. Para enfrentar este desafío, la ciudad de Corpus Christi está tomando medidas proactivas para proteger nuestro suministro de agua. Estamos obteniendo suministros de agua adicionales a través del oleoducto Mary Rose y fuentes de agua subterránea adicionales, al mismo tiempo que reducimos el uso de agua no esencial en las instalaciones de la ciudad, como el riego de parques, el mantenimiento de fuentes y el lavado a presión. A medida que los niveles del lago caen por debajo del 20%, se esperan restricciones de agua de la etapa 3 a mediados de diciembre para todo tipo de clientes. Esto significa que se detendrá el riego al aire libre, como el riego del césped, y ya no se permitirá el lavado de vehículos. El mantenimiento de la piscina seguirá estando permitido y aún pueden negar los clientes de su hogar a mano o con riego por goteo. Trabajemos juntos para proteger nuestro suministro de agua. Para más información, visite la dirección 63.com para más detalles. Cada ahora estamos ya en la víspera de Año Nuevo y mientras la celebración está por comenzar, hablemos sobre la seguridad para la llegada de este 2025. Aquí les tenemos un recordatorio importante de parte de los agentes. Recuerden que es ilegal encender fuegos artificiales dentro de la ciudad, incluida la playa. Si lo encuentran, podría recibir una multa de hasta $2,000 por paquete de fuegos artificiales. Celebremos de manera responsable y mantengámoslo seguro. Y si ve fuegos artificiales ilegales, llame al 361-886-2677 para denunciarlo. Pero no llame al 911. Mantengamos esas líneas abiertas para emergencias. Recuerden, la seguridad no se detiene en los fuegos artificiales. Nunca beba y conduzca. Planifique con anticipación y utilice un conductor designado o un vehículo compartido. Celebre de manera responsable si va a tomar bebidas alcohólicas. Esté atento a sus amigos y familiares para asegurarse de que todos lleguen a casa sanos y salvos. Esperemos que tenga una feliz y segura Nochevieja, que comience el año con el pie derecho. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Estamos
Los departamentos de parques y recreo y servicios de cuidados de animales se han unido para traerles la fiesta navideña de Max. Este domingo 8 de diciembre de 12 a 3 de la tarde. Vengan a visitarnos a Corpus Park. Esto es lo que van a ofrecer. Tómese fotografías navideñas con el Grinch. Una estación de cartas de Santa. Sí, las mascotas también pueden escribir. Habrá manualidades divertidas para niños y mascotas, juegos especialmente diseñados para perros, la colocación de microchip gratuito y demostración de peluquería a cargo de Muddy Paws. Además, las adopciones serán completamente gratis. Se recomienda venir disfrazados y todas las mascotas amigables con correas son bienvenidas. Además, disfrute de obsequios, vendedores ambulantes, camiones de comida y mucho más.
Este evento es gratuito y es la mejor manera de comenzar esta temporada navideña, así que no se lo pierda y lo vemos aquí en solo unos días. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Las vacaciones ya están aquí, pero queremos mantenerlos informados sobre los departamentos de la ciudad y los horarios de servicio durante estos días festivos. El ayuntamiento y todas las bibliotecas estarán cerrados del 25 de diciembre al 1 de enero. Si necesita ayuda, asegúrese de planificar con tiempo. Nuestro centro de llamadas 311 se tomarán descanso el día de Navidad y el día de Año Nuevo. Los servicios de cuidado de animales también estarán cerrados el 25 y 26 de diciembre y el 1 de enero. Los servicios esenciales como bomberos, policía y gas permanecerán abiertos. Nuestro equipo de obras públicas estará de guardia para atender cualquier problema obstáculo. Los servicios de desechos sólidos, incluidos tiradero y transferencia, estarán cerrados el día de Navidad y el día de Año Nuevo. Si su recolección de basura cae en estos días, se reanudará el sábado. Y por último, Parques y Recreación tendrá un horario especial para los días festivos. Visite cctx.info/news para obtener más información. Eso es todo por ahora. Esperemos que pase una época navideña segura y festeje con sus seres queridos. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Yo soy Gabriela. El día de hoy le vamos a dar algunos consejos si planea viajar de vacaciones y utilizar el aeropuerto internacional de la ciudad de Corpus Christi. Primero, regístrese para su vuelo con 24 horas de anticipación. Esto le ahorrará tiempo cuando llegue al aeropuerto. Segundo, empaque sus medicamentos y artículos de tocador necesarios en su equipaje de mano. De esa manera, si su equipaje se retrasa, aún tendrá lo esencial. Recuerde descargar la aplicación de su aerolínea. Es la forma más fácil de mantenerse actualizado sobre cambios o demoras de vuelos. Estamos muy agradecidos por nuestra comunidad y orgullosos de ser parte de sus viajes de vacaciones. A donde sea que se dirija, le deseamos cielos seguros y felices fiestas. Con estos consejos y nuestros mejores deseos para esta Navidad, usted tendrá unas vacaciones seguras. Hola, soy Gabriela y bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Es la temporada de fiesta y el Día de Acción de Gracias ocupa un lugar especial en el corazón de muchos. Es un momento para reflexionar sobre las bendiciones de nuestra vida, reunirnos con nuestros seres queridos y disfrutar de una festiva comida deliciosa. Pero con todo el ajetreo es fácil pasar por alto la seguridad. En el Día de Acción de Gracias se ve un aumento significativo en incendios relacionados con la cocina, con más de 3 veces la cantidad de incendios en la cocina del hogar en comparación a un día típico, según la Asociación Nacional de Bomberos. Tome estas 4 sencillas medidas de seguridad para garantizar que usted y sus seres queridos tengan unos días festivos agradables. Revise sus detectores de humo y reemplace sus baterías si es necesario. Si va a freír un pavo, asegúrese de que esté completamente descongelado antes de ponerlo en el Cuando use una freidora de pavo, colóquele a 10 pies de distancia de los utensilios. Tenga la freidora con el nivel de aceite adecuado y tenga listo un extintor de incendio. Manténgase alerta y mantenga a los niños pequeños alejados de estufas, freidoras, fuegos abiertos y parrillas. Siguiendo estos sencillos consejos, podrá usted pasar un día de acción de gracias seguro junto con su familia y sus seres queridos. Hasta la próxima. Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en un minuto. Halloween está a la vuelta de la esquina, pero aquí les tenemos unos consejos prácticos para mantener a todos seguros mientras piden dulces. Primero, seguridad de disfraces. Asegúrese de que todos los disfraces, pelucas y accesorios sean resistentes al fuego. Si los niños están afuera después del anochecer, ponga cinta reflector en sus disfraces o dele barras luminosas. Opte por maquillaje de Halloween en lugar de máscaras que puedan bloquear la visión. Y recuerde probar el maquillaje primero para detectar cualquier reacción en la piel. No olvide lavarlo para removerlo antes de acostarse. Al momento de pedir dulces, los niños pequeños deben estar acompañados por un adulto. Y si los niños mayores van solos, acuerden una ruta y una hora de regreso. Recuerden a los niños que no entren a las casas o autos extraños, que se queden en áreas bien iluminadas y que esperen a comer los dulces hasta que regresen a casa. Por último, algunos consejos de seguridad para los conductores. Esté atento a los niños que piden dulces en las calles y entradas de residencias. También es una buena idea mantener a los conductores nuevos o inexpertos fuera de las carreteras en Halloween. La ciudad de Corpus Christi se preocupa por sus hijos y espera que tenga un Halloween seguro y feliz.
Welcome back to Corpus Christi in a minute. The holidays are here and we want to keep you in the loop about the city services and departments' holiday hours.
City Hall and all libraries will be closed from December 25th to January 1st. If you need assistance, please be sure to plan accordingly. Our 301 call center will be taking a break on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Animal care services will also be closed on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Essential services like fire, police, and gas will remain open. Our public works team will be on call to handle any urgent issues. Solid waste services, including the landfill and transfer station, will be closed on Christmas Day and New Year's Day. If your trash pickup lands on these days, it'll ship to the following Saturday. Finally, Parks and Recreation will have special hours for their buildings and services. Visit cctx.info/news for more details.
That's all for now. Have a safe and happy holiday season, Corpus Christi. Welcome to Corpus Christi in a minute. Halloween's around the corner, so here are some quick tips to keep everyone safe while trick-or-treating.
First, costume safety. Make sure all costumes should go with this company instead, because they currently offer discounted rates for those qualifying cars for $4 million. That's exactly what I did, and I just got one in the price. We're paying $28 for members to use my card. This is where I used to buy real estate and
Households are basic health care. The city of Corpus Christi cares about your kids and wants to make sure everyone has a happy and safe
lower the cost for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like bonuses, they want to make them permanent.
When we open
This
these
would
plants that are being
cost
built all over the AI
U.S.
plants, I've never seen plants
taxpayers
this big. You know?
Welcome back to Corpus Christi in a minute. It's New Year's Eve and while the celebrations are about to begin, let's talk about how we can stay safe as we ring in 2025. Here's some reminders from our
Remember, it's illegal to set off fireworks in the city limits. That includes the beach. If you're caught, you can be fined $2,000 for passing. Let's celebrate responsibly.
Thanks for the reminder. And if you see illegal fireworks, call 361-886-2677 to report it. But don't call 911. Let's keep those lines open. Remember, safety doesn't stop at fireworks. Never drink and drive. Plan ahead and use a designated driver or ride.
So I'm not going to answer all the questions about nuclear testing that
Look
I
out for
answer.
friends and family to make sure everyone gets home safely. Let's start the new year off right. Have a happy and safe New Year's Eve, Corpus Christi. Welcome to Corpus Christi in a minute. I'm Jacqueline, and today we're soaring into some exciting new features right here at the Corpus Christi International Airport. Let's see how CCIA is lifting up your travel game. Hi, I'm Lacey
International
with CCIA.
Airport. You can
Check
see
out
them
our all-new
shaking hands
Nueces
now.
touring car,
In a few
brought
moments,
to
they're
you
going to go
by
inside the
Tailwind
airport to
Concessions.
visitor
With
lounge for
floor-to-ceiling
their meeting. The two
windows
leaders
and a
are
horseshoe-shaped
expected to
bar,
discuss
it's
moves
a
on
perfect
tariffs,
place to grab a
fighting
meal for
fentanyl,
your flight.
access to rare
Next
earth
is
minerals.
our brand
It
new
comes
outdoor
amid the
patio
president's
and
looming
observation
November
deck.
10th
This
deadline to
space
reach
is an
a
extension
tariff
of the
deal.
bar,
Let's
giving
listen
you
to
a
what they're
spot
saying.
to relax, enjoy some fresh air, and watch planes take off. There's even an animal relief area for our furry travelers. This amazing new feature is part of the Terminal Rehabilitation Project, funded 90% by the FAA. And
Jack
that's
this
not
for the
all.
15th
These are
time.
just
They
the
will
first
be
of many new
ensuring
amenities to come.
that this
Look out
this
for
shutdown
Island Joe's
continues
Coffee,
past the
Amazon's
November
Just
1st
Walkout
deadline.
Shop,
That is a
Gulf
fateful
Coast Capital Bar
deadline
and Grill,
for a number
Salty
of
Oak
reasons.
Barbecue, and a
Starting
VIP
on
lounge.
Saturday, let me
Stay
give you a
tuned for
list
more
of things that
updates
this
as
means for the
CCIA
American people.
continues to bring new
It means
changes
that
for
tens of
travelers.
millions of American
Catch you next
families
time on Corpus
struggle
Christi
to
in a
keep
minute.
food on the table because the SNAP program benefits
Welcome back to
will run
Corpus
dry.
Christi in a minute. Let's
It
talk
means
about
WIC
Operation
assistance.
Heath.
That's
This
women,
program
infants, and
helps
children in the
qualifying
street.
natural gas customers
treated
receive
learners' injuries in the
$100
school
toward their gas bill from November 24th to February 25. This program is designed to assist customers who may face challenges in their natural gas bills. By offering financial community loans to ensure that every household can be safe. To apply, your utility bill, ID, proof of income,
They currently offer this income guidance, applying cars, full payment costs. Exactly what I did when I was I need $28 for premium coverage. This is what I used to recently. Visit CCPD.info/Operation Heath.
Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state, any place.
In a minute,
Click the
I'm
link below.
Jacqueline, and today we're exploring how the city is helping fuel small business success and driving growth in our homes. The Economic Development Department is a new developed branch within the city, and they're working with small businesses now more than ever.
Through the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone program known as TERS, the department helps reinvest in areas like downtown and North Beach with targeted business development and infrastructure programs. These are paid for with the tax generated by growth in these areas.
Hey, I'm Arturo Mato with John by retaining businesses and helping small business owners, we hope to create a business-friendly atmosphere here in Corpus.
The Office of Economic Development works with partners to support cultural and recreational attractions, including the Hooks Waterbutter Fields, the American Bank Center, and other cultural and recreational facilities located in city sports, entertainment, and arts or C district.
Defense
That's all for today. Thanks for watching Corpus Christi in a minute. See you next time.
Not alive.
Premiums don't go up. We want that.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The city of Corpus Christi will celebrate the opening of its new, custom-built, state-of-the-art facility located on Corona Drive was purchased by the city in 1981 and can no longer accommodate the growing needs of the CCPD. This outdated space does not even allow for basic comforts, let alone support the rigorous training program our dedicated cadets must complete. The city can be proud that since 2019, we have added 55 officers to the police force, bringing the total uniformed police force to 501 officers. And now we have a training space worthy of the high-caliber new recruits who will be joining their ranks. Designed by Turner Ramirez Architects and constructed by Fulton Coastcon General Contractors, this 34,000 square foot, $21 million facility includes state-of-the-art features such as smart classrooms outfitted with machine offices and advanced technology, combined surgery spaces, virtual music voices, and embracing certified survival tactics and training live. This building is also tested to the city's sitting on 9 acres of the College of South Campus property. The college is generously raising funds to city volunteers to the Seminary Charter School, where we will not only graduates from the local training academy. The place of learning is built for a distinguished Corpus Christi representative and officers of the Coastal Bend
There needs to be power return, and unfortunately, there needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
There's got to be 5 more modern Democrats in this entire city
current class of cadets will be the very first to enjoy this brand new facility.
I will note the absence of
Socialism are now the model housing in my grandfather's Democrat Party.
November 1st that everybody can see how much this costs going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's work
Today is a test of our shared vision to prioritize public safety, an enhanced training program to advance resources. We're equipping our officers with tools they need to serve our community as
a lot of working families across intelligence and programs like
there needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
As means to secure substantial appellate litigation. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose, but now to regulate commerce, association, and exercising leadership in this area, by establishing a more deliberate process for haunted houses, a business and rise that word makes
I'm Jacqueline. Today we're talking about the 311 customer call center. It's basically like Google, but for all government departments and city services.
Not the political insiders who have created this mess. So my message to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries is simple. Stop playing games. Stop bowing to this mob.
With a wide range of non-emergency city services. The 311 call center can help you with everything from reporting graffiti to requesting a new garbage bin. It's all about making life in Corpus Christi smoother and more connected for everyone. You can also submit a service request by downloading the 311 app or visiting 311.cctexas.com. So next time you need city information or assistance, remember, 311 is here to help. Kind of like Google, but with real people ready to support you. Thanks for watching Corpus Christi in a minute. We'll see you next time.
0079. Repeating 25, 10, 29, 0079.
Great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate.
Reverse alerts are
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monster sales. It's an idea only a zombie would like.
I'd appreciate it if you address me as Colonel or Sir. I believe I've earned it.
The counsel will address the witness as Colonel or Sir.
I don't know what the hell kind of unit you're running here.
The witness will address this court as Judge, Your Honor. I'm quite certain I can. Thank you, see.
Thanks for tuning in to Corpus Christi in a minute.
This is now going to be south of U.S. and south of downtown. It was
Just earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed and considered made and laid on the table.
Is there objection?
That is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the CR. Now, I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess that the Democrats have created in the Empire State. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
Corpus Christi in a minute. Don't forget that November 5th is Election Day, and here's what's on the ballot. We're voting for our next mayor and our 5 district council members, plus 3 at-large council members. Remember, these leaders will help shape our city's future. There's a big decision on the sales tax reauthorization, which could help fund some projects including citywide flood control, arterial and collector streets, and more. And don't forget Bond 2024, which focuses on streets, parks, public safety, and cultural facilities. Make sure you're registered to vote. Registration is open on October 1st. Voting in November 1st. Remember, you're voting for all the details Welcome to Corpus Christi in a minute, your quick guide to everything happening in our vibrant city. From upcoming events to city services and answers to your most frequently asked questions, we have you covered. Y para los que hablan español, también estamos aquí para brindarles todas las actualizaciones que necesitan. Siempre es mejor cuando estamos informados. Stay tuned through our social media channels each week to see all the great things happening behind the scenes and at the front line as we bring you the latest news, updates, and insights. I'm Jacqueline. And I'm Vanessa. Yo soy Sofia. Join us for Corpus Christi in a minute.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monsters. It's an idea only a zombie
going to sink. And that is what I believe is to be.
And the campaign seemed so long ago.
The moment you feel that, now you have no choice but to do something. Once we got that concern, when you draw fails,
This week, one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step emergency powers act. This law, the law is clear that the president does not have authority. Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They won't control your doctor, your health insurance, what kind of care you
was the sales of the
president's November 10th deadline to reach a tariff deal. Let's listen to
the only man that I've ever known that loaded up a flatbed pickup truck.
Should go with this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars for a full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state, any age. The link below.
To strengthen your core.
And so, in 1997, I probably made that movie. It was like a year after my brother had performance in sports. That was probably sex.
Having some technical issues.
Any interruption.
That's kind of my roots.
That is in law. That's subsidy. And this year, the upper limit for
It
these
was always the
Obamacare
understanding and
subsidies
knowing that
I'm actually
native to this dirt.
For the lowest income individuals,
where I actually come
premium can never exceed 2% of the total household income.
Tweedle dumbass.
What story is that?
But now Tweedle dumbass is out of action. We have a problem. Yes. Getting hooked on taking motion to the merchant. What? Something
He looked at me and he says, we understand, South Texas, the same home, I don't care if I get down or not,
to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick will be a real treat for the
I've done that.
My father always said, when he first really understood what I was and others' lives taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now.
I've been all over. I rode my bike.
Environmental, we want everything good.
I would change nothing.
Reviving the government's great lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them.
Great steward of the culture to bring in everybody.
Reduce costs.
Share it. Share it the way it should be shared, and not
They currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars for full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. and I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I
So at the end of the day, how do I want to be known as?
Same coverage as you can promote here. If you want to make this switch to a free, easy and quick, all you need to do is fill out this form and Corpus.
I'm the biggest good old boy
It
you've
works
ever
in any state, for any age. The links below.
New life into it. That trick will be a real reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to
a zombie would like, because that's a step toward government-run healthcare. That's
West Side
one
neighborhood here in
step
Corpus
toward a
Christi.
single-payer system.
My dad built his first thing in the backyard.
Toward socialized.
Most kids have a basketball hoop in their
That's
backyard.
what
We
they
have a
want.
wrestling ring.
It would be like Medicaid for all, or the VA
Once
for
our
all.
sons
They
get
want
born,
control of your doctor,
it's the same thing. Once
your
they're
health
about 8 or 9
insurance,
years old, they just jump in
the
for the
kind
fun
of
of
care
it,
you.
and they take a liking
That's
to
a
it.
great
So they
idea
have
for reviving the government's way of life is Let's sell off a great idea. That trick will be
Man, I was about 9 years old. My dad would leave every evening to go out. He'd always send me to clean. We really didn't know what he was doing until one night he took us to and that's when I realized this is what he wants to do.
So I'm not going to answer all the questions about nuclear testing.
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation.
My dad started the first
Commerce new
for the first 15 years when my brother was my I've tried to change my dad's style to modern style. He's rolled you walk into one of my shows, the whole show is when they say family run operating, we like a lot of our beginnings way down south. So my dad took us down to the valley a lot. We would do shows in Mexico and foreign towns and stuff. So we were raised more for their symbols that symbolizing
thousands of flights by result will be canceled or delayed.
And that's
while our borders and national security will be
Lucha
directly
Libre has
jeopardized.
a lot to do
At a very dangerous
with
moment
Texas
in
wrestling
world history.
and Texas
And
wrestling.
our country will lose tens of billions in gross domestic product. With each passing day, the pain gets more real, and the Democrats are
I feel
guaranteeing.
without Lucha Libre and without Texas, wrestling wouldn't be where it is today. The level we're at now, from 10 years ago, is huge for us as a family because we have people nationwide that reach out to us.
Because people are starting to let them hear about it.
Just
They've got to do the right thing. That's all we can say.
So we've taken it to a whole new level. We just landed that was a dream of my dad's forever. He wanted local families to come to a show to be able to watch them. To know that 30-some years ago, sitting at home watching my dream. We've been in Corpus for over 30 years, supported by just about everybody in Corpus. Hispanic family. We had to support our community because we don't give up. We continue to thrive. We want to be the best. We want to be for good reason. And I believe family entertainment, wrestling is the best in Corpus.
Getting hooked on Megadeth, my own damn fault. I don't care about signing my name. All I care about is Megadeth. That is all I care about. Getting more.
La ciudad de Corpus Christi propone una reautorización del impuesto a las ventas. Esta reautorización permitirá a la ciudad seguir utilizando los ingresos del impuesto a las ventas local para proyectos comunitarios. Actualmente los consumidores pagan 8,25 centavos en impuestos a las ventas por cada dólar gastado en determinados bienes y servicios. De esa cantidad, 6,25 centavos van al estado de Texas, mientras que los 2 centavos restantes se utilizan localmente para diversos fines de la ciudad. Actualmente, 1,5 de esos 2 centavos financian las operaciones generales de la ciudad, el control del crimen y el desarrollo económico. Los 0,5 centavos restantes van a la Autoridad Regional de Transporte para el transporte público. La asignación actual del impuesto a las ventas aprobada por los votantes en el 2000 vence dentro de los próximos 18 meses. Para abordar esto, el ayuntamiento ha puesto 2 propuestas en la boleta para que los votantes la consideren, la proposición E y la proposición F. La proposición E financiará mejoras en las calles arteriales y colectoras de toda la ciudad, junto con mejoras en las instalaciones recreativas y comunitarias, propiedad de la ciudad en el distrito de deportes, entretenimiento y artes. La propuesta F apoyará el mantenimiento y la mejora del malecón del centro de la ciudad, así como proyectos de control de inundaciones y drenaje en toda la ciudad. La reautorización del impuesto a las ventas estará en la boleta electoral de los votantes en las próximas elecciones del 5 de noviembre de 2024. Para obtener más información sobre la propuesta para la reautorización del impuesto a las ventas, puede adquirir un folleto sobre la reautorización del impuesto a las ventas en su biblioteca local, parques o centro para personas mayores. También puede ver la versión digital del folleto en línea en la dirección www.cctejas.com/sales-tax.
The City of Corpus Christi is proposing a sales tax reauthorization. This reauthorization will allow the city to continue using local sales tax revenue for community projects. Consumers currently pay 8.25 cents in sales tax per dollar spent on certain goods and services. Of that, 6.25 cents go to the state of Texas, while the remaining 2 cents are used locally for various city purposes. Currently, 1.5 of those 2 cents fund general city operations, crime control, and economic development. The remaining 0.5 cents goes to the Regional Transit Authority for public transportation. The current sales tax allocation, approved by voters in 2000, is set to expire within the next 18 months. To address this, Council has placed 2 propositions on the ballot for voter consideration: Proposition E and Proposition F. Proposition E will fund improvements to arterial and collector streets across the city, along with upgrades to city-owned recreational community facilities in the sports, entertainment, and arts districts. Proposition F will support the maintenance and improvement of the downtown seawall, as well as flood control and drainage projects citywide. The sales tax reauthorization will be on the ballot for voters in the upcoming election on November 5th, 2024. To learn more about the proposed sales tax reauthorization, you can pick up a sales tax reauthorization book at your local library, parks facility, or senior center. You can also view the digital version of the book online at www.cctexas.com/sales-tax.
Get our work closely together on a full-year bill for defense.
La ciudad de Corpus Christi propone un programa de bonos 2024 con la inversión de 175 millones en nuestra comunidad. El programa de bonos 2024 propuesto incluye 38 proyectos en toda nuestra comunidad que se centran en la seguridad pública, las calles, los parques y las instalaciones culturales. Este programa se divide en 4 propuestas clave. La propuesta A propone un presupuesto de 89,5 millones dedicados a calles residenciales y comerciales. Esto incluye 18 proyectos de calles para la reconstrucción de corredores importantes como Holly Road y Rand Morgan Road. La propuesta B propone 37,6 millones para 11 proyectos de parques. Las mejoras planificadas para los parques incluyen mejoras en Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park, Commodores Park y varios otros. La propuesta C propone 45 millones para 7 proyectos de seguridad pública. Estos fondos respaldarán la construcción o el diseño de nuevas instalaciones, como la subestación de policía del Río Oeste y el reemplazo de la estación de bomberos número 8. La propuesta D propone 2,8 millones para 2 proyectos de instalaciones culturales. Esto incluye el diseño de una nueva biblioteca y un complejo de centro comunitario y para personas mayores, junto con mejoras en los sitios históricos públicos. El programa de bonos 2024 estará en la boleta electoral de los votantes en las próximas elecciones del 5 de noviembre del 2024. Este bono se financiará sin aumentar la tasa actual de impuestos a la propiedad de la ciudad. Para obtener más información sobre el programa de bonos 2024 propuesto, puede adquirir un libro de bonos 2024 en su biblioteca local, instalación de parques o centro para personas mayores. También puede ver la versión digital del libro en línea en www.cctejas.com/bond 2024.
Reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a
The City of Corpus Christi is proposing a Bond 2024 program that will invest $175 million into our community. The proposed Bond 2024 program includes 38 projects across our community that focus on public safety, streets, parks, and cultural facilities. This program is divided into 4 key propositions. Proposition A proposes a budget of $89.5 million dedicated to residential and commercial streets. This includes 18 street projects for the reconstruction of major corridors such as Hollywood and Rand Morgan Road.
You can spot these by watching
Proposition B proposes $37.65 million for 11 parks projects. Planned parking programs include enhancements to Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park, Commodores Park, and several others. Proposition C proposes $45 million to 7 public safety projects. These funds will support the construction or design of new facilities, such as the Northwest Police Substation and the replacement of Fire Station 8. Proposition D proposes $2.85 million for 2 cultural facilities projects. This includes the design of a new library and senior community center complex, along with improvements to public historical sites. The Bond 2024 program will be on the ballot for voters in the upcoming election on November 5th, 2024. This bond will be funded without increasing the city's current property tax rate. To learn more about the proposed Bond 2024 program, you can pick up a Bond 2024 book at your local library, parks facility, or senior center. You can also view the digital version of the book online at www.cctexas.com/bond2024.
Tweedledee and Tweedle Dumbass have been away on maternity leave. And now Tweedle Dumbass is back. We have Jen Megadesk, my own brand of fault. Not a sign anyway. All I care about is Megadesk. That is all I care about. It's getting more Megadesk.
In the ambulance is Werner asking EMTs to distract her. In testimony, a surgeon described just how close she came to losing her life that day.
Having some technical issues getting our chopper shot there, so we'll try to effort it for you. Well, we just got it back and then lost it again. Desmond, are you back with us? Okay, now we can't hear Desmond right.
And the back end damage I'm seeing on this car tells me this driver does not care if he crashes. He's just trying to get away.
Traffic. 405 to 318. Charlie 230.
Yeah, I think both north and south. Also, that Federal 34 area.
Right, so we were hired to come up with William David Zebra, 6137. William David Zebra, 6137.
Dispatch from Medic 10. Arriving any mileage is 0.6.
Suggest that to him, and then he'll be sure to give you a raise.
Purchase of health insurance. So when
Well, I'm not
you
asking
get a
for a
health
raise, I'm
insurance
actually
product
asking
you
for a
like,
decrease.
you can keep it. When
that
you
is so
get a
stupid.
doctor you like,
What if he gives
you
it to
can keep him. When you get a
You know what?
payment
I am going to
price
zone you out for the rest
you
of the
like,
Just
you
that,
can keep that.
He'll be sure to give you that. I don't have to see you tomorrow.
Well, we
or
would love
Sunday.
to be
You can call
addressing
me
these issues,
on Monday.
but our Democratic colleagues have decided they want to go
We're getting ready to start.
government shutdown and hold it.
Good morning.
You know what? I am going to zone you out for the rest of the day. Okay, I need to stay focused.
All right, we'll settle
And I don't have to
for
see you tomorrow or
Obamacare.
Sunday. Please don't call me.
All right, everybody, get ready to start here.
Government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system.
So good morning, candidates. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Walker, and today we'll be conducting the drawing to determine the order in which your names will appear on the ballot for November 5th, 2024 for that election. Assisting me today are Assistant City Secretary Stephanie Box, who most of you have met, I think, and Senior Management Assistant Ms. Sarah Bunkenhofer. So before we start, I'll briefly explain the process we'll be using. So when each of you filed your candidate application, we noted the date and the time of your filing. So I'll ask each of you to come up and draw based on the date and time that you filed. And these boards, they're in order, in that order as well. So you can draw for yourself. You can ask a representative to draw for you, or a member of my staff will draw for you. So we'll start with the office of mayor, continue with the at-large races, breaks, and end with the district races. So on that note, let's get started. So the first race we have is mayor. The first person is Michael Hunter.
Adjourn under the previous order.
And you're tall.
Questions on the motion to adjourn?
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare.
I know.
Because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step
That there are no other speakers.
socialized
I would ask unanimous
That's what they
consent
want.
that the
Okay, Joshua, next is Joshua Frederick.
It could be for all. They want a great idea for reviving the government's great
the motion to go cloture.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real going to see on November Howard, but everybody's going to see how much this reduced going up. Great
Next we have our mayor pro tem.
like the businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real great for the tax modeled on something our state had first done. Reduce lower the cost for break-in families costing dollars. So
I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea for a zombie would like.
Mr. Officer.
I'm here! And we update on the call that we got. It's okay!
Okay.
Trace it over. Trying to make it thicker. Next is Anthem Powers.
Okay. Probably you could take it off. Maybe if we have to put it on later. Still, I'm going to accept the card in that case for now. Then we'll be referred to a tech this minute. I'll put the card back now.
Number 6.
10-4, and then...
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses. Great idea for reviving the government's great lifeless real estate for the taxpayer. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can bring in new life.
So that's the mayor's race. Next we go to authority.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
I would ask unanimous consent that the already
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to
Great
revoke.
idea for reviving the government's great tradition of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
This idea only a zombie would like, because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you...
Number 5. Larry, listen.
Quarters, truck was back in service.
For SUV speeding out of the road on the vehicle, William Robert George, 36.
Who said that? Number 10. Javid Matagi.
Warriors, correction, Port 1, Victor Boy Sam, 3810. Victor Boy Sam, 3810, Port 1.
9.
Her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for, and real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage.
Oh, hello.
Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to
Robert Rayner.
Delta 1 or Delta 2, any Captain Martin
Job is connector, which means that you will be dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to be doing. Sit. Just so you know, last year, I made over $300,000. The other guy you'll be working for, he made over $1 million.
$1 million. I can only imagine what a douchebag that guy must be.
Trojan, looks like Tom Henry William 2966. Tom Henry William 2966, cast on Trojan 10-4 Victor 60 to this stop.
South Staples 4126, South Staples.
Wow.
EMS 122.
That's a great idea for reviving the government's great tradition of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers. Because
So now we go to District 1.
And bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
So Everett Roy is first. Mr. Roy asked us to draw, so we'll do that for him. 2.
Hey, Nancy, put the gun down. Put the gun down, all right? I came here to talk some sense. All right, just act professional. I can get you
Anthony
your money.
Aquino.
Just act. I can get you your money. You didn't come here to talk, all right? You came here to get arrested. You got tapes of what? Costello was my informant. I was a rat. You prove it. He was working for me. He was my informant. Shut your fucking mouth. Come on. Get
Number one.
Engine 17. 910.
Offer medic 7, ladder 7, medic 7, ladder 7, CB for shooting call, 2226 over that, 2226 over that, still looking at EMS 2 at 1527.
Billy A.
Engine A1, yeah.
Police in Dalton. Delta 1 or Delta 2, can you help the mind
Job is connector, which means that you will be dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to be doing. Sit. Sit! Just so you know, last year, I made over $300,000. The other guy you'll be working for, he made over $1 million.
$1 million? I can only imagine what a douchebag that guy must be.
Okay. Okay. And John Garcia.
Victor 10 traffic.
Number 3.
Victor 10 location.
That's right.
358 west, taking the Agnes.
A lot of things that we discussed in great detail. It's not unreasonable. But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to your political instincts will.
I think it was a very friendly meeting.
6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of students receiving the enhanced premium tax credits are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, for reviving the government's racist, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would die. Great idea for reviving the government's rage of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them.
First is Eric Antu.
Great idea for reviving the government's rage of lifeless real estate and bring in billions of dollars to businesses who can breathe
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would die. It would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Número 2. All right. All right. District 4. We have May Nardone Mendoza. Is she here?
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor,
and ask
your
them,
health
since they
insurance,
voted and they campaigned on being moderates and reaching
The right thing by the American people that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way, and that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the CR. Now, I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess that the Democrats have created in the Empire State. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because, again, it's a
the government's rage of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars.
Yeah, I'll be going to Vegas after this.
They're selling garbage and making cash hand over fist.
There you go. Now we're on District 5. All right.
See? All right, we'll settle for Obamacare. Because that system that's one step toward a single-payer system.
And my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives.
It would
when
be like
deployed.
Medicaid for
Taking
all,
care of them
or
is
the
our
VA
sacred
for all. They
obligation.
want control of
So
the
while we
doctor,
keep fighting
your
for
health
better health care,
insurance,
more affordable health care
the
for
kind
all
of care
Americans,
you-
my bill will pay our armed forces now. It will pay active duty, resulting like the calls I'm getting. There will be then an accelerated
Thank you, everyone.
resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriations.
I'm asking my colleagues.
So first, personal financial statements, those are due this September 9th. And these are financial statements for past mistakes. I know you've done your city ones, but now it's moving to the state. This form may be lengthy, it depends on your assets. So we'll start looking at that at your earliest convenience. I just remind you that the terms and sheet and it's always still scheduled, so if you don't have anything on the schedule, you're not required to attach it. So second, I'll be holding a candidate orientation on Thursday, September 12th, and that's from 6 to 8 p.m. here at City Hall. It'll be at the 6th Conference Room. So this is optional, but we do recommend that you attend if you're a candidate or if you're an attorney candidate. It's a good reminder, a good refresher of city policies, foundations, city budget, and issues, and those will assist you in your candidacy. So thanks again for joining us today. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to our office. Have a wonderful day and happy campaigning. Thank you.
That the two Democratic leaders in the House and Senate, both of them from the state of New York,
Hello, I'm Peter Zanoni, 50% candidates.
You have seen Zordan
want to talk to you about our fiscal year 25 budget. But before I do that, I want to remind you that we are in great financial shape. Our budget is strong and we're making recommendations.
If you sell $10,000 worth of this stock, I would personally give you a
This year's fiscal year 25 proposed budget focuses on the city council and community priorities.
Hello, John. How you doing? You mailed in my company a postcard a few weeks back requesting information on penny stocks. We were already subject to
43%
library operations, our parks department, as well as enforcement. Also, on Thursday, we will go over some additional reduction alternatives that I provided to City Council last Friday to address a lot of community input that we've had on certain items in the budget. That does include our Garcia Library, we also made additional alternatives to council places to potentially support facilities longer.
They will be insured.
It won't be until September 2nd.
This shutdown continues past November 1st.
There will be 5 work sessions as well as
Starting on Saturday,
all that work the council will decide on. I will be doing a weekly video update on the budget as we go through these next several weeks. We want to hear from you, and I encourage you to attend any one of our city council workshops on the mayor's budget or any one of our community engagement sessions. I look forward to seeing you there.
suffering that Democrats were causing to especially federal workers, our troops, air traffic controllers, every other federal worker who wasn't getting paid. Some, President Trump found ways to get paid, others there weren't ways to do the same thing, but the president worked overtime. Look at what the president did working overtime.
When you get a doctor, you like it, you can haunted houses to businesses who can agree. My life, that you can do that. Let me tell you a stories about what our Democratic policies are. only a zombie with rising premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households are trying.
This place is packed. Thank you. Look at them waving. Thank you very much.
And I'd also like to ask any of our airport board members to please stand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So as I like to say, today is a new day.
Till we catch them, they try sneaking back with beards and wigs and fake noses. You can spot these by watching the way they bet. Like this guy. He's betting lavender chips of 500 each with only one little problem. He's always guessed right. If he wasn't so greedy, he'd have been tough to spot. But in the end, they're all greedy.
Corpus Christi has not seen or a scheduled commercial international flight since
Your security environment.
1967.
Peace cannot be preserved by words alone. It can be protected only when there is an unwavering determination and action.
So what we anticipate
Any interruption, that is in law. That subsidy is there. And this year, the upper limit for these Obamacare subsidies was an income limit of $128,600 for a family of 4. For the lowest income individuals, insurance premiums can never exceed 2% of the total household income.
In goods to Mexico, representing 29% of our total exports. That's extremely important. This new connection strengthens our investment between our states, giving Corpus Christi a direct seat at the table. So also in the last decade, Mexican companies reported 38 investment projects or $2.9 billion into Texas. That's a huge investment that also brought over 5,000 jobs to the state of Texas. So I want to lastly extend my thanks to the leadership team here at the Corpus Christi International Airport and to our airport board, because their dedication and their commitment.
Because people are starting to let them hear about it. They've got to do the right thing. That's all we can say.
You mentioned today that the Senate's going to vote.
A great idea for reviving the government's great program of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
Peter Finn was pretty upset yesterday.
Reduce
We've all seen
costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much this costs going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work.
Jim! In October, the Tweedledum asked.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there's things that may be
Yes, all
something our state had first done. Late night tests, there are a lot of things that let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. So sad to see the
You are not talking to Dwight right now. You are talking to Jim. No! Pam, I'm over here. Disconnect that right now. You give me your earpiece.
From the president, he was describing their relationship as cordial. We've heard optimism leading up to this. What is the last thing he said was going to be discussed before this bilateral has now started?
For you to transfer, you can please be ground 7417. Please remain by Southern 1030
Hey, I'm looking for an investor center.
That's how you want to invest?
No, investor center. I'm looking for investor center.
Yeah, that's us. Hey, this is it. This is it. Oh, I'm Dwayne.
Bonus credits that were put in place. Now, this is something that the Democrats did in 2021. The Biden COVID credits eliminated the 400% income cap, allowing households that are making over, get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year. They could benefit from the
It represents our strategic commitment.
Mr. Murphy.
President, this week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority to bring in billions of dollars. Come on, it's an idea,
We have powers. Please look to make it ask me on my own damn fault.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That's all I care about. For the tax
What is the last thing he said was going to be discussed before this bilateral is now stopped?
Show you how more LAPD units are behind us now, and they all have their lights and sirens turned on still. This is still an active pursuit. This is not one of those
consequence. Remember, one
should never,
the quality of the weapons
as political leverage.
To buy for us.
So Republicans,
great idea for reviving the government's way of lifeless real estate.
And while we keep demanding that Democrats stop businesses who can breathe as new life, that trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would reduce costs do what you said
and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
On the second floor. The replacement of LED lighting throughout the outside system, and replacement of 40-year-old cooling towers and 5 new jet bridges. So all that was $30 million and more. As a reminder, just to let us know who we're dealing with there, Kevin.
Whenever you're ready, we're just here waiting on you.
It's a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers. Great idea for reviving the government's doing so would members of Congress and eliminated American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices, allowing households that are making over, get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year. They benefit from
and October-November roster is reviewing the COVID era subsidies going back to the epicenter. There are all sorts of discussions going on about all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens that are
in a big election just to help the there needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income tax. There needs to be the elimination of fraudulent use of that
is cordial. So they really heard optimism leading up to this. What is the last thing
wanting to jump ahead of everybody else and claim the title? And yet, as the Democratic Party stayed that rudderless ship for months and months, because of this perfect storm, that the top Democrats, the House and Senate,
lifeless real estate.
with the emergence now of Zoran Mandami, you have seen
an additional life increase. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayer because of the both dollars reduced. Another example, for a family of four in Texas, parents may come to Austria. It's an idea
Having the chips of 500 each with only one little problem. He's always gets right.
Because of this perfect storm, that the two top Democrats House and Senate with the emergence now of Zoran Mandami, you have seen Zoran Mandami quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally.
The history of the world is no military like going on. Not even close. Nobody has our weapons. It'll be stronger and more powerful.
Strides are also creating great jobs for our citizens. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today than when I took office 9 months ago. Think of that. Almost 2 million more American workers.
I think we've covered this,
Nobody's
haven't we?
ever had numbers like that. And
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base.
When we
Guantanamo log is no flight.
the government's lifeless real estate.
Defense exhibits out.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a
Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
because it would both reduce costs and bring in buildings. Great idea. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. Great idea. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe from new life. It's an idea
we leading up to this.
Great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off great ideas for reviving the government's great new lifeless real estate. That trip would be a real sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can reduce new life and bring in that building with a long tree from a taxpayer.
With each passing day, the pain gets more real.
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left at 11 p.m. and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m.
To catch him, they try sneaking back with beards and wigs and fake noses. I don't understand admitting evidence flight never existed by watching the way they bet. Like this guy. He's been allowing the chips of 500 each with only one problem. He's always guessed right. If he wasn't so greedy, he'd have been tough to the spot. But in the end, they're all
not only are the tariffs strengthening our alliances, they're also bringing peace to the world. On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed the Kuala
and we've also been promoting peace talks to resolve other hotspot issues.
Inside the windshield of this car, right? It's I don't know that I've ever seen that before. It all just kind of seems indicative of almost like professional criminal behavior. What we're seeing as far as you got that, and the way they're driving and,
People understand that one.
Making $65,000 a year could see her premium increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase. Doing so would restore appropriate procedural toleration for an enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depends on international commerce, and the certain $70,000 investment in our economy. Don't just members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
Because of this perfect storm that the two top Democrat leaders in the House and Senate, both hail from the state of New York, with the emergence now of Zoran Mandani, you have seen Zoran Mandani quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally.
Hi, I'm Mayor Paulette Lahardo. I want to take a moment to extend my
Lieutenant, I think we've covered this, haven't we?
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left from it, and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m. I'd like to admit them as defense exhibits out as well.
I don't understand. You're admitting evidence of a flight that never existed.
Before it turned right just now, it's going
Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
Peace cannot be preserved by words alone. It can be protected only when there is unwavering determination and
actually, this is not one of those residents who came out to watch the arrest of an man caught on a hunter camera.
It's for the Democrats to do the obvious and right thing and move to non-partisan funding measures so that we can turn everything back on. Then we will get back there, and then we will debate all these other extraneous issues. But right now, the first job of the government is to be an operation and take care of the people who depend upon all these services we've articulated. This is not as the end. It'd be absolutely tough questions why they're really not supporting our people for their partisan
I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled votes.
I'm not going to answer
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
The steward
there are no items I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote.
while our borders and national security are directly jeopardized.
Without objection.
Very dangerous moment in world history.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Tens of billions. Why? And I brought it back today, brought some colleagues here. The Democrats are curious to share about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this already was summarized briefly. Chuck He did the right thing. All knows before that.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breed great ideas. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breed new
Tell you want to invest?
That trick will be a real treat.
Invest in No, this is it. This is it. I'm Dwayne.
The jewelry that is not concerned including not limited to IDCing as well as resolutions terminating the National Emergency Declaration on terrorists SJ88 and SJ77. The Chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation requiring an up or down vote and bringing in terrorists and those imposed
So I'm not going to answer all the questions.
Trade together, we will prosper together, we will thrive together. If any food employee is experiencing any of these 5 specific symptoms, they must notify the manager. Have an incredible relationship. These symptoms are vomiting and diarrhea.
Making $65,000 worth could see her premium go up
Always 24 hours.
43%, making $65,000 a year. It means she would take a petition girl, 43% it means she would pay a petition
There are all sorts of discussions going on.
Another example, 200 Emerald in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year. Another example from a family in Texas, parents make $70,000
I'm looking for some of what's going on back in March.
I'll tell you want to invest?
We'll summarize.
No, invest to sell. Invest to sell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He did the right thing. He went before the Senate and he gave an impassioned speech of why we could never inflict all this upon the American people.
That's why we say most of these trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers. It takes a whole different state costs and bring in billions of dollars from wastrel sales. It's an idea of a zombie
wanting to jump ahead of everybody else and claim the title.
The animal seen
And
swiftly
yet,
crawling
as the
and darting
Democrat
around,
Party stayed
hurrying
on the
into a
ship,
jungle gym, ultimately caught by the banana.
of this perfect storm, that the two top Democrat leaders in the House and Senate, both from the state of New York, with the emergence now of Zoran Mandani, you have seen Zoran Mandani become the head of the Democrat Party nationally.
But you know what he told me about this experience?
48 hours from the time of exposure.
He'd only spent
I'm looking for investing center. Tell you want to invest?
He also
Invest center. Invest center.
and asked them if they voted
Invest center.
in a campaign
Tell you want to invest?
on being moderate and reaching
Invest center. Invest center. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, this is it. This is it. Hey, I'm looking for investor center. Tell you want to invest? No. Investor Center. I'm looking for Investor Center. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, this is it. Investor Center. I'm telling you want to invest?
Sore throat with fever.
No.
Infected
Investor
cuts,
Center. I'm looking for
burns,
Investor
and
Center.
lesions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, this is it. This is it.
You know all 5 of them.
I'm Dwayne.
Just to recap, if you're feeling any major symptoms, make sure you report it to your manager.
That great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea for a zombie life.
There have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to run this
restrictions, there are services that would cause exclusion. So exclusion means a food employee is not able to work or
Reviving the government's great lifeless real estate.
We were always debate the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions about that. All leadership was pretty upset.
So I'm not going to answer
there needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we think.
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depends on international commerce and the certainty that supports investment in life. Members of Congress continue to hear from
exactly what I did, and I just got my This is what I currently offered for the exact same coverage. Qualifying cars should go with this movie, not to make the switch to exactly what I did, and I just got my qualifying cars. $28 premium, exactly what I did, and I just got my exact same $28 premium. Want to make the switch is what I used to create for the exact same. All you need to do is just fill out this form. If you want to make the switch to it's free, it's in the state. All you need to do is fill out this form below. It's any state for any age. The links below.
This week, that trick would be Senate voted to turn that trick with the taxpayers of the
Make sure the dishes are completely
It's an idea under the Emergency Powers Act.
degrees Fahrenheit or hotter.
This law,
Keep the dishes in the water for at least 30
the law
seconds.
is clear that the
Last,
president does not have authority.
This is very important. Never towel dry, clean, and sanitize dishes. Even with a paper towel, you might contaminate them again. So Jackie, I want to make sure you know that cleaning means using soap and water to remove food particles, grease, and grime, while sanitizing means using chemicals or hot water to kill pathogens or germs after cleaning. The correct use of sanitizer and knowing how to test the sanitizer is extremely important for any food particles.
You can spot these by watching the way they bet. Like this guy, he's betting lavender chips at 500 each with only one little problem. He's always guessed right.
We were always debate about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December.
But in the end, they were all greedy.
The COVID-era subsidies in December. All sorts of discussion. I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income tax. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we
will test for pork, which you can also use as an alternative to pork. So both strips will test different
catching the try sneaking beards, wigs, fake noses. You can spot these by watching all their bet. Like this guy, he's betting lavender chips at 500 each with only one little problem. He's always guessed right.
Obviously, not all equipment will fit in the 3 compartment seat. So that's why we use a technique called in the end, they were all greedy. It's clean big items such as stove, ice cream makers, deli slicers, and refrigerators. First, what you want to do is turn off the equipment and then unplug it from its power source. Make sure that no one
A great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate. A great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate. For reviving the government's $65,000, making $65,000.
So I'm not going to answer a lot of questions about the zombie
45% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase from going from $314 a month to $452 a month. Another example from a family of four in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year. Don't just get insurance through their jobs.
Finally, put the equipment back together.
Campuses advertising to spy on American life. How can you reclaim from a congressional side of things American sovereignty against the Chinese communist threat?
Well, certainly President Trump is going to be the leader in this. I think there are good signs here.
So after the dishes have been sanitized and they are air drying on the dish rack, now is the perfect time to check the dishwasher.
After a 6-year-old fired a single shot at his first grade teacher, Abigail's burn.
Something like that.
A millimeter handgun left on the floor of the school, just dropped from the children's classes. First responders treated Werner's injuries in his self-defense.
A great idea for reviving the government's great development of lifeless real estate.
To distract her.
Let's sell off these haunted
Testimony is certain to
What's going on here?
Machine has a food track, and we need to make sure that food track is clean and
during the frantic scene after a 6-year-old fired a single shot at his first grade teacher, Abigail's burn. The 9mm handgun left on the floor of the schoolroom, just feet from the children's desk. Responders treated
As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to come very different. There is one way out of this. The current bottom
emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada.
Now that we've talked about personal hygiene and storing
5th,
toxic items,
2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority.
Items that shouldn't be near the food. And we also have a spray bottle.
Should go with this company instead, because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch too, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your vote within minutes. It works in any state or any
November 1st, everybody's going to see how much this costs going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves, let's work to lower these costs. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, who's had the basic health plan, vision model, and central cost of lowering costs for a lot of
This should be a
hundreds of billions of dollars in
To see what's happening.
For safety food, untreated garlic or oil mixture, baked potatoes, broth crab, cooked rice, cut fruit, and vegetables.
as means to secure durable action. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, impost, and excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership in this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting
procedure must be available for all employees.
great idea for revising the government's raise lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers because it will both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea only a zombie would like.
So we can't even see inside of the windshield of this car, right? And I don't know that I've ever seen that before. And all prohibition, high susceptible population. Food employees may contact exposed, ready-to-eat food with their bare hands if the establishment does not serve a high susceptible population and meets the requirements previously discussed. Highly susceptible population is defined as persons who are more likely than other people in the general population to experience foodborne disease because they are immunocompromised, such as preschool-aged children or older adults, or attending food at a facility that provides services such as custodial care, health care, or assisted living, such as a child or adult day care center, kidney dialysis center, hospital or nursing home,
Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. Implying simply that at present, criminal markets is not alive.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset.
With contacting ready-to-eat food with their hands. Higher risk of contaminating food. Ready-to-eat foods are not cooked again before they are eaten, so they are more susceptible to microorganism contamination from their hands. Cross-contamination is the spread of bacteria, viruses, and other harmful components from one surface to another.
John, one thing I can promise you, even in this market, is that I never ask my clients to judge me on my wins.
And equipment to
I ask them to judge me on my
These can
losers
all
because
be
I have something.
prevented by following
And in the case of Authoritarian, based on every technical factor out there, John, we are looking at a grand slam
using separate cutting boards for all those vegetables and food and cooking oils. For example, raw meat contains several
Wasteful and roasted close to 12 million enrollees in birth to file no claims. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was
we
for
talked about
12 million, because the Democrats expanded the
especially
in other words, well, they didn't, among those 12 million, so that number is, many people don't even know what the number was when he was done, because the Democrats expanded the option of zero training plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they
And our country will lose tens of billions in gross domestic product. With each passing day, the pain gets more real, and the Democrats are guaranteeing
no enemy will ever even dream of threatening Washington. There's no Navy even clear. No enemy will ever even
I come from a military family. Father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army. And my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our
hospital
net.
hold individual households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and rising inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households are government hospitals to ramp up hundreds of millions of dollars in other words, we're not spending enough. They're making haunted houses to businesses for free. They want to run it out some more. That trend and trains that have action government costs to make matters worse. Families hundreds of massive rise in inflation, they want to run it out and go some more. $314. And he claims that this reckless action is needed. Another example of a family of four. Parents making $70,000 to take health care just their jobs.
Because it keeps food out of the danger zone, but it takes time. Because people are starting to live their days. Number two, cook the frozen food as part of the cooking process. Monitor temperatures to make sure the food cooks properly. This method is ideal for brown foods like
great idea for reviving the government's
falling in the microwave.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
pretty upsetting.
That trend will be a real treat for the taxpayers because
This
of
takes about
the
30 minutes per
reduced
pound of
costs
food.
and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea of zombie
In October, November, December.
It could still have enough
The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December.
If a
There are
food
all sorts of
great
discussions.
idea for reviving the government's great
Give you dozens that have been collected just from House Republican
Let's sell off these haunted
There needs to be
houses to
mass
businesses who can breathe
there needs to be
new life. That trend will be a real treat for the Constitution brings exclusive authorities to Congress and bring bill taxes, jobs, great ideas. It's an idea and exercising leadership. Let's sell off these great ideas. Today, the government establishing a more deliberate tax
Is there objection?
This would be a real treat for the test sell off these haunted businesses who can breathe new life in billions of dollars.
Degrees to 41 degrees Fahrenheit. It's an additional 4 hours.
It's an
Divide food into smaller portions using shallow containers. This makes it much easier for heat to escape and helps food cook faster.
Great idea for reviving the government's
by watching the way they breathe. He's betting lavender chips at 500 each for one free profit. He's always guessed right.
Some more. Great idea. And he finds that this great idea revives the government some ways. Businesses. Let's take businesses who can put in new life. Now, this is how that
These machines will help reduce the chance of creating foodborne illnesses, but there are also other hazards that we need to prevent. Here are some hazards to be aware of such as viruses, bacteria, and parasites, which can cause
many
foodborne
people
illness.
don't even know that they
Chemical hazards are toxins or chemicals that occur naturally in food or accidentally contaminate food. Examples are cleaning solution, fish toxins, and toxic metals.
12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims
that can get into food and remote sites if consumed for the insurance, and that number is these can come from outside sources, such as because the Democrats expanded the among those 12 million, many people don't even know that
keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits means that witnesses in entire city, women and children
bacteria
and now our
some of these foods known as TCSs are especially susceptible to this bacteria, so they must be carefully monitored for time and temperature.
The Democratic Party is now controlled, as I said, by the Marxist activists. Dark money donors. This is not a grassroots effort. And answering American measures
And the campaign seemed like House and Senate both held from the state of New York. With the emergence now of Zoran Mandani, you have seen Zoran Mandani quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally.
Great idea for reviving the government's great
because it needs to be clear when food was first cooked and when it was stored. So different foods have different storage time. Food should not exceed their specific expiration dates. Because at that point,
They currently offer discounted catering and qualifying stores. Exactly what I did with the full premium coverage. This is what I used to create for the exact same time.
He did the right thing. He was pretty
Not to make the switch now. It's so easy and quick. All you need to do is just log
American
Today is for something
Here's the
in any
thing
state
new
or
for
any age or
everything
political
we already know is taken by the his campaign is representing
We talked about
pain, the suffering that Democrats are causing, especially federal workers. Air traffic controllers, President Trump
Leadership was pretty upset.
Great idea for revising the government's great together and drive this course. Let's sell off these fertilizers to businesses who are free for new life in an undesirable position. We already understood about taxes and bring together those families who are massive undesirable position. Households are already hearing stories about people being squeezed into medical procedures before these surgeries to make matters worse, families with massive illnesses and rising inflation
storing food away from walls and at least 6 inches off the floor, sealing workplace equipment to the floor and raising it at least 6
Fiscal
inches above the floor,
responsibility, free markets, and human
maintaining
dignity, all
a
those things are in
work
jeopardy when the
environment by
Marxists
cleaning
take
and
over.
sanitizing
And
preparation
it's the clearest
areas
sign yet
immediately
that the
after
Democrats'
use,
radical Marxist
disposing
wing
of trash
is winning the battle for control.
keeping dumpster areas
Look at where the energy is. This should be alarming to everyone around.
By watching the way they bet.
Mamdani is
Like this guy.
called to
He's been lathering the chips at 500 each for the moment of progress. He's always gets right.
He went fast to the
tasks to help people with
If he wasn't so greedy,
because of their
he'd have been
thorough
tough to
training,
spot.
they are unlikely.
But in the end, they're all greedy.
Be aware that according to the ADA National Network, the provisions of a multi-mission
characterizes
are not considered work or tax under the definition of a service member. That means that heads and programs are not
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. A great idea for reviving the government's great program of
whenever
lifeless
we are
real
cooking
estate.
or reheating food in a microwave,
Let's sell
we
off
need to make
these
sure that
haunted
the temperature
houses to
gets up to at
businesses
least
who can
165
breathe
degrees
new
Fahrenheit.
life into
Now that it's time
them.
to serve,
That
you gotta
trick
remember the
would be a
rules.
real treat for the
We need to make sure
taxpayers
first
because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous
So
sales.
I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Good-looking people, too many good-looking people. I don't like good-looking people. I never liked good-looking people, I'll be honest with you. Never admitted that before. But see, I'm allowed to, we won in the...
Thank you.
Any food container that is being used as a self-service needs to have the proper utensils and needs to have the proper protection, like a sneeze guard or a cover.
a great idea for reviving the government's raised and lifeless
You have
real
completed the food
estate.
hunters course.
Let's
All the
sell off
information
these
you learned today
haunted houses
will help
to
keep our
businesses
community
who
healthy
breathe
and safe
new
when
life
eating at
into
any
it.
food establishment.
That
This
trip
this
would be a
shutdown
real
continues to
treat
pass
for the taxpayers because of the
Democrats Democrats
in
starting on Saturday, it will list everything back.
It's an
Right now, struggle for the government, food on the table, and Operation SNAP, take care of them people who are dependent on all these services we've articulated today. It means that with nonsense and advocating women and youth people and giving them the tough questions, why they're willing to inflict this pain on people for their partisan political purposes.
Training. Today, we are going to be learning about situational awareness. And remember, it's not always about the obvious hazards. Sometimes it's the little things we forget about. Here are some tips for you to follow. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you see something, say something. If you're on the go, stay off the phone.
Something like that happened. Something like that happened. The kid was retarded out. The kid was retarded out. To the crowd it up. To the car, just like, open the door, just like, you're free now. The door, like, saying you're free now. I'm free.
Or simply checking for a chair before you sit
During
down.
the frantic scene after a 6-year-old fired a single shot at his first grade teacher, Abigail Turner, with a 9mm handgun left on the in the end, now she's struggling to ask for EMTs. That is a real treat for the testimony is because of how great she came and real life that I am
billions of dollars from monstrous
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an
answer all the questions
idea
about nuclear testing.
Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to counter.
A great idea for reviving the government's raised of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
You can come over here.
I think they.
Victor 1, do y'all want 45 following the vehicle, or do we have somebody else for that drive?
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices
Negative 2536 over.
Aye. Miss Alston-Brooks, Miss Alston-Brooks, no. Mr. King, no.
Muzzled and able to work.
Before we get started, let me first introduce you all. We have Councilman at Large, Mike Busley. Thank you for attending, sir.
A great idea for reviving the government's raised of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into that.
And in addition, we also have our host for tonight, Councilman Dan Suckley, District 4.
Reduce costs and bring in billions
Thanks, Dr. Young. Actually, our host tonight is Seashore. So there are hosts here providing the facility, and we appreciate that. As always, they've stepped up to the plate for the city and the community to host these, so we appreciate that. Our city manager also, for those of you that don't know, Peter Zanoni just came in, so welcome,
come
Peter.
from a military family.
And
my
lots
father,
of
brother,
staff,
sister-in-law,
and we
uncles
appreciate
all
staff
served
being here as well.
in the Army, and my father long said
we had
he first really understood what it means to be an American
District
when he was
4,
responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces net. We'll pay active duty.
So Peter and I talked about it after the meeting, and Peter was open to the idea of trying to do it again. So glad that y'all came out to join us.
As we're going to NBC News senior White House correspondent Casey Gutierrez, who was traveling with the president in South Korea, we heard optimism from the president. He described the relationship was cordial. We heard optimism. What is the last thing he said was going to be discussed before this bilateral is now set?
Relationship together for generations to come. And I just want to thank everybody in the room. I know so many of you. God bless you. The nations of this great region, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Because people are starting to let them hear about it. They better do the right thing. That's all we can say.
Speaker, you mentioned today that the Senate's going to vote for the 15th time for the Democrats' proposal. The Senate's actually not voting today
this week,
on the CR
U.S.
on the government.
Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enable President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law,
that's a step toward
the law is clear that the president does not
That's
have
one
authority.
step toward a single-payer system. That's one step.
Great idea for reviving the government socialized life as what they want. Let's sell off Medicaid for all, CCPD for all, labor control life.
That he was set to lead the case for those 6 months.
And keep demanding that Democrats stop
These really questions that I was called here to answer, phone calls, foot lockers.
I am so do what you said that you are. You've reached
Our two economic and trade teams reached basic consensus on addressing our respective major concerns and made encouraging
that
progress.
produces vast
Which provided the
amounts of
necessary
electricity
conditions for
for their
military
plant. And if they have
Mr.
extra
President,
electricity, they sell it back into the grid.
This shutdown continues. Objectives for the first time. This shutdown continues at last. We're not this shutdown continues starting on
Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enable President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of cases challenging President Trump's
Women have to teach the wicked. That's women have to
The law is clear that the president does not have
by watching where they bet. Like this guy. He's betting lavender chips at 500 each with only one little problem. If he wasn't so greedy, he'd have been tough for the spot. But in the end, they're all greedy.
Great idea. President this week, Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that are Trump's
The bill be considered read for adoption and passed in the motion to reconsider date and then a public
2025 U.S. Supreme Court
Is there objection?
trade cases challenging Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. From this law,
So I'm not going to answer.
it's an idea is clear that the president does not have authority.
During my time here.
Never admitted that
Great
before.
idea for revising lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. Great idea. That driving the government's great reduce let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe from new life.
So I'm not going to answer.
And bring in billions of dollars.
They better do it right. That's all we can say. Yes, ma'am.
It would pay her.
Check this for the 15th time. They will be this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline. That is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things this means. It means that tens of millions of American families are leaders in food or priests as the staff will see that run dry. It means that wicked women, infants, and children
Since January of this year, House Judge significant tax the United States that enabled President Trump to Canada
COVID-era subsidies, all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas.
This law,
I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
There will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriations. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jen. She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She's a small business owner. She told me yesterday without
she would pay an doing so another and the associated economic American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher
to see what's happened.
So you want to invest?
Great state of New York.
Invest
If you go back to November,
Invest Center?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Trump won an overwhelming victory to come back as president. defeating Kamala Harris, winning every...
But I'll have to talk to you about it offline.
That's fine. Everybody said that I should immediately
President,
get the Nobel
this week,
Peace Award.
the
That
U.S.
statement, that takes me out of the
Senate
running, but-
voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have
The clerk will
authority.
report the motion to invoke cloture.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step towards government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step towards socialized medicine. That's what they want.
He said was going to be
It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you...
Reject this for the 15th time. They will be ensuring that this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline, and that is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things that this means for the American people. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children, the nutrition.
$3.7 million to renovate work cluster terrorist division, and $1 million to complete the JFK Causeway project. Now, when you talk about the JFK Causeway project, there's the commercial corridor that's under the JFK Causeway where it has Snoopy's and the boat ramp. As you all know, that we have a lot of businesses down there.
Reject this for the 15th time. They will be ensuring that this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline, and that is a fateful deadline scheduled for a number of reasons. We were always planning to have starting on Saturday. Let me give you a list of COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November. Tens of millions of American families that COVID-era subsidies don't go on the table because the SNAP discussion benefits that all will run dry. It means that we give you dozens of that are women and collectively. There needs to be
A great idea for reviving the government's rage of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monster sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea to be a zombie
Seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote should go with the committee.
Exactly what I did. I just got my screen. Now I'm taking one of these down with your ears and your head. This is where I used to be. Exactly. Easy and fast. All you need to do is fill out this
President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority to increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase from going from $314 a month to $452 a month. Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance through their jobs, they're
There's no military like
Mr. Murphy.
Easter strengths and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity, all those things are in jeopardy when the Marxists take over. And it's the clearest sign yet that the Democrats' radical Marxist wing is winning the battle for control of
They are
their
providing
party.
to us.
Look at where the energy
Come
is.
from a military
This should be
family.
alarming.
Father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill pay active duty and
Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year, but don't just get and bring in dollars to business.
I'm not going to answer all the questions about
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
We have specialized in complex civil litigation matters, and currently serves as co-chair of the Friends Appellate from Justice Sayers, U.S. Courts of Appeal, and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in 3
building immediately, and they can't blame
A great idea for reviving the government's great of life and determining national emergency declarations and enable houses from businesses of Brazil and Canada. Great idea for reviving that trick. Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the president does not have authority.
Close your eyes and like to pass me. Maybe didn't happen. I'm an educated man. I'm afraid I can't speak intelligently about the travel habits of William Santiago. What I do know is that he was set to leave the base at 06. Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer? Phone calls and foot lockers? Please tell me that you have some.
They won't blame me because I didn't produce enough out of the grid that's 200 years old.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into
there have got to be
that
viable
trick
modern
would be a
Democrats
real
in the
treat
entire
for
state
the taxpayers
here with us to be
reduce costs and bring
So,
in
to that
billions
point,
of dollars from the monstrous
So I'm not going to answer
It's an idea of a zombie
Next month, and I actually started in November to talk to leaders. The city was very intentional.
Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance from their jobs.
There are great idea reviving the government's grave of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers because of the vote
He's been laughing the chips at 500 years for he's always just right. Greedy, he'd have been stuck for the spot. But in the end, they're all greedy.
Charter schools have been here.
His concerns, including, but not limited to, the Bipartisan Trade Review Act, and as well as resolutions terminating the National Emergency Declaration on Tariffs, SCJ 88 and SJ Res 77. The Chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation, requiring an up or down vote for any new tariffs on those imposed in the year to date.
I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here, and they were always talking about the debate creating tariffs, so why we all these other issues in our government. The co-parent subsidies are simple. There are sorts of discussions where leaders of all
This act is specifically designed to strengthen your
Suggested numerous for 39A sessions. Witness
they better do the right thing.
Plus,
I would note that a great idea for reviving the government's grave of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring a great idea for reviving the government's grave of life idea will be a zombie would like sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed the Kuala
Bridge Peace Accord back on August 15th with President Putin of Russia.
Making $65,000 a year should see her premium car increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase negatives when going from $319 a month durable houses. The Constitution grants another example for a family car in Texas to pay making taxes $70,000 a year, an excise, and to regulate commerce in their jobs, and exercising leadership on this function a priority by establishing a more deliberate process for
all sorts of discussions, but we're all behind it. What the hell is this? I can be a lot of dozens that are here to share. I'm being charged with a crime. I'm being charged with information.
reviving the government's Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
Give you dozens of
That
those
trick
there
would
that
be
have
a
been
real treat
give you
for the
dozens
taxpayers
there needs to
because it would help reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars.
There needs to be the elimination of
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
All of his buildings, this is what it looks like tonight. Many of the resorts that make the island such a popular destination now badly damaged. And this is from inside the 15th time. They will be insured. Water just rushing
this shutdown. The number of this shutdown continues starting on Saturday. The deadline. It means that tens of millions starting on Saturday. It means that tens of millions of American restaurants will struggle. It means that
businesses who can breathe. That trip new life treat for the tax trips would be a real treat for the tax dollars because bring in billions of dollars and bring in it's an idea only a zombie would like.
Washington is booming. People are pouring in.
About a lot. And so looking
Getting
at
tremendous
what
help
the
from
TERS
Secret
has
Service.
invested into
We are
and so right
at a
now
point where
we're
Washington is booming again.
projects
People
that
are pouring in.
going to be coming up or are in process or will be almost finished. So we have are setting aside money each year to make sure that Property Channel
Reject this for the 15th time. They will be
They are providing
ensured
to us.
that this
Come from a
this
military
shutdown continues
family.
past the
My father,
November
brother,
1st
sister,
deadline. That is a faithful
in the Army,
deadline.
and my father long said,
Starting
first really
on
understood what it
Saturday,
means
let
to
me
be
give
an
you a list of
American,
things.
but to be responsible for others
It means
and
that
others'
tens of
lives.
millions of American families
Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay for our
Of the $5,000 increase. I mean, she would another issue with the family of Texas. In here, he has $70,000 for extension. Just another example from a family of Texas. $70,000 a year.
Previous record, Democrats This should be alarming to everyone around the country. Mamdani is the course called to defund the police, to abolish and legalize prostitution. He lambasted the New York
To bring in billions of dollars.
So I'm not going to get into
Jonathan, I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. Yeah, implying simply that at present Colonel Markinson is not alive. Colonel Markinson is dead. Is that right? Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. Implying simply that at present Colonel Markinson is not alive. We would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to like, you know,
it is maintaining Property Channel. It is creating doing the paper streets that need to be formed. We've also,
Within the TERS.
making $65,000 a year
Yes.
could see her premium increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional,
Great idea for revising the government's raise Let's sell off these haunted
Another example from a family of four in Texas, new life idea for $70,000 a year.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
So I'm not going to answer.
That's an idea only a zombie taxpayer is able to pick up and reduce costs and bring in better dollars.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie undesirable decision. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed into medical procedures.
As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become
To
very
make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums
for the Democrats.
rising inflation since January of this
I mentioned
year.
brought
Households
some
are
of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess the Democrats have created in the Empire State.
Everywhere.
Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
consequences. We've talked about it over and over.
You know, the last few weeks are starting to let them
We
hear
talked about the pain, the suffering that Democrats were causing President Trump found ways to get paid, others there were ways to do the same thing.
That trip would now
relationship is cordial. We've heard this in my what is the last thing he said was going to discuss before this bilateral has now started?
A long lead on his submarines, nuclear submarines. We are so far advanced that by perhaps 20, 25 years, or 25 years ahead of any computation. And not only are the
when you learned of Santiago's letter to the NIS, you had a meeting
to the world on
with two
Sunday in
senior
Malaysia.
officers.
They are provided to us.
Yes.
I come from a military family.
Lieutenant
My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army. And my father long says he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So that means fighting for better health care or health care for all Americans. It's my bill.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states
White
like
Cap
New York,
Lieutenant
drew
and the executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel
basic health plan provision modeled on something our state had first done, lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States.
Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying.
for revising the government's priceless real estate.
yes.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new
You learned
life.
of Santiago's letter
That trick
to
could
the
be a
NIS.
real
You had a meeting
benefit for the
with two senior
taxpayers
officers.
because it would reduce costs and bring in billions
Jonathan
of
Kennedy.
dollars.
And the executive officer, you learned of Santiago's letters to the NIS. You had a meeting. Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. Yes.
Maine is proud of our history of
And the executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Mark, is starting to let him hear about it.
independent
Island
That's
investment,
President Colonel
then
Mark
it's awesome.
is dead. Is that
The
right?
rest of the city that doesn't have a tool like
Just
TERS
what the
number
defense
2,
counsel is
they're probably
implying.
thinking, wow, we wish we had that over here.
Colonel Watkinson is not lying.
Do you agree with Leader Thun's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR, so SNAP benefits are going to lapse.
Well, Leader Frey is pretty socialist, far left of the party, and they are harm that they're going to cause them. That's a fact, and you need to make them try to refute that because I can't. Grateful again for our New York colleagues for holding the ground.
And my other colleagues who learned so sad to see what's happening to great states.
No, the entire state doesn't.
But if you go back to November, seating Kamala Harris.
Looking forward to invest the Senate. Tell you want to invest? No, tell Pop Council. Invest the Senate. Invest the Senate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, this is it. I'm clean.
So, we've got tourism, and we have hotels.
And it's also been promoting peace.
Great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Whenever you're ready, we're just
But we should be addressing that issue to Isaac, okay? Am I correct?
No. Should go with this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did and I just got my new premium. And I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage versus what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch to it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes. It works in any state or any age. Click the link below.
How'd you fucking do that?
Just like that, I earned $2,000. The other guys looked at me like I just discovered fire. Wait, even better, I was selling garbage to garbage and making cash hand over fist. The only problem you're gonna have is that you didn't buy it. So I was selling them shit. I looked at it, their money was better off than mine. They knew how to serve it.
Lifeless real estate. Let's sell all these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. Great ideas for reviving the government's great tax lifeless because it would reduce. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
So I'm not going to answer.
That idea would be a zombie for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
This is my question.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. I'm asking myself,
so I'm not going to answer.
I know that in that particular basic no-bill or something our state is supposed to say. It's an idea programs like
the cost for police and fire with our collective bargaining agreements is more than 2%. The cost for streets, for asphalt, is more than 2%.
Electric, they're sort of becoming an electric producing company in addition to all of the other things that they produce,
So our
including
revenues this year
information.
generally aren't keeping up with
What they're able to do is start immediately. We're giving them
a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate.
They go 15 years
Let's
and then
sell
they
off
get a
these
vote.
haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
That's why we're here tonight.
That trick would be a
That's why we're here tonight.
treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce
That's why we're here.
costs.
Should go
Yes,
with
sir.
this
We're here for
premium
conversation.
because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for exactly what I did and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage versus what I used to pay for the exact same coverage. If you want to make the switch dates is free, easy, and cheap. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your code within the United States. It works in any state, any area. Link
but not limited to the bipartisan new trade review act, and as a result, as well as resolutions terminating tariffs, SJAs, Chamber of Burgess any new tariffs We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and rise in inflation that we've seen since January. How likely the government's raise this week, the U.S. Senate voted to determine national emergency declaration of life That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers. What have we got?
Now,
bring in billions of dollars. That's a great idea. It's an idea waiting let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses, including but not limited to the bipartisan trade review act. And as a result, as well as Senate voted to terminate national tariffs requiring an up or down vote for any new tariffs under the emergency powers This law, the law is clear that the president does not have authority.
The right thing by the American people to do is that this dimension on Saturday what the defense counsel is implying. There is a wonderful way starting with they've got to do starting with them Saturday to do their job. Give you a list of things for the American people.
There will be then an accelerated motion resolving the issue and moving forward. I'll close by just saying thank you. I have we spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She's a small business. I told you yesterday without the Affordable Care Act, she would have done insurance.
There are all sorts of discussions going on.
If the rates double,
Give you dozens of there needs to be this shutdown. There needs to be elimination of that for a number of reasons. Starting off Saturday, we give you a list of things.
Inflation that we've seen since January of this
tens of
year.
millions of Americans struggle to keep food on the table. It means that women, infants, and children fiscal responsibility of those things we object to Marxist techniques. And it's a pure sign, yes, Democrats are radical
These costs continue
Mamdani is a course called to
hold
defund the police,
hold
to
individual
abolish
households in
all
their budgets,
prisons,
to
to
legalize
legalize prostitution,
I've already heard stories about people live medical procedures before the industry. Great idea to make medical families great idea. U.S. Courts of Appeal and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in 3
on hand with the superstar press secretary. That somebody could allocate and say, okay, that's the money that goes towards terrorism.
Great idea for reviving the government's great idea for reviving the government's great let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life for the tax. That trick, which is free for the taxpayers, and bring in still use dollars and bring in it's an idea
5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us.
Democrats voted to take food off the table and voted to discontinue the snacks of that.
5 more moderate Democrats.
Marxist socialist party, and they are. That's a fact. You need to make them try to refute that.
And we voted that way dozen times, just so you get confused. They wanted to make sure that they rubbed it in your face more than a dozen.
I know my counterpart on the defense appropriation subcommittee of all people he knows what would really help our armed forces because he and I work closely together on a full-year bill for defense that would pay service members and invest more in the capabilities they need to keep America safe.
So, local sales tax.
I'm grateful for
Great idea for reviving the government's great Many people don't even know that they...
The type A for improvements to the downtown seawalls,
Thank you, Claudia, and my
I know my counterpart on the
Tommy.
defense appropriation subcommittee of
To
all
see
people
what's
on
happened
defense.
a great state of New
He
York.
knows what would really help our armed forces because he and I work closely together
Overwhelming victory.
on a full-year bill for defense.
President.
Defeating someone.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare. Great idea. That is a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward breathe new life. Socialized medicine. That trick would be they want free for the taxpayer. It would be like Medicaid for all, UCA for all. They want billions of dollars from monstrous Medicare. It's an idea only a zombie would like.
their economic development
here, look at this
corporations.
here, Pat. We've
And
got
what
maybe
those
some
monies
damage
will
to
be
this
used
vehicle
for is
too.
for
I'm wondering
economic
if that
development,
came from
including quality of life,
from today,
conventions,
maybe
tourism, facilities,
already. Yeah, okay. So
sports
apparently,
facilities,
yeah, we're hearing from the helicopter
housing,
overhead. My pilot general heard that there was
holding government hostage to
Jack
ram
this for the
through
15th time. They
hundreds
will
of
be
billions of
ensured
dollars in
that
inflationary
this shutdown continues past the
In
November
other
1st
words, this
deadline.
week,
That is a faithful
$38
deadline
billion
for a
Senate
number of
voted
reasons.
to terminate national
Starting on
laws.
Saturday,
Run it out,
let me give you a
the
list
Senate
of
voted
this
to
means.
terminate national laws.
It means that tens of millions of American families will
undesirable position. We're already hearing stories to make matters worse, families, massive increases in premiums,
starting on Saturday,
and
let me give
rise
you
in
a list of
inflation that
things
we've
that this
seen
means for
since
American people.
January of this year.
It means that tens of millions of American families will
Great
struggle
idea for
to put food on
reviving
the
the
table
government's
because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, women, infants, and children in the
breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Cents, repurpose it as a quarter of a cent. The citizens did not agree.
To catch them, they try sneaking back with beards and wigs and fake noses. You can spot these by watching the way they bend. Like this guy. He's been lavender chips at 500 each when they land on the property. He's always guessing on
It means that tens of millions of American families,
but in the end, they're all
on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children in nutrition.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
We would take it to like an institution or something.
Jack this for the 15th time. They will be ensuring
Doing so would
this
restore
shutdown
appropriate
continues
procedural
past the November
deliberation
1st deadline.
in the
That is a
enactment of
faithful
taxes on
deadline
trade,
for a
benefiting
number
the
of
millions of
reasons.
Americans whose
Starting
livelihood
on
depend on
Saturday, let
international
me give you a
commerce
list of
and the
things that this means
certainty
for
that
American
supports
people.
investment in
It
our
means that tens of
economy.
millions of American
Members of Congress
families will
continue to
struggle
hear
to
from
keep food on the
farmers,
table
operators,
because
business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs,
it means that WIC
and the associated economic
women, infants, and children in nutrition.
American families are facing thousands of dollars in
New life. Great idea. That trick. Reduce let's sell off and bring in billions of dollars from new life. It's not
I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is
bring in billions of dollars from Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
But it has inhibited growth in a lot of areas because of the continued flooding. And so these were the projects that were identified with working through Public Works and looking at their 10-year master plan. These were the projects that were identified to be
something like that happen.
I should never. The kid was retarded. I would
Because people are starting to listen to this. Jack this for the 15th time. Jack this for the 15th time. This shutdown continues past that this shutdown, that is a faithful deadline. That is a faithful deadline. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of starting on Saturday. It means that tens of millions of American families. It means that tens of millions of American families SNAP will run the table. Just to SNAP that program. It means that WIC will run dry. that says women, it means that we were always scheduled, women, we were always free to have a debate number of reasons. This COVID era starting on all these other issues in our system. The COVID era means that tens of millions of Americans, there are all sorts of discussions I can give you dozens of ones that have been collected. It means that witnesses, there needs to be
chips of 500
that's a step forward. That's one step to rise. That's one step. That's what they want to bring in
for the Democrats to do their job.
Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want this idea of a zombie
talk about the mess the Democrats have created in the Empire State. We were always planning to have a debate about the COVID era subsidies, well, all these other issues, and I'm pretty happy to say the COVID era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens of that that have been collected just as the House Republican Congress. There needs to be massive reform that needs to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we have.
So it's moving along. We've not heard 12 million enrollees in the program. Mr. Peters last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is
estimate probably about 73 million.
What the number was from 2021, because the Democrats expanded the option.
So here's just a representation of where these projects are.
Among those who share $1 million, many people don't even know that they
So one of the other things was the last week
especially federal workers like troops, air traffic controllers, every other federal worker who wasn't getting paid. Some President Trump found ways to get paid, others that weren't ways to do the same thing. The president working overtime, he's doing his job.
last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021, because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they, President, this week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enable President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 3rd, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority debate on challenging President Trump's authority to impose the tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act.
You look like a fucking
This
worm.
law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority.
Well, no shit. What have we got?
And I think we are through with all of those. So that concludes my portion. So anybody have any questions?
They can flicker.
I told Mike
people that they would stop all the
Great idea. Revising the government's
very good. There is one way out of this easy way. That is
in undesirable positions. Judge who argued authority because the U.S. courts civil litigation matters. There are others who have gathered facts. He has collected of the special powers. Great idea.
households with U.S. courts of appeal and the United States Supreme Court. We have also assisted such a undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people going to our children before them. Everybody is going to see how much it makes matters worse. Families masking my homelessness. I want to make this permanent. And the rise in inflation that we've seen. I know that in Florida this year, households in Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan vision modeling something our state had done lower the cost for a lot of working families across the United States.
It's really
programs
simple.
So it's important. So we represent
Our
both
friends
places.
across the
As far
aisle
as the city is concerned,
want to bring
on the
America.
bond, I want to tell you that I appreciate the focus on the police and the fire. You know, I think that's one of the things that we can all agree
Basically,
regardless
the
of
kid was
who
retarded. I would drive it up
we feel
to the country.
peace in our city,
Just like,
and that's
open the
very
door and let
important.
you're free now.
We feel safe when we go to bed at night.
President, this week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Secondly, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, the law is clear that the President does not have authority.
We would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to like, domesticate or whatever.
Part of those are going to be parks.
They will be
There's also going to be a lot of other things.
This shutdown continues past the November 1st. This shutdown continues past the November 1st. For a number of reasons. That is a fateful, starting on Saturday, for a number of reasons. List of things. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of tens of millions of American families will struggle. It means that tens of millions of American families, because the SNAP program benefits on the table will run dry. Because the SNAP, it means that WIC assistance will run dry. Women, infants, and children. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children, the nutrition.
Exactly like Councilman Suckley said. Peace. It may
Thing
not
like
be a
the calls I'm
perfect
getting,
process.
there will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jan. She's a stage 4 cancer survivor. She's a small business owner. She told me yesterday without the Affordable Care Act, she would have died 10 years ago because insurance would have dropped.
Because he knows
If her rates double,
his benefits.
Because I used
That's
to be
what
a
he
mom
told me.
being moved
But you know what he
10,000
told me? I
different
thought this was
directions,
very
and you're so
insightful.
busy
Because
running
people
He told me
are starting to let them
pay
hear about
attention to what's going on with
He told me
They've got to do
thank
the
you
right
for
thing.
all you're doing to keep the government
You mentioned
open.
that the Senate's going
He
to
also,
vote for the 15th time.
he also told me to please talk to our senators
on the CR
and ask them, since they voted in a campaign on being moderates and reaching.
The CR, so SNAP benefits are going to lapse. They're not taking that vote today.
Well, Leader Finn was pretty upset yesterday.
So I'm the
We've all
most
seen.
untapped person
Great idea for reviving the government's great lifeless beings. Let's sell off these veterans business class to breathe new life. We're arguing stories about medical procedures before they
So I'm not going to answer.
Make matters worse, creating a solving massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year. Households are
$1 trillion.
Over $1 trillion. We have the.
Yeah. And we want to recognize Chief Wade is back there, so talking about our public safety. He's done a great job with the fire department.
We were always scheduled. We were always planning to have the
great
debate
idea for
about the
reviving the
COVID-era
government's
subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December.
estate.
the COVID-era subsidies don't expire until December. There are all sorts of discussions going on.
Interruption. That trick,
I give you dozens of them that have been collected during the It needs to be
$1,605 for a family of 4. For the lowest income individuals, insurance premiums can never exceed 2% of the total household income.
Seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection.
Yes.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, and we, the undersigned senators, and
How is that determined? Are there parks where people buy tickets, or they're parking?
So no, it's just the general sales tax. It's not specifically the sales tax that's generated by the seawall. It's just the sales tax collection across the city.
Reject this for the 15th time. They will be ensuring that this shutdown continues past the That is a big it means that tens of millions of American families are turned to executive office because the SNAP program says we're going to
Lieutenant Kendrick was clear what you wanted. You like, you can keep that and make it. Well, we would love to be addressing these issues, but our Democrat colleagues have decided they want to keep going with the government shutdown and hold
for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things that this means for the American people. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry.
I'd appreciate it.
It means that witnesses,
Colonel or Sir, I believe
women,
I've
infants,
earned
and
it.
children, the nutrition.
Defense counsel will address the witness as Colonel.
During that discussion, we did say that
We were always listening to the subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December.
from the 2025
The
levels.
COVID-era subsidies
You mean she would pay an additional
There are all sorts of discussions going on.
increase from going from $314 Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance through their jobs.
Something like that. And you know what? I am going to zone you out. Lieutenant Kendrick was clear. I need to stay focused. I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday, so call me if something on Monday.
I don't know there's
We were always scheduled. We were always supposed to have the debate about the COVID-era subsidies in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies, they would be censured. There are all sorts of discussions. This shutdown continues past November 1st. That is a fateful deadline. They collect a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, we're going to list of them. It needs to be elimination of fraud, waste. It means that tens of millions of American families struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits. It means that weaknesses, women, infants, and children.
And the executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Martin, Commander Lieutenant Jonathan Kendrick, and the executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew
Leader was pretty upset.
Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying. Is dead. Is that right? Objection. I'd like to know just what the defense counsel is implying.
I'm implying simply that at present, Colonel Markinson is not alive.
It's a great idea for reviving the government's of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick really real trade for the taxpayers because it would reduce the costs and bring in $4 billion from lost sales. It's an idea of being a solid
leader team was pretty
And the campaign seemed like so long.
leader team was pretty upset.
That's separate from state park
We've all seen it.
You know, I know the true, you know, goals of ISAC initiatives there. You know, I'm a community person here today.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers. It doesn't look like it's bring in billions of dollars from taxpayers. It's an idea of a zombie with life. A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless letters and let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into their budgets. That trip would be our commission for the Guardian story. Households are new lives. That trip would be a elimination of Broadway institutions. This week, the Senate voted to eliminate national emergency declaration on neighbors saying it's an idea that November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the emergency powers act. This law, the law is clear that the president does not have authority.
There's so many people that belong in these meetings and to learn about how
Together, these costs will be used to cost of a great idea for reviving the government's great reviving the Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them.
Some of the places that I'm aware of is the city sends it out on their different channels. They do their graphics. They send it out not only for this meeting specific to tonight, but this meeting has been listed previously in other lists of I personally sent it out to Padre Island neighbors, Padre Islander, North Padre Island community, on my Facebook page, on my campaign Facebook page. I sent it out to every means that I have available to me where people have followed me or followed those sites over there. So, and I did that multiple times. So,
I have to agree. I thank y'all very much for being
the
here.
old model of incompetent government that punished success and rewarded failure and made building anything almost impossible. When you come into our country, and many of you are doing that, but when you come into America, you're going to get service like you've never seen before. Quick permits, and we want safety, we want great environmental, we want everything good, but it's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in the USA.
And it would be nice to be appreciated. These people eventually send out. That's where this meeting initially showed up. And they're gonna have
Right, and I did that, but I'm just saying, I do appreciate y'all being here.
I basically, the kid was retarded.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless realism.
He's an early riser.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into
I'm an educated man.
And all I care about is getting. Please tell me that you have something I can ask.
Reviving the government's waste of lifeless real estate credits. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses. Now this is something that the Democrats did in 2020. That trick over the tax credits because it eliminated the 400% free income bill, allowing households that are making over just this
So many of us and the problem with the social platforms is that there is algorithms that suppress this content constantly. So just because you subscribe to some specific page, whether it's a Facebook page or Facebook group, I changed the cover photo of the today related to this meeting. That cover photo is only seen by 5% of the entire audience of that group. So we have a restricted ability to communicate even using social media, using the city's website. For someone that wants to know what's the city's website and have availability to shoot me. But when I put the task back on us, it's because the word of mouth, talking to each other and talking to our neighbors and is how we elevate the expecting the news media or otherwise to be poised to create the likelihood of someone showing up it has to be back on us. Because in the end, if I were to go back in the numbers and say, you know what, take us 15 years ago before social media, what was the survey like with 280,000? It was probably 200 people. It was pretty because they still, even with these social channels, there's more than really So when you hear something, don't assume that someone knows that this is necessarily Jack, I think that was pretty
So speaking of surveys and participation, we do have an ongoing survey right now for the CS tax reauthorization, and so I encourage everybody to pick up the QR code or the sales tax address to the survey.
There needs to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
What's that? I'd appreciate if you address me as Colonel or Sir. I believe I've earned it. Defense counsel will address the witness as Colonel or Sir. I don't know what the hell kind of unit you're running here. The witness will address this court as Judge or Your Honor. I'm quite certain I've earned it. Take your seat.
Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No.
The Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District applied and received 5 virtual reality headsets from the CDC. The availability of this innovative technology allows the health district lab professionals to expand disease mitigation and emergency preparedness efforts.
The purpose of the headsets are to provide us training opportunities for our laboratory staff through CDC One Lab. CDC One Lab is a learning management system that provides laboratory professionals an opportunity to learn more in terms of safety. They focus on some of the essential competencies such as preparedness, quality, safety. So one of the biggest things that we really want to focus here in the health district is modernization of technology. We are able to simulate mistakes and see potential mistakes that we can learn from, which is not possible in the real world situations. It will also provide us, our laboratory professionals, a different but funner and more innovative way of making new safety protocols and learning how to strengthen their core competencies as well as the infrastructure within the lab itself.
VR simulations will strengthen the coastal bend region's workforce development by giving the staff the ability to practice and improve their skills in a safe and controlled learning environment.
It was actually pretty surreal when I first heard about these things coming to our laboratory. I didn't know what to expect. I couldn't really connect how it was going to help us, and then putting it on, it totally changed my perception of this new age that we're in. I just really couldn't believe the technology. It's just developed extremely well, and it completely depicts what life as a laboratorian is.
The health district has extended the opportunity to higher education partners in Corpus Christi so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community. Undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed
provided input. China's been helping in our own way Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes. And we have also been promoting peace talks with other hotspot issues.
All right, everybody, thank you for attending. This is
put the gun down, all right? I came here to talk sense.
He'll be sure to give you a input on some of our proposed bond packages, as well as repurposing of
You didn't come here to talk.
218 cents tax that we're using for economic development.
Costello was my informant. I was harassed.
You know what? I am going to zone you out.
Allows us from portion of the sales tax for economic development. Okay. So what I believe we have a presentation on some of the items we're going to do.
This week, going to see Senate voted to every national emergency declarations that enable President Trump. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our next week. Let's November 5th to 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, challenging President Trump's Oregon, Minnesota tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act plan.
What I want to point out specifically for District 5 is President Donald costs for a lot of working families across the United States.
The debate about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December.
What we were doing is that we would have the COVID-era subsidies for the street and the construction all in one.
All sorts of discussions going on.
Almost 2 years plus. There's design it by the time we got to construction. The estimate was already 2 years old.
There needs to be a deadline for a number of reasons. Needs to be to eliminate unemployment.
To the NIH, we had a meeting.
It means the tens of millions of American
So we ended up having to do certificates of obligation. So what I'd recommend is we split this into two. Design portion first, get an actual good design, understand what it's going to cost, and then come back to the voters and say, we have a design, this is what it's going to cost. And then we could go to construction within 6 months. So sometimes, if you recall, we vote on something and then nothing would happen for several years and then this is a way to kind of change that thought process, and that way we have better understanding what it's going to cost when we go
Basic health plan, provision model, something
practicing what I preach. So every one of my streets are on here, along with some other items. But we are still in the process of doing construction. Started on here.
It means that WIC is started on women, infants, and children.
These are real people struggling.
The ribbon cutting on
Doing so would
Boston Road.
procedural
I don't want to take up too much time, so who's going to be doing the presentation? Me? All right. So this is one of our assistant city managers, Dr. Lee.
Members of Congress and hear from doing so.
All right, okay. Hey, we really appreciate you all coming out here.
American families are losing thousands of
You know, I missed one of the town halls at my bar well attended, so great to be in a room full of
American families are facing thousands of dollars in
worth the time and investment that you all have made to spend your evening here with us, so really do appreciate it. And as the councilman has stated, we do have two major policy items that are going to be discussed tonight, that being Bond 2024 and the Type A sales tax. And that's really out of the norm of what we usually do with a town hall. Usually town halls are really geared around one major policy issue, which gives us a whole lot of time to go into great detail about the policy issue and then have a very in-depth discussion with the audience. But since we are doing two topic.
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation and enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international
But do
commerce.
note that there is a very comprehensive and detailed presentation.
Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers this week.
For the entire bond as a
whole. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices. 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to
with that
impose
being
global tariffs
stated, let's go ahead
under
and
the
move forward.
Emergency Powers Act.
So
This law,
we have
the law is clear that the president does not have authority.
all right. While we're waiting on IT to fix the mouse, please note, so for bond 2024, the bond proposal in its current form is coming in at an estimated cost of $175 million. And we're fully aware that there may be delays or slip and jobs amongst some of our citizens. So we wanted to ensure that we did a very detailed comparison between bond 2022 and bond 2024. Bond 2024, which is detailed on the right, as stated before, has an estimated cost of $175 million. That's the funding that was asking our voters. But it shouldn't cause too much anger, because if you look at bond 2022, this was approved on the November in 22 by a very large margin, or $125 million. So a $50 million difference. Yes, that's still a significant amount of money, but if you really go into both proposals, you'll note that the lion's share of that has really been enacting a guiding principle for our bond program.
One step toward a single payer system.
And when I say design, that means engineering design. In a one bond program, 22, we did ask for some significant money to invest in the design plan for
Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They won't control of your
ask funds to our voters. We're able to get those completed. Now we're back here in 2024. That promise that was made to the public was met, and now we're asking for the permission from the voters once again to trust us with the funding to go.
In the history of our country, 200 years, and we've sort of just more people now working than
modernize and expand the public safety infrastructure. So let's talk about bond 2024. Well, we're looking at our 42 projects totaling $175 million. Of those projects, 22 are dedicated to streets, 11 to our parks and quality of life projects, 7 for public safety.
That is a continuous path.
Now, there's two very large questions that I'm asking.
That is a fake. It means that tens of millions of American reasons. It means that starting a million
Number one,
will run dry. It means that millions of millions of witnesses will run dry. Women and witnesses
have to report that
women, infants, and children will run dry. It means that witnesses
deliver those amenities
women, infants, and children
no increase to your property tax rate.
Using
All right?
Jim
And that there's no previous bond programs like 2012, 14, making it a new
reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday,
I'm being approved. We actually see double playgrounds and that project is and that's it. That business has changed. So now we are looking at for bond programs. That's when we look for $1,000, and if approved, then you can see that, hey, if approved construction, you actually see shovels in the dirt a year, 18 months at the most. And that's example by the Training Academy, the park, Yorktown project, and a myriad of other different bond projects that have taken place across the community. Construction and bond 22, even though it's less than 18 months since we've got the contracts executed for design, the project for District 5 specifically. As stated before, this is a summarized version of the presentation, so we're going to go through District 5 specific projects, because I know that naturally is most important to you all. Then we'll talk about safety and opportunities. Then we have enough time to go into other topics that could be on the referendum, but they'll be for
millions of
citywide or other
businesses
cities.
food on the table.
But District 5, as the councilman have warned, you will note that there's going to be a lot of projects that are being pegged or targeted for design only. And I know that some people in the room may be asking, well, what is design only? Design only is a term meaning that a lot of voters support the funding for active resilience. I mean, to an engineering consultant, starting here from actually So for District 5, we're looking at design only, $3.6 million. Catamaran, $2.5 million for design.
Tens of millions of American families will struggle to
$2.5 million for the design and expansion of Light Boulevard.
The 400% income tax.
$2.5 million for the reconstruction of Grand Junction.
Get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000
As
a
I'm
year.
sure many of you are aware, we recently opened up the most recent expansion of that investment and continue the expansion of that corridor. So we will.
Allows people to start building.
Anybody live out on Cimarron?
They won't blame me because
Okay, once you pass
enough out of the grid that's 200 years old. So we have more people now working than
does one
at
of
any
these numbers
time
in
in the
various
history of our
places.
country.
You know, it just,
And we've sort of
whatever the developer had got approved to built in with on the eastern side of the road that have curbs and gutters,
and then they spend 5 years in building the new one.
side,
And then
it's not consistent all the way through. This would get complete the road.
They'll spend hundreds of millions
Sidewalks
of
on
dollars
each
a
side,
road.
as
They'll
well as
spend
curbs and
about
gutters and
$1
underground drainage.
And it'll look better. So we're going to be replacing medians, we're going to be replacing much
A lot
of
of
the
damage
asphalt
to
in the
this
road,
this
in
this
the
road, a lot
city, which
similar
is
to Aaron. Anybody live on that
They're
side?
great contractors.
Okay.
So we have to let them do
Lights,
the
between Bronx and Airline, you have kind of this,
Damage will not end at the Hudson.
and it goes
It will
in and
reach
out.
every
It's not a
corner
complete
of
road.
upstate New York and
Same-
across
similar
this country.
type.
We are here
That
to
is
fight for
supposed
the
to
men and
be
women
a
who
four-lane
build, farm,
road divided
serve,
by
and raise families across
So
New
we
York
want
and
to
our
create
nation.
the other half
They are
of
the
Rod
backbone of
Field
this
Road.
nation,
So we
and
can
they deserve
consider
a government that works for them, not the political insiders who have created this mess. So my
at
message
some
to
point,
Chuck
we're going to
Schumer
build the
and
regional
Hakeem
parkway.
Jeffries is simple.
Everybody heard of the regional
Stop
parkway?
playing
Kentucky is
games.
recognized. Okay,
Stop
the regional
bowing
parkway
to
at
this
Rod
mob.
Field. So looking at the forward mobility, want to have another exit for this community, for this area of the town, to where they can exit towards the crosstown and get to the other parts of the city.
Great idea for reviving the government's brave president of
I don't want
lifeless
to, the reason I'm thinking
They're here to
this way, I
share
don't want to be like,
Let's sell off these haunted houses. It's a great idea for reviving the government's brave president. That lifeless realistic for the taxes sell-off is just great idea. That's great.
two-lane road, parking on each side, we have growth out there. But I know I get a lot of requests for it, but we have very little connectivity between our walking trails. Something cuts off. And then there's a pedestrian bridge over here that goes all the way, and then there's another sidewalk that goes all the way right here. It stops.
This reckless shutdown is extraordinary job lighted to spring up through the country.
So what we're trying to do here is have a complete walking trail system that connects all past the middle school, have another pedestrian crossing bridge over the net ditch so where kids can actually have safe route to school. We live on this side, the only way to get to the middle school is to either go to Cimarron or, now that's supposed to continue along Timber, but ultimately we want to have some connectivity. One of the things that I noticed here is that we don't really have those kind of things here. Have ways to have some activity here and connectivity
Mr. President,
or whatever, right?
seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled
Everybody's fully aware of
Invest is 7.
So for college,
That's how you want to invest?
for the spot.
Invest is 7. Invest is 7.
we were always
It means she would pay an additional $5,000.
all these other
Okay, when I first got here,
It means she would pay an additional for revising the government's raise from $340 a month to $450. Another example from the family of
you go to the parking lot over in the ballpark. That was the old farm, the old base. You can actually still see the tie down on the actual park, on where they park. And there's grass all over. That was built back in 1940. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is we had a master plan created for go on to our website. We want to improve the roads with create walking trails that goes all the way around. We also want to create western side of the park, so it's the right room as the right top of the speed, and then right in the end, they're all on your account. So we want to have a second entry.
Our city, but will take over our state. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the moment.
And parking. Step would be the improvements to the actual fields.
Well, thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. And it's so sad to see what's happened to that great state.
Great idea for revising the government's raise of lifeless real estate. Together, let's these costs continue businesses to breathe new life to individual households and their budgets.
It's kind of nice we're going to have
Great idea to things the government's about revising the government's
This guy, he's been allowing the chips at 500 each for no problem. He's always guessed right.
So you have to be correct.
If he wasn't so
And if they
he would have been tough to the spot.
They're all about our road, baby. Voted
I can't blame the government. They won't blame me because I didn't produce enough out of the grid that's 200 years old.
prohibits the use of
So we have more people now working than any time in the history of our country. And we've sort of just...
So you're correct. I don't believe
fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity, all those things are in jeopardy
state
when
laws are a
Marxists
little
take over.
more lenient in
And it's
how
the
we
clearest
do
sign
it.
yet that
So
the
for
Democrats'
those of you who
radical
don't know what
Marxist wing is
certificates of
winning the
obligation
battle
are
for
dead,
control
how much
of
they're
their
starting to
money.
hear about. The city
Look at where the
carries
energy
Great
they put
idea
in.
for
The shit against
revising the
armies and
government's
everywhere.
raise of lifeless
To
real estate.
defund the police,
Let's sell
to
off these
abolish
haunted
all
houses
prisons,
to businesses who
legalize
can breathe
prostitution.
new
We went
life
back to the
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
And that is for the Democrats to do their job.
On trade
Vote for
as
this
means to secure
I mentioned
durable
we brought
outcomes.
some of our
The
our
Constitution
friends
grants
and colleagues here
exclusive
from New
authority
York,
to Congress
to talk about the
to
mess
lay
the
and collect
Democrats have
taxes,
created
duties,
in our state.
impose
Now, why don't we
and
focus on the
excise,
because
and to
again, it's a
regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for
we
enacting
won't sell that bond right away because we don't want to put debt on ourselves and then start paying on the debt before we ever do any project. So what happens is we use reserve balance funds to start the process, and then when we get to the point of actually spending the money, we sell the bonds.
Doing so
Because they currently offer discounted rates. Go with this qualifying car because they currently offer discounted rates. Exactly what I did. I just got my new full premium coverage. Now I'm paying $28. Exactly what I did. I just got my new premium. This is what I am paying $28. Exact same premium coverage. This is what I used to want to make the exact same coverage as easy and clear. All you need to do is to free and easy and clear. All you need to do is to any state for any quote within the link below. It works in any state for any age. The link below.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
We'll get that.
Reduce new life and bring in that's one step toward a single going to see on November 1st that everybody will see how much this costs. From lower 300 school board families across the United States. Another example from a family of four in Texas, parents will get $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance through their jobs.
Okay, moving forward, so those again were the District 5 specific projects. We're now looking more towards citywide projects that deal with public safety. So for public safety, as stated before, in bond 2022, that's when we had requested and approved for funding for the replacement of fire station 10 and fire station 8. So now here we are at bond 2024 with that request for the construction dollars. And that'll come into the tune of $25 million for replacement of fire station 10 on John Road and fire station 8 at Soares. In addition, we are continuing moving forward with the improvement enhancement of our public safety infrastructure, as evidenced by our request for design funding to pay for the replacement of fire station number 9 on Navigation Boulevard and fire station 11 on Airline.
For their plant. And if they have extra electricity, they sell it back into the grid.
On the police side of the house,
really, I mean, it's really been amazing.
The construction
it allows
of
people to start building
what we're calling the Northwest
Police
Substation. And interesting to note that we have pegged West Goose Park location for that substation. On the south side, or District 5, we're requesting $5 million for the construction of what's going to be called the Far South Police Substation, and now actually be located on this campus.
Okay, remember what I was telling you about having construction and design, and then you not having enough money to pay for it?
Sovereignty against the Chinese communist threat.
Fine. Have you noticed the dollar amount is $5 million versus $9 million? Okay, we put
China bought some cargoes of soybeans just before the meeting.
We did the design, and then come to find out we didn't have enough money for the and then come in and ask for samples. So now we're having to come back for an additional $5 million to actually build this police station.
And if they have extra
in that neighborhood, to where we couldn't afford to build it. So this is something that I've instituted as policy. Now, this is probably the best way to do it. That way you can have an idea. So now we're having to wait longer to build this facility.
Lots of discussions going on about
okay, so I want to use that as a prime example of the way we should be doing it.
that have been collected.
Okay.
Close to
And so I'm sure that you all are wondering about police substation design on in their life.
Many people
Facilities, this is very interesting. For District 5, at the request of the Councilman Menendez, he did note that District 5, even though it is, has been identified as a high growth area for the city of Corpus Christi. It lacks its own independent standalone library, and it lacks a community center like the other districts. So we're looking for a photo approval for $2 million so we can do a design of an independent facility so that we can deliver to District 5 its own independent library, and it'll be a multi-use facility where it's a library, but it's also serves as a community center. In addition to that, we're asking for $1.25 million to do some restoration and maintenance for our historical homes and heritage parks.
New life.
I stated before, regarding the question, as Councilman stated before, that the purpose of the town hall is deliberate. Rather than having the Bond 2024 program be crafted by city staff and crafted in the vacuum, we have been going to all the different districts and talking to many stakeholder groups across the community with the encouragement of feedback from the community. So what we want to do is ensure that whatever is the program that's in place on the ballot, we can say with confidence that it is not a city plan, it is a community plan for our program. So in keeping with that spirit, we have been conducting town halls in all our districts, as you can see on the screen before you, and we have also been meeting with different stakeholder groups across the community. This is just an abbreviated list of the stakeholder meetings that we have from May through June, but I can assure you that through November there will be multiple engagements with and continued and sustained engagement with stakeholder groups across the community. And if you go to cctexas.com/bond2024, we'll continue to update that schedule because, like this town hall tonight, stakeholder meetings are open to the public as well, and we encourage you to attend and continue to engage as we move forward with the bond process. So, with that being stated, we'll open it up for a few questions, and then I need to turn it over to my colleague Heather, which is turn the topic over to sales data. Mega desk. I'm sorry, the type A sales tax. Yeah. Yes, sir.
If something like that happened, I basically, if the kid was retarded, I would drive it up to the country and just like open the door and see
street assessment fees was being collected.
This week, Senate voted to terminate national emergency
terminated the street user fees in the last budget, so the last street user fee was collected in December.
We'll hear a majority of trade cases challenging
The clerk will report the motion to vote closure.
to impose global tariffs
Several quick questions,
under the
if I may.
Emergency Powers Act.
I appreciate the
This
notion
law-
to design bill.
I'm sorry. The law is clear that the president does not have to lifeless, the great idea for revising the
This should continue past the November
Eventual design
new life.
by the Mechanic Organization. Specific office So my question is, when we talk about a design bill, is there going to be an MPO review cycle in there before we think we're done with design?
They've objected for the 15
many of our major street projects, the MPO usually included in the design project, and you're absolutely right. There may be one that the MPO has that differs from the city. But that's what happens when you do have that divide between two different entities. We do know that the city plans are somewhat records because it's being funded, but we do know that there is that division, there is that government running, and that is being imposed by public works department, planning department, the city, and the MPO, so to make sure that people are part of the line. That's evidenced by the fact that we're currently doing an update to the fleet suite plan, and the city has been actively involved in the different channels that they have in the plan as well, so to ensure that the plans are considered as well as organized with, the activities that the city feels. Again, I bring that up. We went through 2 rounds of meeting with the city staff about the work on the rebuild. Greatly surprised to find out later. I looked at it, they rewrote it, they probably rewrote their plan, but it affected how and what the city ended up doing. But yeah, we're closing the communication.
Since January of this year, households are.
In other words, we're not spending enough. $38 trillion in debt is not enough.
Sit down.
They want to run it up some more. And he claims that the special action is
Okay, that second item on the page, Texas State Aquarium parking lot. Is that city property or is that TSA property we're talking about? So what spurred this discussion or for this project to make the list was the fact that in bond 2022, the Texas State Aquarium did come to the city asking for us to partner with them to build the wildlife rescue center, which was approved in bond 2022, and they did build out the wildlife center. So for bond 2024, we did receive a request from Texas State Aquarium to gain funding for parking lot improvements. The aquarium was informed by TechStat that the current parking lot is under the old Harbor Bridge. It's going to be destroyed. We're not sure what's going to happen with the right away. So the Texas State Aquarium is being forward leaning and looking for other parking solutions. Right now they have the eye on the privately owned property that they want to secure, and if they do secure it, it's going to happen. Asking for the city, the Action City for assistance with making improvements to what is currently raw land and upgrading it to make it a standard parking lot to accommodate airport.
Okay, so transparency, I was against it. I think you should be funded to code number 4 feet. Code number 4 is nueces, right? So this is kind of a proposal right now. I'm not sure it's going to make it on the list because I believe there's better funding source that is designed for that kind of economic development. So first, we are really with it's a reinvestment bill, right? So where we reinvest a portion of the tax tax that are collected in that area to reinvest in economic development. So it's part of the legislation. We have to several ecologically designed downtown, one on the island, Island 2, downtown Santa Cruz, where we can invest in infrastructure as well as assistance with economic development. This would fall right in line with what so this may not make it on site.
Exactly what I did. I just got my notification.
Everybody knows the University Library here? It's built right next to Taffy Middle School, and actually, the decision was made, it was a joint venture with the school district. We also have another library in Flower Bluff that is similarly co-located with the Flower Bluff ISD. Okay, forward many years later, we would have security concerns at schools, so CAFE and CCISD administration have decided to withdraw from that and put a fence all the way around the school, kind of cutting out the library, but where they're co-located, right? So it creates some. It's not really a good situation. Okay, so we understand that. So we're talking to CCISD for them to rephrase and something to the library building from us. And do something else. Now this is kind of where this came from, but in terms of trying to keep, look at how we can maximize our dollars and what we have and don't have. And I was mentioning this earlier, we do not have a community center or a senior center south of SPID. So just not like this, for whatever reason, decisions are made that doesn't make sense. There are some throughout the other parts of the city that we don't have that on this side. So in order to maximize our synergies, we can include the senior centers, community centers / library in a single location and try to maximize that our investment.
So I'm not going to answer.
So we haven't decided on a location. This is for the design of a facility. And what that would look like. We've seen other places in other cities that have similar kind of setups.
They currently
So I
offer
think this would
discounted
be
rates
the ideal
qualifying
situation.
cars for full premium coverage.
I talked to my
That's exactly what I did, and I just got my new
officials, and we
premium.
have
And I'm paying $28 for full premium
regions
coverage
here.
versus what I used to pay
They
for
have a
the
nice piece of
exact
property
same
right over
coverage
here
as you can see
that
here.
we
If you want to make
partially
the
own.
switch to, it's free,
Maybe we can
easy, and
convince them to
quick.
put it
All
over
you
here.
need to do is just fill out this form.
We'll have that discussion later. But right now it's just for the
If
design.
you're in any state, any age, click the link below.
The last few weeks, we talked about
Awesome, thank you.
pain,
And again,
suffering
we
that
apologize
Democrats
for,
are
the
causing
short discussion on Bond
especially
2024.
federal
However,
workers, our
do note,
troops,
as stated
air
before,
traffic
you
controllers,
can go to
every other federal
cctexas.com/bond 2024 for a more detailed presentation for each and every project for the program. In the interim, we're going to turn it over to Heather Herbert.
working overtime, at least doing
I just saw Sharon come here. She missed the funding for the trails and stuff like that. But it's in here, so maybe we can kind of show it real quick.
For a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things
I'm with you
that
there.
this means for the
We're not there
American
yet. We got to get it approved first before we go after the
millions
event.
of American families will struggle to keep
Awesome.
food on the table.
All right, to talk about type-based sales tax.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare.
It means that women
That's a step toward government-run healthcare. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want.
Anything almost impossible. When you
It
come
would be
into
like
our country, many
Medicaid
of
for
you
all, or the
don't
VA for all.
Tonight what we're going to talk about is talk a little bit about local sales tax, talk about some of the allowable uses of the type A sales tax under the state statute, looking at what our current authorization or what our current programs are or projects that are using sales tax, look at what the baseline reauthorization or those baseline projects that are being proposed, and then look to see walk through what we are doing with community engagement, stakeholder engagement, along with moving forward how we're going to engage and educate.
That is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons.
The state allows up to 8.25 cents of sales tax to be collected across the state.
Tens of millions of American
And of that, 2 cents can be used for what's called local purposes.
Because the SNAP
And
program
so, in Corpus Christi, in the city limits,
it means that WIC
6.25 cents of sales tax goes to the state operations. And so that comes right off of those sales taxes. And then the local portion is divided up 6 different ways. So there is a half of a cent that goes to the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority, which helps fund those transportation operations. That produces about, is estimated to produce about $35 million in fiscal year 24. Then 1 cent goes to city operations for the operations of the city. So that helps fund parks, helps fund libraries, public safety, things along those lines. And so that is estimated to produce about $71 million. Now, these first 3 do not have any type of expiration date or defined term. They will continue to be collected by the state, by the RTA, and by the city. And then moving into the additional 4 that do have expiration or defined terms, we have 2 projects that are funded through the statute that allows for what's called Type A. And so we have, one of the projects was improvements to the downtown seawall, and the other was the construction of the multi-purpose arena that is at the American Bank Center. And so those, each 1/8 cent produces almost $9 million a year. In addition, we have what's called Type B, or authorized under the Type B statute, and that allows for use for economic development, affordable housing, and streets. And then finally, the final 1/8 cent goes to the Corpus Christi Crime Control District. And so that is in support of the police department, it's for crime prevention and other activities. So within the city of Corpus Christi, there's produced about $106 million a year in sales tax. So this is just a visual representation for each penny of sales tax. Half of that penny goes to the city for operations. A quarter of the city goes to the RTA for operations, and the remaining quarter cent is divided 4 equal ways. 1/8 cents going to downtown seawall improvements, 1 going to the multi-purpose arena construction, 1 going to economic development, affordable housing, and streets, and then the final 1/8 cents going to the Corpus Christi Crime. So what is Type A or Type B sales tax? So it is authorized under the Development Corporation Act of 1979. And the state allowed municipalities to utilize this funding for economic development or to encourage new growth in the local economy. And so the type of projects or the type of uses that you can use for this Type A or Type B sales tax includes quality of life improvements, convention tourism and entertainment facilities, professional amateur sports and athletic facilities, affordable housing projects, water and sewer facilities, parking and transportation facilities, and then generally projects that develop and expand business enterprises or retain jobs. What the money cannot be used for is for residential purposes, residential streets, or general funded city services. So these can be used for public safety, for libraries, and things along those lines. So like I mentioned earlier, there's 2 projects that are currently being funded by what's called Type A sales tax. These were both approved by voters in November of 2000. The term was for a 25-year term. And the first project was the construction of the American Bank Center Arena. So the intention was the city issued debt for the construction of this, and it was used for that debt service. Now, one of the things we've been very beneficial and fortunate in the fact that revenue has continued to grow. And so right now our debt service is about $3 million. We collect almost $9 million, and so that $6 million has been able to be reinvested back in the arena. So it's gone back into technology improvements, equipment that's end-of-life, capital improvements, and things like that in the arena. But the voters authorized it only for the arena, and so it can't be used on the convention center, it can't be used in the Selena Auditorium, it can only be used within the arena. That authorization expires in September of 2025 with the last debt payment. So then the second project is the downtown seawall. So that was issued for major improvements that needed to be done to the seawall in the early 2000s. There was just a news story on the local news about it just recently, kind of what that history was. And so those improvements were made to the downtown seawall. Again, that debt service is about $2 to $3 million a year. And so the remaining money has been able to be reinvested in the areas around that seawall that are eligible. So we have reinvestment back into the marina, reinvestment back into the art center, the water gardens, and then the art museum. So that expiration expires in March of 26, with the final debt payment for that project.
This law.
Project this for the 15th time.
So, we did take the proposition to the voters back in November of last year. Voters chose not to approve those projects that we put forward. And so we took those lessons learned, we came back, we really analyzed that. And so we started out the year with one-on-ones with council members to understand what their needs are. Then we've been having meetings with community stakeholders. We've met with almost 60 to 70 stakeholders now over the past month and a half to understand what their input is. On February 27th, the City Council met to discuss what type of projects that they would like to be considered. And so this is where we developed that baseline project, so we'll talk about in just a second. And then on May 8th, the City Council met again for a workshop to further discuss those uses and those proposed projects. The first proposed project is for the American Babysitter Complex. So like I said earlier, currently sales tax is authorized can only be used in the arena. This would allow the use of that sales tax across the whole American Babysitter Complex. So that would include the arena, the convention center, and the Selena Auditorium. So this would provide a dedicated funding source to be able to reinvest back in that. While it is used for convention and for visitors and stuff, it's also used 70% of the time by citizens or residents of Corpus Christi. But in addition to the American Bank Center complex, there are other city-owned facilities within that area. And so we propose that the money be used and reinvested back into the museums. There's 3 museums over in that area in what we call the C District, the Harbor Playhouse, and then the Water Gardens that just recently came back online. So all of these facilities are in very close proximity to each other down in the downtown area. They provide synergy, they provide an attraction, and they provide lots of opportunities for school children to visit the museums, for people to go see concerts, go to conventions, go to fundraisers, and all those things in the tourist area too. The second project that's being proposed is continue using it for the downtown seawall flood control structure. So that is an important part of our downtown. Not only does that flood control structure include what we call the seawall, referred to as the seawall, which is along shoreline from Cole Park over to the port, but it also includes the breakwater, which goes around the marina area. It includes the T and the L type land masses, along with the flood control pumps that are in the downtown area and the salt flat levees. And all of those assets work together to help protect that downtown area. In addition to the seawall, we also propose that we would do citywide flood control and coastal resiliency projects. So again, we'll talk a little bit about what the revenue will be produced with this 1/8 cents. So we feel that there's good funding to not only continue to support the seawall and the flood control structures, but also add other projects
that have been collected just in the house.
So we worked with our public works department, we looked at our 10-year master plan outlook, and so these are projects that were identified that are in commercial areas or potentially in commercial areas that maybe haven't been able to grow. So this is an economic development tool, and so these are areas that we've identified that we feel, because of the flooding, have not been able to develop sufficiently and provide development opportunities. So starting in the Cal Ellen area and kind of working south, FM 624, the Turkey Creek Basin, North Beach Phase 2, which is the linear park project that would be the second phase once the bridge comes down. Corpus Christi Bay Shore Erosion Mitigation and Protection. There's a lot of erosion that's happening along the Corpus Christi Bay shoreline. This is something to be reinvested back in this. The Clarkwood Ditch and Oso tributary, and the Williams Ditch area, which is there off of Rodfield and Williams, and then the Oso Creek, which kind of meanders through the south part of town. These are all projects, like I said, that we feel are very important to look at flood mitigation. We wanted to ensure people that we were going to set aside money or pass spending for the seawall. So, working with our engineering department, preliminary estimates say that we probably need about $2 million a year on average to be able to continue protecting the seawall. That is for the annual maintenance. That's for the every 2 years, or 5 years, or 10 years that needs to be done. And so we've allocated, for modeling purposes right now, about $73 million would probably be needed over the 25-year period to continue that protection, which would leave additional funding that can be utilized for these projects. So this is where those projects are across the city, like I said, going from the Calallen area all the way down to Oso Bay area. And so they are spread across the city and benefit multiple areas.
It means that tens of millions of American families, let me give you a list
So one of the other things that we heard from voters last year was that they were not comfortable without a defined term. So we are proposing a 25-year term that would allow for some of these projects to be developed. We're talking about that bond project where you go through design and then you go through construction. We would allow these projects to be developed and then issue 20-year bonds with that. And so this would produce a significant amount of revenue in support of these projects. Over a 25-year period, we estimate that it would produce about $356 million in funding. Now, this is value of money. This is just an example of what it could be.
We were always scheduled. We were always
my father always had sorts of discussions, which really understood taking care of them as our sacred property.
The tax law is clear. The president does $1 billion from monstrous.
So I'm not going to answer
Right. I had made the suggestion about the seawall fund being doing to flood mitigation fund throughout the city because the only sources of funding we have for stormwater are on your utility bill. That's what is it right now? $6, somewhere in the $6 range, depending on the size of your property and whether it's commercial or residential.
Great idea.
Right now, it only produces about $26 million a year in funding. And if you go to the page, it has all the projects.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them.
As you can tell, we have lots of needs for stormwater protection that we do not have the funding. Okay, so this is another reason
Canada. Nixon, September 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the emergency authorization. This law, the law is clear as the president does not have authority.
Think about how this affects the entire city.
Keep demanding that Democrats
give you a list of what's part of this meeting. It means that millions of American families are it means that Wicca's previous record was
I'm real concerned on this one that it's creating too much money for this
President Trump found ways to get paid, others there weren't ways to do the same thing.
We identified several things that need to be fixed. The weak areas that we replace are HVAC systems are completely falling apart. Plus, HVAC system for the convention center is tied to the museum as well as the Harbor Playhouse. It's like a chiller system, so their entire ACs are tied to the convention. So that one HVAC system goes down, I'm not, that might have been a
That's a step forward.
so we have a lot of issues with this code. We have not done one thing to the Harbor Playhouse in the last 15 years. I don't want to be in a position where we have half the
Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want a great idea for revising the health insurance.
My concern is that when we have too much money, people don't find it. So we use $9 million of the seawall fund that is supposed to be used for the seawall to rebuild the water garden. Within that legislation, or how we put it out was a very broad definition of what the seawall was. So anything that was connected to the seawall within a certain range could be considered the seawall. So I want to make sure that when we do go to election, that language is very tight.
That's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step
You saw that language about the P-heads and about the structure.
As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire.
Right.
It would be like Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want control of your
that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the Senate.
The kind of care
I mentioned we brought some
we were always tight on the language.
and colleagues here from
The other suggestion I wanted to talk about is
the Democrats are issues in our program.
I made the recommendation after reading the legislation to
all sorts of discussion about that.
what I came across was a portion that could be used for structure on military bases.
There needs to be
On military bases, needs to be
elimination of
number 2 However, has anybody visited the base recently? Okay, those structures are from like the 1940s. They don't even use the Wings Auditorium anymore because it took damage in the last hurricane. They haven't used it at all.
Great idea for revising the government's great lifeless real
falling apart. They have a lot of road infrastructure issues, and we're actually trying to help out through what we call GAG grants, and that's grants from the state to help build their infrastructure. Now, I'm taking this from a former neighbor office.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayer.
People operating. When I was working on this idea to the operating base in the United States for
We were always planning to have debates about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. They're all
representing a broad spectrum
of elected just in the House Republican Congress. There needs to be massive reform that needs to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse programs.
He is hardworking, courteous, and he is very smart and outstanding.
I mean, she would pay an additional
the government
It means that millions and millions of American families, women, infants, and children
that would be my suggestion. We're still,
because the
like I
SNAP
said, this is
program will run dry.
We can move to the 39A session.
That's women, infants, and
Suggested
children.
members be dismissed so that we can move to an immediate Article 39A session.
Well, that's my pitch.
The witness has rights.
So, that's what I want to think. Like,
Captain Ross.
Any questions? Yeah, I just wanted to say it's great to see this.
Mr. President,
Be sure to give you a raise.
I've been involved.
seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote be
Without objection.
But bipartisan, they knew that, resolution as well as resolutions
Starting on Saturday, list of things.
on tariffs, SJ, 88,
Tens of millions of American families will struggle
Chamber
to
urges
vote
members
on
of
the table.
Congress to work across the aisle to
SNAP
enact
program benefits
this legislation
will run
That
dry.
is a project
requiring an
means
up or
that
down
WIC
vote
attempted
for
to
any
get
new
funding
tariffs
Women,
and
infants, and
those
children, the Nutrition Act
imposed
is for the
20
15th
in the
time. They will
year
be
today.
And there's been
ensured
multiple studies
that
about how
this
what a
shutdown continues
necessity it
past the
is
November
for
1st
existing
deadline. That is a
development,
fateful
much less
deadline. We were
if
all
there's
for number of
significant
reasons.
development
We were
south
always
of
starting
Japan.
on Saturday. Let me give you a
And
list
then
of
one of the
about the
suggestions I would
COVID-era
have is
subsidies and
that
all these other issues
you
in
know,
October,
paying
November, December.
1%
Struggle
can
to
cover
COVID-era subsidies.
1% of all those
Program sorts of discussion.
witness has rights.
I would put
It means
something
that
in
WIC
there
I
that
can
promotes
give you dozens of infants and children that have been collected just in the
sales
House
tax
Republican
goes.
Congress.
That
There needs to be
needs
massive
to buy
reform
more
of the income
land
tax. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse on that program.
So when there is more development in the future, there's the ability to, widen it. Houston did a big project like that on Buffalo Bayou, Dallas did
Objectives
one
for 15th time, they will be
River.
ensured that this
That land
will
is
continue
continues
past the
now,
November
but if
1st
anybody
deadline.
builds
That is a
anything on it,
fateful deadline
we'll
for
never
a
get
number
it.
of reasons.
And so I would
Starting
really
on
encourage
Saturday,
y'all to
let me
do
give
it
you a
that
list
way.
of things that this means for the American people.
Since you
It means that
mentioned
tens of
Del
millions of
Mar,
American families will
you guys
struggle
are welcome
to
to use
keep
this
food on the
building
table
anytime as a
because the
community center.
SNAP program
And
benefits
I'm going to
will
talk to
run
our
dry.
president about
It means that WIC
using our library,
women,
letting
infants,
people
and children
who aren't students or faculty use our libraries because there's a library across
last
couple of days,
40% off the
Because people are starting to
maybe we don't have to build a building, maybe you guys
Right.
can
Told me she's
move
never
it.
needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford
Handle Browns's legislation focuses on the fact that it is this body's job and responsibility credits are states
will be considered read to pass on the motion to reconsider,
including
be
Florida,
considered made,
which is at the
and
top,
laid upon the table.
West, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina,
Kentucky is recognized.
and
Have real consequences.
any interruption.
I've said that.
That is in law. That subsidy is there. And this year, the upper limit for these adopters themselves was an income limit of $178,690 that trick. That's a step toward government accountability. That's one step toward this week. Live the VA for all. Your Doc 2025, the U.S. Health Corps, a great idea for retaliation to the government's authority. Massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households
that served us well, but it definitely shown its life and corrosion that
we would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to like, raise the
on a regular basis.
The right thing by the American people, that they will stop all the pain.
The important thing to
and that
remind
they will reopen
everyone,
the government.
although those
As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way. And that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the CR. I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess that the Democrats have created in our state. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
just want to keep plugging support the funding for those venues and the museums as well.
Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote be
Minnesota, sell off these haunted houses to businesses to breathe basic human rights. On something that trick to lower the cost to a lot of working families reduce programs like bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea of a
pretty upset.
I just want design only. And the only reason I want to bring that up because
objectives for the 15th time, that we really ensure that this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline. That is a faithful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, we'll give you a list of things that means. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle food on the table. Because Jack is now in this program.
For example, I have a certain amount of money then I'd only have two
I need to stay focused. To give you a list of I want to see you tomorrow or Sunday. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to here on the table because the SNAP program
so as we go along, and it would still take
it means that WIC assists
my result, and we did this on this system, it's a good it's the right thing. So I want to make sure that I have a good project and I have things lined up for the future.
As I mentioned on Saturday,
I may not get all of them
Jackson, but there is a time to wait on the right thing. This shutdown is for this impact. It means to be tens of millions of American families that is a crazy or run George. I'll talk about it. It means that WIC starting processes women can It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children nutrition.
A couple of years ago, and almost all of the coastal bends saw some rate increases. I'm just wondering if
we were always scheduled. We were always planning to have.
I'm in charge of the public works department with the stormwater division,
all these other issues in there are all sorts of issues. This shutdown continues to be elimination of waste. That is a needs to be elimination of not waste the resources program, which we started on Saturday. It means tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program is it means that WIC assistance houses women, infants, and
Doing so will restore appropriate procedural deliberation and enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in
because state currently offers discounted rates for qualifying cars or exactly what I did, and I just got my new $28 This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as if you want to make the switch to it, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form and get your insurance within minutes.
We were always
in any state, any age. Click the link below.
COVID-era subsidies, all these other issues, and October the 1st,
Because state currently offers discounted rates for qualifying cars
there are all sorts of discounted products that all
exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. $28 premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage.
Under doing so, our state procedural law and
we need to do a law
It's clear that the president governs Americans who are right to give each state commerce and the certain club that supports investment in our economy.
We can move
Members of Congress hear
39A7.
from farmers,
Witness has
workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
October, November, December.
We'll take it to like an institution.
The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
Over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. We have
Hello, I'm Robert Dodd. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Corpus Christi. Welcome to the heart of our community, where dunks meet parks. Get ready to lace up your sneakers and dive into the world of our Parks and Recreation Department, where the spirit of our community comes alive through sports and leisure. Here at the Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Department, our mission is clear: to provide high-quality parks, facilities, and programs that empower residents and visitors to live, learn, and play. Our goal is to create a vibrant community where individuals can thrive, grow, and connect with one another through the beauty and benefits of our parks and our recreation programs. So get ready to score big as we walk you through the courts of our Parks and Recreation Department. Catch Brittany?
Thanks, Robert. Did you know the Parks Department makes life exciting for all ages? That includes seniors. We have 8 senior centers and 4 recreation centers throughout Corpus Christi that offer children, youth, and active older adults the perfect opportunity to live, learn, and play. We even provide nutritionally balanced, dietitian-certified lunches Monday through Friday at senior centers and after-school snacks at recreation centers. But like I said, the Parks and Recreation Department prioritizes the well-being of residents and visitors of all ages. Isn't that right, John?
Absolutely, Brittany. We know that the kids get bored after school. That's where the after-hour Kid Power program comes into play. We provide an after-school program, school break camps, and summer camps for the youth ages 5 through 13. This program helps children build positive self-esteem, and it's the answer for working and busy parents who need their children in a supervised environment during school breaks. But Phil, what if mom and dad get bored? They want to play some sports too.
Well, John, they can come join some of our adult sports leagues. We have plenty of competitive and recreational leagues for men and women. The Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Department has camps, leagues, and tournaments for all members of the family. We have 2 public gyms and 10 sports fields. But that's not all. Hey, Bonnie, tell us what's going on in the aquatic program.
Sure thing, Philip. Our aquatic program offers a fun, friendly environment for swimmers of all skill levels. Whether you're looking for swimming lessons or Olympic-style swimming lanes, you'll find just what you need at our city pools. We even have free splash pads for the kiddos. But we can't forget about our beautiful beaches, right, Anna?
Exactly right, Bonnie. Corpus Christi beaches are the heart and soul of the Texas Gulf region. Our beach flag warning system makes it easy to know the daily surf conditions, and parking permits are available so anyone can enjoy the miles and miles of salty breeze and surf on our beautiful Padre Island. The only type of board you'll find around here are surfboards. There's fun all along the waterfront, including the marina. Isn't that right, Jonathan?
That's right, Anna. Zero chance of getting bored here. Our marina is just a short walk from downtown restaurants and nightlife venues, and there are various amenities for boaters to enjoy. Also, the marina staff and the Corpus Christi Police Department provide 24-hour patrols to make sure the area stays safe and clean. Hey, Domingo, tell us how we keep our parks looking beautiful.
I'd love to, Jonathan. Park Operations is responsible for overseeing 2,100 acres of developed and undeveloped open spaces. This includes mowing, landscaping, maintenance of park amenities such as playground equipment, dog parks, picnic tables, and water fountains. Parks are very important to residents and visitors. They enrich one's quality of life and make our city more inviting. So are we forgetting anything, Robert?
Just the fact that our Parks and Recreation Department provides special events throughout the year Whether it's our annual Easter egg hunt or our weekly Safe Fun Fit events, there's always a cure for your boredom at Corpus Christi Park. We take great pride in maintaining our parks, beaches, and facilities to the highest standards, ensuring everyone can experience the beauty of nature right here in Corpus Christi. So come and explore all that our Parks and Recreation Department has to offer, and stay tuned for all the great things that are yet to come. And remember, take a little time today to live, learn, and play.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trip will be a real treat.
When Peter first came to the city of Corpus Christi, one of his top priorities was improving the salaries for the employees. He realized that to attract quality people, he needed to bump up the salaries to market. And that's one thing he did, and he has developed a wonderful team here at the city of Corpus Christi.
Peter's made an immense impact in public safety since his arrival. He has supported the fire department, growing the organization, helping us increase staffing, building new programs, getting new apparatus, and renovating our stations. All this contributes to the safety of not only the citizens but our firefighters as well. We can't thank him enough for his dedication, his commitment to excellence, and really pushing us to be a better organization because he knows the impact that he's going to have until the end of December. We want to thank him for all the support. All kinds of ideas.
Well, Peter's done a fantastic job as far as public safety. My realm is working the city council and the mayor to grow the police department, added buildings, buildings, academy, building substations. He's invested personally in our public safety. He's here in this building routinely. He's got to know our officers. He's just been tremendous.
Peter is a guy that really understands how important water is to the community. He understands how important it is to public health, and he's been one of these managers, one of these guys that has really helped support us to make sure that we have the resources to get the job done. So it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be able to celebrate Peter's tenure with the city.
He's a living legend in my eyes. I've been living in this city my whole life. The progress that the city has made over the past 5 years. If there's ever an opportunity to memorialize somebody today, a statue or something like that, it's well deserved.
Peter has been a big proponent of our Conquer the Source race and his belief in wellness. The way we've seen his 5 years of dedication to our community, he's moved the needle for us for decades. And so we're looking forward to the future growth, all thanks to a lot of his leadership.
Working with Peter Zanoni is like running 100 miles an hour. Every day we hit the office, we already know that we're going to be redlining, keeping all the cars down. We're sprinting every day, and the city manager is at the front of the
Peter, you are a workhorse. I've seen it firsthand, the sacrifice, the dedication. Being the city manager of Corpus Christi is no easy task, but time and time and again, you have proven that you are the best city manager in the country, and it's an honor and a privilege to be right under you, learning from you day in and day out. Congratulations on your 5 years. Let's make it another 10. Let's keep Corpus Christi moving.
Congratulations, Peter. One thing in particular a lot of people don't know is the help we have had to our community, working with me, promoting health, getting people out. Thanks for your work. Thanks for
Peter, I want to congratulate you on 5 years of dedicated service to the city of Corpus Christi. On behalf of Public Works, I want to thank you for your steadfast leadership and support that you have provided us, and look forward to another 5 years of success.
Hey Peter, it's already been 5 years. Wow, it's gone by quick. I know we've both been busy. It's an honor and a privilege to work with you. I want to thank you for your hard work and your commitment to the people of Corpus Christi and this region. It's been great to work with you. Look forward to continuing to work with you. God bless you.
Peter, it's been incredible. I cannot believe it's already been 5 years since you
come to Corpus Christi. I can tell you that in the past 5 years, the city has done incredible things. I know in the field of public safety, and in particular the fire department, we've increased our staffing, we've improved our fire ground staffing, our safety, and really we couldn't have done that without you. I can tell you that I've been involved in municipal government for 40 years, and I've worked for a lot of good city managers, but Peter, by far, you've been the best city manager that I've worked for, and I hope and pray that you stay another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on 5 years as city manager of Corpus Christi. I'm not surprised to hear that you built an excellent team and you're doing outstanding work. You were a star in San Antonio. Keep it up. Do a great job. And congratulations.
I want to congratulate Peter on his 5 years at the city of Corpus Christi. His leadership at the aquarium and on North Beach is really making the city an attractive place to come.
Congratulations, sir, on your 5-year anniversary for being the city manager of Corpus Christi. With you at its helm, we are in very good shape. You've taken the city in the last 5 years to another atmosphere. We're well recognized throughout the state, and I just want to thank you for all you've done for the city in the last 5 years. May God bless you and keep you safe.
Mr. Zanoni, the libraries, that's amazing. Congratulations on your 5-year anniversary. We can truly say that under your leadership, the library is thriving, and we hope that you will continue even more for another 5 years.
Congratulations, Peter, on your 5-year anniversary.
Congratulations, Peter.
Congratulations, Peter. Congratulations, Peter.
Congratulations, Peter.
Congratulations, Peter.
Congratulations.
Peter, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for everything that you have done and given to this city and to City Council. It's been a huge blessing to have you on board. And like I said before, and I'll say again, bringing you on doesn't get cheap. And I truly do.
In October, November, December.
All of our positions require sacrifice. But I know how much you have given. I've seen it, I continue to see it, and I'm grateful. You make a difference. Thank you for the last 5 years. Congratulations. Happy anniversary.
There needs to be massive reform in giving income caps. There needs to be an elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program.
Over 1.4 million enrollees in SNAP. No food stamp benefits this weekend to 1.4 million Michiganders. 56,000 federal workers, 189,000 women, infant, and children.
Great idea for reviving the government's great idea for reviving the government's breathe new life. Sell off this haunted house. That trace will be a real breathe for new life. Because of that trick, do you see a real treat for the taxpayers? Because of reduce costs. So I'm not going to answer an idea.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
all the questions about nuclear testing.
That
and the way they're driving, and yeah.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Patrol Police in Dalton. Delta 1 or Delta 2. Any Captain Mike Patrol 1 and 2? Traffic. Negative. 30, 0000.
A great idea for reviving the government's great lifeless businesses who can breathe new life, haunted houses, that trick will breathe new life, taxpayers. That trick would be a reduced cost for the tax bring in bills of reduced costs.
So I'm not going to answer all the questions about nuclear testing. So I'm not going to answer all the questions about nuclear testing that I'm going to answer. I want
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer all the questions about nuclear testing that I'm going to answer. I want to
4245 Columbia, 4245 Columbia. Traffic.
Should go with this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for a full premium coverage. This is exactly what I did and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see. If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your ARS. Please state for 28. Links below.
Let's sell off socialized houses to businesses who can breathe new life. It would be like that Medicaid would be an Medicaid for all. They want to roll fire at his going to teach us and bring in everybody's going to see how much these costs.
So I'm not going to answer
school's front office
lower
before
these
racing
costs.
her to the hospital.
I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota,
to distract her.
who had the basic health
In
plan.
testimony, a
The
surgeon
basic health
described just
plan
how close
provision
she
modeled
came
on
to
something
losing
our
her
state had
life
first
that
done,
day.
lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like
He's 30, 0000. Call for 97, line 7. 97, line 7. TV for a shooting call. 2226.
Our city will take over our state, and I think it's
more than 9 months. So in less than 1 year, we've secured commitments for over $18 trillion.
Thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. And it's so sad to see what's happened to that great state of New York.
And
but if you go back to November, who would have known when President Trump won an overwhelming victory
so I figure
to
that
come back
we'll
as
probably
president,
be at 20 or 21,
defeating
maybe even
Kamala
$22
Harris,
trillion
winning
of
every
investments coming into our country.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Person, unfortunately, will probably
We were always scheduled, we were always planning to have the debate about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we think.
Some vehicle was occupied. I guess the subject was picked up by somebody else. You can't let anybody else come out here. I'll wait for DPS.
14 to medic 17, speed for heat exposure from 6101 Saratoga, 6101 Saratoga, the 1 mark from Saratoga, 4 copy MS 1 at 15 med. Can you hold this call children back to the 24th?
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you
Aye.
We're going to see on November 1st that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up.
Mr. King.
I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves.
No.
Let's work to lower these costs. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan provision modeled on something our state had first done lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like
Victor, just send me one more.
Got the 490 Victor 18, 31 Trojan.
I don't know if they'll put the Black Marlin Bar and Grill. That's where it's going to be.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera, Sylvia Campos, Gil Hernandez, Michael Hunter, Jim Klein, Mike Pesley, Everett Roy is absent. Dan Suckley. Okay, he's here. Stepped out. Okay, so he'll be in just a moment. City Manager Peter Zanoni. City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. So today our workshop is to go over basically an overview of Type AB sales tax venues to include review of enabling legislature guidelines, uses, requirements, and governance structure. So, Mr. Zanoni.
There we go. Right, thank you, Mayor. Heather Holbert, our Assistant City Manager over this area, will present this afternoon, Mayor. And the workshop is, as you mentioned, this was at the request of the Council, sponsored by Councilman Barrera, so we thought it was a great idea to spend a little more time on the Council's discussion and collective thought on this important effort. We know that I presented back in February, and Council had some discussion then about some baseline concepts that we have been sharing with stakeholder groups across the community for the past 2 months or so on the Council's baseline concepts for these two 1/8 cents, and Heather will go over that this afternoon. At the request of Councilman Pesley, we're also going to go over the mechanics of the Type A and Type B boards and just the whole governance and state enabling legislation that allows us to use the sales tax for these purposes. So that'll be kind of a background in today's workshop, beginning there of what is the Type A, Type B anyway, and the boards that are appointed and what governance do they have to follow, and state rules that we have to follow in use of the sales tax. That's the first part of the presentation. And then the second part will be the baseline concepts for these two sales tax that the Council collectively agreed to. There was no vote per se, but it seemed the consensus of the Council back in February was clear on the two baseline concepts, so we'll go over those as well. Heather will share with you the consensus of what we're hearing in the community as we talk about these two baseline concepts. And then one goal for today could be any further direction from this Council on clarifying those baseline concepts would be helpful because we continue to meet with stakeholder groups as well as beginning tonight we'll have 1 of 5 community meetings talking about the sales tax proposals as well as the bond 2024. So we'll share this information with as a collective agreement from the Council. We're sharing that with stakeholders in the community. Before I turn it over to Heather, I did want to acknowledge that we did ask Type A and B board members if they could to attend today's workshop. We do have some of them there, Alan Wilson and Mr. LaRue as well, so we appreciate them being here. Those are 2 of your board members that sit on the AB board, so thank you for being here. We also have David Lowe, one of our community leaders, and Alyssa is here as well from the DMD, so we want to thank them for being here in attendance today. And then finally, we do have our bond counsel, Stephanie Leiby's here. She's an expert at the state law in terms of what you can do with a Type A and a Type B sales tax initiative. And so we may ask her to come up to clarify questions or comments at this time, but we appreciate her being here as well. She's been real beneficial providing us guidance along the way. So with that, let me turn it over to Heather, who's going to go over the presentation. There is a presentation on the screen. Council has printed copies of them as well in the booklet that we provided late last night. I'll turn it over to you, Heather.
Good afternoon, Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. So I'm excited to talk to you all today about sales tax. It has been kind of a focus of mine over the last several months, and I think we've got some really good information to share with Council and with our general public to help clarify some of those questions that have been asked about what is 4A, what is 4B, and what are we looking forward to doing with the reauthorization. So there we go. So like the mayor said, so what we're going to talk about today is do a little background on local sales tax, talk about the state authorization and the board responsibilities for the Type A and the Type B boards, look at some of the allowable uses of Type A and Type B sales tax, and then we will shift gears and look at the baseline as proposed or as discussed by City Council in February, discuss those options and looked at that proposed baseline, received feedback from City Council, then we'll talk about calendar and our next steps and our journey through this. So starting with local sales tax. So the City of Corpus Christi residents currently pay 8.25 cents per $1 of certain goods and services that are subject to sales tax. Of that 8.25 cents, 6.25 of the cents goes directly to the state, and that is used for state operations. And then 2 cents and up to 2 cents is able to be used on a local level. So the 2 cents, we actually have in the city of Corpus Christi, we have 6 different uses of that 2 cents. So a half a cent goes to the CCRTA for transportation operations. Now that half cent generates, estimated in fiscal year 24, will it generate about $35.6 million. And there is no defined end date or expiration date of that half cent. Then 1 cent goes into the general fund for general city operations. Again, there is no expiration date on that or an end date, and it is estimated to generate about $71.2 million for fiscal year 24, and that is used for general city operations. And then we have 4 special purposes where 1/8 of 1 cent is allocated to each of those purposes. These were all approved by voters. So the first purpose is what we call Type A, and why it's called Type A is that it is the statute within the state code used to be 4A, and then there used to be a 4B statute, and so hence the A and the B are 4A, 4B. So for Type A uses, we have 2 1/8 cents that are allocated for 2 different projects. The first was the improvements to the downtown seawall, and then the second project was the multi-purpose arena. So each of these generate about $8.9 million. The improvements to the downtown seawall allocation expires in March of 26. The multi-purpose arena project allocation expires in September of 25. Then we also have a Type A or 4A allocation, which is for the purposes of economic development, affordable housing, and streets. Now that receives 1/8 cents also, generating about $8.9 million forecasted for 24, and that authorization expires in April of 2038. And then finally, we have the Corpus Christi Crime Control District, which also receives 1/8 cents, or forecasted at $8.9 million this year, and that authorization expires in March of 28. So this is how the 2 cents that is allocated for local purposes is allocated amongst these different uses and authorizations. So just for a visual, for each penny of sales tax that is paid, half of it goes to the city, a quarter of it goes to for general operations, a quarter of it goes to the RTA for transportation, and then the final quarter piece of that penny goes to the 4 different uses, including Type A, the 2 Type A uses, multi-purpose arena, the downtown seawall, then the Type B, which is for economic development, affordable housing, and streets, and then to the Crime Control District. So then looking at why we are able to allocate sales tax for Type A and Type B purposes. The Development Corporation Act of 1979 allowed cities to create economic development corporations, and those economic development corporations were able to receive sales tax to promote the new growth in the local economies. So the city of Corpus Christi currently has 2 economic development corporations. One is the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Corporation, which we refer to as the Type A. The other is the Corpus Christi B Corporation, or what we refer to as the Type B. So over the years, the legislation has changed so that it used to be that each use, the 4A and the 4B statutes, dictated that they could only be used for certain purposes. But over the years, the legislation has changed so that you are able to basically use those purposes or those projects interchangeably between Type A and Type B. So really the key difference between the two authorizations is how the voters approve those. So under Type A, you have to define a project. The voters have to approve a certain project. So currently we have two projects that were approved by the voters. The first were the seawall improvements, and the second was the development of an arena. But for Type B, the authorization requires only a general purpose. And so we have three purposes under Type B. One is for economic development as allowed by state statute, those uses that are allowed by the state statute, affordable housing as defined by the state statute, and street repair and construction for those arterial and collector streets as defined through the state statute. So these are that's really the key difference is how the voter approval is handled. So then moving into the Type A corporation, a little bit more detail. So like I said, it is an economic development corporation. It was created in September of 2000, and voters at the time authorized three projects. So the first project was the seawall improvements. The second project was the arena development, and both of those were approved in November of 2000. And the term of that was for 25 years. The third project was approved by voters in 2002, and that was economic development, including a baseball stadium. So that purpose was, that project was given a term of 15 years. So at the expiration, or prior actually to the expiration of the economic development portion, the voters approved for that 1/8 cents to be reauthorized as a Type B or a 4B use versus a 4A or Type A use. And this is how the Type B corporation was created. That was back in 2016 prior to the expiration in 2018. And as I said, each 1/8 cents generates currently about $8.9 million a year. So then looking at the Type B corporation, so like I said, there was a portion of Type A funding that had expired. It was reauthorized as Type B or 4B funding. And so the corporation was created in January of 2018. The 1/8 cents was approved with a 20-year term expiring in April of 2038. And it was authorized for three specific purposes: economic development, and so 50% of the tax collected annually goes for the purpose of economic development. For affordable housing, of which $500,000 a year annually goes for the purpose of affordable housing. And then the balance of the tax goes to the construction and maintenance and repair of arterial and collector streets. And so what happens with Type B is because the voters don't approve specific projects, they approve specific purposes, is as each project comes forward, there's a requirement of a public hearing, and it has to be approved by the Type B board, and then ultimately, in our case, is approved by the city council. So on an annual basis through economic development, we fund the Small Business Development Corporation at Del Mar. We have funded programs at Del Mar. We have funded programs at TMUCC. We have done some sports field development, things like that. So each time a program, a project comes forward, it has to go through a public process. It has to have a public hearing. And so instead of having the voters approve it at the election, it is basically subject to public input, public approval, and ultimately if the voters choose not to move or not in favor of that project, they can move forward with a petition to stop that project. Or petition against that project. So, this has a little bit more latitude than a defined project that is approved within the Type A. So then moving into the board of directors. So the state statute does require that an economic development corporation has to have a board of directors appointed by the governing body of the municipality, which would be the city council. So the board of directors manage the economic development corporation. They make recommendations to city council for annual budget appropriations. They're not able to appropriate funds. They approve a Type A and Type B budget, but then that goes to city council for incorporation into the city B's budget. They also make recommendations to City Council for use of funds within those allowable projects and uses as approved by the voters, but they are not able to approve contracts. And so when we have developer type or specific organizations receiving funds, those contracts do have to come to City Council for approval upon recommendation. We do have a little bit different structure within our Type B. So the Type B board did contract with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation to somewhat manage the corporation in those projects. And so any project that comes forward for consideration for Type B funding through economic development must first go to the Regional Economic Development Board for approval and recommendation, and those are recommended over to the Type B board for consideration. This is a little bit unique in the way that a lot of times the economic development corporations in other cities are not managed by a third party. Either they have their own staff that help manage that board, or it is managed usually by city staff.
Sure. Councilman. There you go.
Okay. So I've got several comments, but I want to start here. So did the Type B Corporation vote to do this, or was this mandated by the City Council at that particular time about having the Economic Development Corporation make or be the overseer of what they're doing?
I am not sure who was the catalyst behind that. I'm not sure if it was the City Council or if it was specifically the Type B board. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, it really doesn't matter to me because I just think it's a duplication of effort. I don't understand why, if you've got a board that's going to vote on, and we just saw a perfect example of that here just recently. You've got a board that votes one way and a board that votes another way. They both have their individual chairs, individual board, and can vote however they want to on projects. And from my perspective, the EDC has a bias, and it's not that it's a bad thing, but they have a bias toward larger projects. And it doesn't mean that the Type B Corporation could not look at smaller individual projects that are not refineries or something associated with the port, like they typically do. So I just don't understand why we have this duplication of effort of having because I think part of the confusion of what we went through here a few weeks ago was the fact that the EDC's up here making a presentation for the Type B Corporation, and what they presented had nothing to do with what the Type B Corporation voted to do. And so I just think that in the go-forward basis, we ought to divide that out and make that separate but equal in how that's governed. I don't think we need the EDC overseeing the Type A or the Type B corporation.
Yeah, so Heather mentioned it, but the Type B board has a contract, they elected to, and they approved the contract. The City Council didn't, they did, the Type B board with the EDC, and it's somewhat of a legacy issue. We didn't have an economic development department then when they did that.
We do now.
We do now, so that we could request the chair, put an item on the agenda to at least have a conversation at Type B. Is this still a necessary or relevant business process, given that we have Heather, it's really three groups, because Heather and Economic...
What do you mean a relevant business process?
Is it an outdated business process?
I agree with that.
Yeah, outdated, because back when they approved the contract with the EDC, there was no economic development staff in the city. So there's actually three groups today that work on a project.
Yeah, Peter, I won't argue the fact that maybe 20 years ago this made sense.
I'm with you, Councilman.
It doesn't make sense today.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not making myself clear. Am I telling you something? But so what we're going to do is we'll ask the Type B to consider a conversation and maybe an elimination of that business practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and also, and I'm going to cherry pick here just for a minute if I can. The other thing that I think has not been a success for whatever reason is the fact that we have this set aside for affordable housing, this $500,000 annually, which to my research has not hardly ever been used. if it's ever been used?
We actually had one project, it was for Salvation Army, so $500,000 was given to one of their housing projects, I believe. But other than that, no, we've had a challenge with that.
Okay. So I think on a go-forward basis, we need to re-examine that as well.
Yeah, well, Miles will have to weigh on that, but that was approved by the voters, so we have this, you can't get out of it.
Well, we're fixing to revote this. I mean,
Not this one here, no, the type B, this is the type B, which goes to 2038, I think. Yeah, so I go to the type B, where that $500,000 is for affordable housing annually.
at some point, we need to relook at that because it's
Okay.
not being utilized and we could use that money for other things, so. Okay, that's all I'm going to talk about right now, but I have some other things as we go forward. I'll let Heather continue.
Councilman Clark.
Thanks, Heather, for the presentation. I just want to get clarification to make sure I understood correctly. You mentioned, made some reference, you were talking about the Type B funding, the various uses for it. I think you made some mention of sports complexes, so that meets the definition, I guess. So I guess, is it defined as economic development then?
Yeah, that is an allowable use under the 4B statute, is sports complexes. And so the project that was awarded Type B funding was the development of a soccer and multi-sports complex. Dr. Kingsley is doing that one, and that is an eligible use of 4B or Type B funding.
And so the statute specifically mentions sports complexes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I brought this project to you, I guess, about 6 months ago for possible Type B funding. You said that it really wasn't allowable, and that's a daycare center that's in need of repair from Harvey from over the Greenwood Molina area. And you said it was not allowable under Type B funding.
Exactly, it is not. No. So the Type B, so there's different parts of that statute, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. I do have a slide on some of those allowable uses, but yeah, that would not, Type B a lot of times is focused on, and Type A is focused on the retention of jobs, creation of jobs, and expansion of infrastructure. And unfortunately, childcare is not considered a primary job, and also this would have been repair, not a new facility, expansion of facility, or infrastructure. So there's a lot of nuances to these, and it's really hard to say this is and this isn't, because a lot of times there's nuances. I wouldn't say it's really hard, there are nuances to the statutes.
Yeah, just because I think maybe I didn't make this clear before, they're talking about reconstruction. Construction as it is now is untenable anyway.
And it's something we can definitely re-examine.
Has that language, I guess, been redefined, I guess, maybe by the legislature? Because my understanding, again, this is coming from the public, based on their recollection, that Type B funding has been used for daycares in the past. And I'm not sure how far back that was. I'm guessing some years.
I'm not sure, I can't speak to that. So our Type B has only been in place since 2018. So it's been relatively, and I'm pretty sure within the last 5 or 6 years, there has not been a use of daycare. There may be something, again, there's a lot of nuance to that language. And so if another city or another entity utilized that for that purpose, there may have been a different nuance to that. But like I said, we can definitely talk to it, and we can get Stephanie involved and run the traps on that to see if there's a possibility of that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I want to say the legislation you're referring to is section 504. Is that the one you're referring to?
There's 501, 50. Yeah, 501, 504, and 505.
Okay. And all of them apply with regards to the provisions associated with it, right?
For the most part, yes. 501 is applicable for both Type A and Type B. 504 is just specifically for Type A, and 505 is specifically for Type B.
Okay. With regards to what the recommendation my counterpart, Councilman Pusley, had mentioned about not utilizing EDC, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think Peter has enough on his plate to deal with. So let's not try to put too much underneath that umbrella. We still have an organization that also has board members from other entities that provide a lot of good information. I don't want to necessarily discount what they do or that they're not valuable. So if we're going to do that, we should have a discussion specifically on that along with our Type B board members. Thank you.
qualifying cars.
Councilwoman Campos.
Exactly what I did, and I just got
On the $500,000 that is allowed for the affordable housing, I know that we are in need of affordable housing, so why is it that we don't have more entities that qualify or apply? What is the issue?
So the parameters for the use of the definition of affordable housing is very narrow for the use of these funds, and so the housing in general, like I said, there's a lot of nuances, but in general, it has to be for people who are 80% and below for AMI. So the definition of affordable, not workforce, but affordable housing. And so there is a lot of times, and we've had projects brought forward to us, but usually to make those economics work for those projects, they would need not only funding from this, but then also usually those tax credits to be able to make those costs, especially in these costs of rising construction costs, because what happens is that you're limited to the type of rent that you can charge because of the 80% AMI. And so to make those projects work economically, there's usually more than just this little bit of funding. There's got to be more funding that has to come together to be able to make that work. And so we have had several projects come forward, and they just weren't able, either they weren't able to get the tax credits that they needed, or they couldn't make the economics work because of the changing environment. So we just haven't been successful in using it.
So we're not able then to raise that instead of the 80%? No,
because it's defined. So the state statute actually refers back to the federal definition, and the federal definition is the 80% and below.
And can you give me an example of anywhere in Corpus Christi where that, is there somewhere, an apartment, or where in Corpus Christi have we used this 80%? Like what area, what is the name of the complex? Where?
So specifically for this funding, I know that it was used in a project that the Salvation Army did. I can't remember the specifics on it, but I know that we did give $500,000 to that project. There is other projects that the city has participated in, not specifically with the Type B funding, but Costa Tarragona is one example of that. It was through our Housing Finance Corporation. Those are affordable housing. The city did participate in those through the Housing Finance Corporation, I believe.
Which one is that again?
Costa Tarragona.
Where's that?
That is over kind of at the crossroads between 37 and North Padre.
Oh, okay.
Island? Yes, okay. Right over in that area.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is true. I mean, if we are not able, if the parameters are so narrow, I don't know if the $500,000 is, if we're able to actually use that money. I don't know. We don't seem, it's only been since 2018 though, right?
That is correct.
It's only been 6 years.
And so, but to change that, it would have to go back to the voters. So that was a voter, that's part of the thing. When you take something to the voters and you say you're going to do these certain things, you have to do those. We can't, just because we're not able to use it, we're going to change that purpose.
No, and what makes it difficult is that, I think we all, we want to do the right thing, which when we say we want to, have some money for affordable housing, we're thinking we're doing it, but then the parameters are so stringent that we're not able to use that money. So I don't know what would be, the right thing to do. Either eliminate it and then maybe add it to well, you can't right now.
No, you can't. And as a matter of fact, so anytime you take this to election, it has to be basically in 1/8 cent increments. And so if we were to want to repurpose this for something else, we would have to take the whole Type A authorization back. And we couldn't just take the affordable housing piece. It would have to be the affordable housing, the whole 1/8 cents use of that.
So it can't be done for vouchers. It can't be done for any of that, right?
I mean, we are continuing to explore options. Part of the challenge we have is the fact that, really the construction landscape changed a lot between 2018 and today. And so we're continuing to explore options. We, as a matter of fact, are working with our housing area and that team to look to see what we might be able to use it for in conjunction with our legal counsel to see how we can make that. So we're continuing to look for opportunities.
Okay, so there
there is a possibility. I mean, because through the community outreaches that we have done, and housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over, 15 days later, and they're out of money. So obviously, the need is there. We just have to figure out how to get it to them, I guess, is what it is. Thank you.
Councilman Patsey. Councilman Patsey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've talked to some of our affordable housing developers, and they tell me two things. One, $500,000 today bought a lot back then, but today doesn't buy very much. And secondly, they said that the rules and regulations associated with using that money are just too stringent, and that they just would never use it. So that's the two problems with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put the presentation back up, please?
Needs to be elimination of
So, segueing right into those allowable uses. So, looking at what these are general. Like I said, there's a lot of nuances with these, but generally, Type A and both Type A and Type B funds can be utilized for projects related to creation or retention of primary jobs, job training, infrastructure, military, so retention of military or promotion of military, water supply facilities and conservation programs, affordable housing, recreation or community facilities, and this is where some of the sports and entertainment complexes fall, and then business enterprises that create or retain primary jobs. So, like I said, there's a lot of nuances. I have about 5 or 6 pages of detail here of what the legal determination is, but this is the summary of those allowable uses in general.
So Heather, can we go into the infrastructure? Because the first thing I asked was streets. And can we use this portion of this to fix our streets? So
and we can, and we have. So under the Type B authorization, we do have a portion of that goes to streets. They do have to be, because this is economic development tool, it has to be in support of new or expanded business enterprises. So that's one of the things where we can't use it on residential streets. These need to be primarily arterial collectors in support of business areas, whether that is existing business areas or the development of new business areas.
And Mayor, can I just add, also of interest in the community is job training. You can see that that's second on the list here, so funds can be used. In fact, we use some of the Type B funds today in partnership with Del Mar for primary job training opportunities. So there is some interest because job training would be a citywide eligible project, whereas say the American Bank Center is kind of in one section of our city, so the appeal for job training or something that's similar to that has appeal. And Heather will go over that, but in our preliminary stakeholder meetings we've had already, that's come up again and again, is some type of job training program as well, or funding for job training, not a program, but funding for it through a Del Mar partnership.
Exactly, and one of the nuances, as Peter just mentioned, is the fact that we do have a community college district, and so that does limit, if you have a community college district in where you are at, that does narrow the scope, and the fact that a lot of times you have to go through that community college district instead of looking at like training centers or career centers or things like that. So, but we do have that already in place, and we have partnered with Del Mar on specific training. We helped sponsor a portion of the cost for their instrumentation training that they did in support of some of our industrial partners.
Okay, Councilman Patsey.
Yeah, so we can't change anything for the Type B Corporation currently. We can't change any of that until 2028 when it comes up.
We could do it earlier, but it would have to go back into the voters in total. You have to take it in 1/8 cents increments. So if City Council chose that we want to do something different with this besides what the approved purposes were, we could take it back before expiration. You can always take it back. What you would do is you would quote abolish the existing and you would adopt a new.
Okay. Under the current plan, though, where we're talking about street repair and construction, we have, and we've talked about this, Peter, and I'm going to talk about it a lot more when we get into our budget process and our bond package. We have a number of industrial parks in our city that are in desperate need of pavement repair. In fact, I had 3 business owners on one of the industrial parks summon me to a meeting this past Tuesday, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, to come visit them at their, and there's no street left. It's down to the Caliche. And so we've got serious issues with respect to industrial parks.
Yeah, citywide.
It's a citywide problem.
It sure is. There's one just about there's many in each of the districts.
So we have to, in some form or fashion, or a collective form or fashion, we have to start addressing those. We obviously can't fix all of them in 1 year, but we have to start somewhere.
Yes, sir.
So, as a reminder, when we had our review of all of this, one of my requests was to, I'm not sure Heather if you were there or not, but was to do exactly, multiple people on this council have talked about the industrial parks in the city across the city and not just one district. So my request was, and I would like that back, or to see what comes back, is to create a program, and that starts by what do we have? What industrial areas do we have in every district? I don't even know if they exist, if there's one in every district. There may be, but I think this council needs to look at that. And then we need to look at that collectively to see how do we address that and what is the cost of each one of those, right? That's very important. And here's the point is this here, streets is the biggest thing that I certainly hear about. Fixing, of course, residential streets, but if this is an avenue to fix, this could be a major arterial and collectors initiative, and fixing streets, no matter what we call them, residential or commercial, is absolutely something that I want to, that I would like to address if we're able to, and we are. We're limited. I'd go residential all day, but we need these streets fixed, so I was hoping we could have that information.
Because Neiman's here, our assistant city manager of public works, and he's going to talk about the work that Ernie has done on inventorying our industrial parks.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Public Works Department and the Engineering Department are fully aware that industrial parks have been named as an additional concern and priority of City Council. Approximately 2 months ago, both departments have been working diligently to do an inventory of the industrial streets within the city. That information has been collected, and we're currently putting together correspondence to City Council and to post detailing that map. Going forward at the fiscal year 25, that will be included in the public works work plan regarding putting together a comprehensive plan to address industrial streets in the city of Corpus Christi.
Wouldn't that be something to be considered for this initiative, or at least?
It sounds like they've worked on it for 2 months, so it's pretty much ready. So if the council, part of today's goal in this work session is to see, do we want to change the council's baseline concept so it could be allocate some of the type A 1/8 cent for streets, where it could be industrial streets.
I think this is the opportune time to do that, to look at whatever, because this has been a long time coming, that it's been asked for multiple times. But we absolutely need to look at that right now. This is the time.
We can put something on next Tuesday, City Council, for a preliminary briefing on this.
Yes,
yeah,
that would be
let's put that on for next Tuesday, and we'll have Ernie and Jeff Edmonds, our engineer, go over the map, show you where these streets are. We have all that. They spent 2 months developing it.
Perfect. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Well, I'm smiling because it's something I brought up with the Type B funding for the rod field, right? So I remember getting a lot of flack for that because I went and found it first, right? But no, it's all fine. I think this is a good discussion for this particular 1/8 cents tax that we're looking to renew, because to the mayor's point, it's our last priority with regards to streets. I'd rather fix a street in front of somebody's house than one of these industrial parks, right, or commercial parks, whatever you want to refer to them as. And so I was looking for a way to find that funding. And when it was used for Elizabeth Street over on my Spawn one year, I said, okay, well, I'm going to try and get that next year for some of these industrial streets, which also included Huntwick, which is the street that goes into HEB Plus off of Staples, close to Saratoga. So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to use that or have those funds used that are specific for that. But also, you know, when you mentioned here on the military section, which you have written here, in looking at the actual legislation on section 501.104, it also allows you to use it to include infrastructure and improvements in land acquisition and buildings, which is not stated in your presentation. But this is also something that I think, along that we're trying to utilize the state grants, but, if we just, that would be another opportunity to maintain this, because the base for us is very important, and to include the training as well as CCAT.
Good point. Right now, at the CCAT base.
Right. So if that's an option to include, that could be something very vital for us as a community.
So I would clarify
and to the voters.
And I would clarify that while, yes, you are able to utilize it for infrastructure improvements, land acquisition, buildings, or expenditures that relate to the purposes that I had listed. So I didn't go through and list all of the different minute uses, but these are the general uses you can do.
Well, they're key.
Yeah.
They're key things in terms of improvements in infrastructure, right? That's why we go and get those grants from the state, right, to help with that. So I think that's a vital part of our economy. The Navy, that base provides our number 2 employer in the city. I can't think of a more vital use.
Can we, Councilman, Mayor, if you don't mind, can we have Stephanie? Would it be land? Would it be land, buildings, and so on the base? Could it be property on the base, or is it property supporting the base's activities? Because we're a big military city here, so this is a good idea. We just want to make sure we
Number for the house.
Right. Yeah, but does the city have to own the property, or does it have to be?
So, Stephanie Leiby, Norton Rose Fulbright, serves as bond counsel for the city. For the use of the sales tax to support the military bases, it's actually supporting primary jobs that support the military base. And so it's not improvements to the base itself, but it's all the industries in the community that support the base. And so the first metric is to ensure that you're creating that primary job. And primary jobs are defined by statute under Chapter 501.
Create and retain, right?
Create or retain primary jobs. And there's a long list of what constitutes a primary job, but a general way to think about it would be industrial, mechanical, anything that can be created locally and then exported either regionally or nationally.
So would CCAT fall under that definition? I mean, they're kind of
I think so.
I would think that's the case. They're not actually the base. They're a tenant of the base. They actually manufacture and repair, and they're primary jobs, right? So I think that would all fall within that. With that definition, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's something to look into.
Okay, we'll flesh it out some more. Thank you, Stephanie.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, she touched on what I was going to focus on. This is a business development fund. This money, I do have a question though. How much have we given to the streets? Because Gil did bring up about 6 years ago the industrial park where a lot of our favorite watering hole is?
So right now the tax, it's about $4 million. It was like $3.5 to $4 million a year that's been building. So I think this is our 5th year, so about 15, say for calculation between 15 and 20 million.
15 to 20 million total for streets.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I did not know that. How many industrial parks have we worked on?
I think there's just been one industrial park. It has been utilized, I know, for Ocean Drive. It was utilized for Elizabeth Street. It was utilized for the industrial park. This year, it had been allocated for the development and extension of Williams Road. And then actually Huntwick is going to be coming back to City Council. We did allocate some money from the Williams Road project to Huntwick to get that done right now. And then we have, I think Fair Lane may be the one that's going to be coming within 25 and 26. So that's kind of our plan right now. One of the things to mention though is if there are a group of projects after Neiman and his staff and his team identify those projects, we can always bond on a short term to get more projects done instead of waiting to cash flow them. It is creating about $4.4 million, which continues to grow on an annual basis, that is allocated to streets. And so it is something to consider if we wanted to get some bigger projects knocked out instead of waiting for it to be cash funded.
Sure. And I was going to reinforce what you said earlier on our affordable housing. We do use that with the housing authority. What is our official name, Heather?
Housing Finance Corporation?
Housing Finance Corporation. That's right. Anyways, we do use it every once in a while when it benefits us. But the truth is there aren't any affordable houses in this city because we've increased our taxes too much. So, that's right. Trying to get the blood boiling. I do have a concern, so we've brought up suggestions up here, and y'all act on suggestions, which we do appreciate you as staff members. You act on what we ask you to do. So one of the suggestions I am against, I'm sorry, Councilman Parsley, and I do think that he has very good intentions with it, but delegating people to these boards gives us the opportunity to put people with professional backgrounds that, for example, the EDC, a lot of people who are elected, maybe not Councilman Pusley, maybe not Councilman Suckley or Councilman Roy, who's not here, who have backgrounds in this, they will know the first thing to do to bring in new business to the city. But we may be lucky enough to have elected officials that do. So I think delegating that opportunity to people among a bunch of diverse groups in the city to bring in new economic development is a very good idea. We need to maybe work on our process of working together with them a little better.
Thank you, Heather. Go ahead.
Your next station is back up.
We're on page 10. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Councilman.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back and make sure we don't get off track here, because I've said from the beginning, and I will continue to say, when we get ready to go back out to voters, this better be really simple or I'm not going to support it, okay? So when we're talking about streets in our industrial park areas, my reference to that was the street repair and construction that's in the Type B Corporation, those monies. So we have a tool, if I understand it right, where we could use that now.
Yes.
And whatever amount of money's there, we can figure out what that is, or if we wanted to use that to go out for bonded indebtedness to address only industrial park, fine. But I'm not in favor of including that in what we redraft for Type A Corporation. That needs to be narrowly defined of what we're going to do with that. That's why we got our hat handed to us the last time. So, and secondly, I want to make myself clear. I'm not saying that the EDC if there's anything wrong with that, what they do and how they do it, who's appointed or any of that. I'm just saying that if we're going to have a board that has voting power and authority to go make a decision on behalf of whatever size business it is, they ought to have that authority without the override of anybody except the city council. And I just don't see any functional reason why we need to have the EDC approve their projects before they come to this council.
And just for clarification, you mean in relation to the Type B board?
That's correct, to the Type B board. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think the intention was to do away with the services that the regional EDC provides.
No, not at all.
Exactly.
They
This
do
would
a
just
good
be.
job, and I'm glad we have them. And I was one of the ones that on the county commissioner's court, the county, believe it or not, when I got there, was not a member of the EDC because Judge Neal refused to kick in the $50,000 that was required for the membership. And so Brent Chesney and I went together, and I gave $25,000 out of my county commissioner funds, and he gave $25,000 so we could buy a membership on that board.
And I think that is a good clarification, the fact that, the regional EDC provides a lot of services to the city.
Fully support
on a regional, and I think specifically what you're talking about is just for the Type
B corporation. It's a different deal. Thank you.
Everything was pretty.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to transition from what the general uses and history behind Type A and Type B, and now we're going to transition to our Type A or 4A authorizations. So currently the city has 2 1/8 cents that is authorized for use under the Type A or 4A statute. This was approved by voters back in November 2000, and it was for a 25-year term. So as we've discussed previously, each 1/8 cents, there's 2 of them, each 1/8 cents produces about $8.9 million as of fiscal year 24. That continues to grow as our volume of taxable sales and revenue continues to grow. So the 2 authorizations are, one is for the American Bank Center Arena, which 1/8 cents is allocated for that project. Remember, Type A, you have to have projects, so this is allocated to that project. And so originally it was authorized, the idea behind it was for the debt service for the construction of the American Bank Arena, and then also any capital projects or operational needs of the arena. We've been very fortunate in the fact that sales tax has continued to grow, and it has surpassed the basic needs of just the service of the debt. And so we've been able to take that money and reinvest it back into the arena for capital improvements, end-of-life machinery, equipment, things like that. That authorization expires in September of 25. So then the second authorization is for the downtown seawall. Again, this is another 1/8 cents. And so again, just like the American Bank Center, the seawall was for the project of major improvements to the downtown seawall flood control structures. Again, our revenue has grown to more than what our basic debt service was, and so we've been able to use this for ongoing maintenance of the seawall and capital projects within that seawall area. And so this money has been used within the marina for the dock replacement. It's been used at the Art Center. It's been used at the Art Museum. Been used for the water gardens, so things along those lines. That authorization does expire in 2026. So really, Council has 4 options for the expiring Type A authorizations. One is we could bring forward consideration of projects under the Type A authorization. We could bring forth consideration of purposes under Type B. We could bring forward consideration for authorization of just general purposes, which would go into the city's general fund like we already have the 1 cent. Or we could bring nothing forward to the voters for consideration, and the authorization would then expire. So really there's 4 different avenues that the City Council could take. What we've primarily discussed is reauthorization under the current Type A for different projects. So it wouldn't be for the same projects, it would be for different projects as allowable under the Type A.
So I'm not going to answer. It's an idea only a zombie would like.
No, Councilman, we're not. No, we're sharing the council's baseline concept. That's it, under the Type A.
Under Type A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to political instincts will.
No, we're not, in fact, our recommendation would be to leave it alone, the Type B.
Yeah. And it,
Right, we agree with that one.
and it wouldn't be to do anything with the current Type B, it would be add to Type B, but that has been something that had come up for discussion actually by the Type B board on why wouldn't we just, have we considered taking the Type A funding and on the reauthorization, reauthorizing it as Type B funding in addition to the current authorizations that we have.
Turn your, well, that way they can hear you. Yeah, there you go.
The board currently has some authorization, doesn't it, to not necessarily change the category, but change what they're using the funding for, or is it projects?
You have to, so under Type B, the 1/8 cents authorized currently under Type B is for 3 purposes, and so they're able to have projects under those 3 purposes.
Okay, but you said it didn't have to be project specific.
Exactly, it has to be purpose specific, not project specific. Type A has to be project specific.
Economic development is a big package, right?
Has a lot of different uses under economic development, and so we're not saying that we're...
Judge that something fits their definition of economic development.
And is allowable under the statute.
They're allowable under the statute, they can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I think, Councilman, what this slide shows here, and we were asked by the Type AB board, is why are you all not considering using some of the 2 1/8 cents under a Type B area? And that choice is the council's to make, and we'll help recommend if we need. Right now, we're sticking with the Type A, which is project specific. We're saying these very specific projects is what we would put out to the voters. A Type B, you could take one of the 1/8 cents or some portion of it and put it into a B with a purpose. There's no list of projects. It's just saying economic development, affordable housing, streets. Under the Type A scenario that we've been working on, we have, you're going to see it here in a moment, we have exact, very specific projects with estimates of how much it would cost to construct them. So that's the Type A. You could use a Type B though and go more general, but we right now would recommend the A to be more specific with the voter.
And I think based on, this last time, what was called for is clarity, and, we talked about this.
A is going to give you the specificity, the clarity, the exact list of projects.
Clean cut,
But you could switch some of the current, we have 2 1/8 cents available right now for reauthorization. You could move them from an A program to a B program. One or both or some portion of the 2.
So you're talking about changing A to where it would look more like the Type B corporation?
Right, and the council could do that for the voter consideration. We don't recommend it because it's more general and it's uncertain to the voter. The open checkbook scenario comes into play. So we're saying let's stick with the A, be very specific and deliberate about exactly what project.
He's just saying we have the option to move those monies around, but of course, being very specific, I think, is best.
Okay.
Yeah, these, like I said, this is just the options. We've been primarily focused on reauthorizing the 2 1/8 cents as a Type A, but you do have the option to reauthorize one or both as additional Type B.
Okay.
All right, I agree with that.
Councilman
So I guess I don't understand, if the voters voted on it, how are we able to change it?
No, we're not. This would just be adding. So remember, we've got.
Still don't understand.
So we have 3 1/8 cents. One is already authorized for B.
But you have voter consideration of Type B purposes.
Yes, the 2 1/8 cents that we're reauthorizing that are currently under Type A, we could take something to the voters to consider doing the reauthorization under Type B instead of under Type A. So the voters would still have to approve it because they're expiring.
I get what you're saying, but then why is it up here on the list?
What do you mean?
If we're not going to do that, and we can't do it without taking the opportunity, changing it back to them, why is it even up here? Y'all just said a second ago that we're not doing type B and we don't recommend it, so why is it up here? So when you give this to us at 5:30 p.m. the night before, and we read this, what do you think is going on in our head?
Well, I had asked for a general discussion of both of them, so I can better understand the difference between the two. Okay. This is something I wish, this is something, Councilman, I wish they would have included in the orientation for new council members when I came here 4 years ago. This is very complicated.
It's very complicated.
And so I've struggled here trying to understand how the two work together and don't work together. And this latest example that we had was a perfect reason why. We had EDC director standing up here giving us information that was voted on by a board that didn't really have to go for it.
Right, yeah.
And so,
we're just sharing information. This is an education session, so to speak. Request a puzzle.
That's what I had asked.
Yeah.
I got you, but I mean the title is authorization.
Options. So you're the
authorization means we give authority to do these things, or we choose authority to do these things. So I think the wording in this completely throws us off, especially if we're rushed to read it today.
Sure, the authorization applies to the voter authorization of the taxes, not the council's authorization.
But never mind. I don't.
All kinds of ideas. There's
Never mind.
either dozens that are
But that was the request of Councilman from the other councilman. So that's what, it was a request. So we're talking about all of it. And y'all are giving us, Peter was mentioning the options. You can do it. Do we want to do that? Probably not. But it can be done. You can move a 1/8 cent over to the next category for later, to consider later, correct?
With massive
No,
increases
that one
in
comes up.
premiums.
But what it is, okay, so you have 3 1/8 cents.
Since January of this year.
Two are currently authorized for type A. Exactly. Okay, and the type A are expiring. Type B is in effect until 38. We could add one of the 2 1/8 cents or take it to the voter for consideration if they want to take one of the 1/8 cents that's currently under type A and reauthorize it under type B. So you'd have 2 1/8 cents under type B that could be for different purposes other than just economic development, affordable. We're not changing the current authorization. These are the new authorizations.
No, we are.
We're bringing it back to the voters.
If we wanted to change it, if we wanted to change it, if we wanted to change it, we can't do it unilaterally. The voters have to do it. So it would go back to say, hey, this is where it is now, but if you would like to vote on this 1/8 to go under B, this is time to do it. And they would change it, or not, or not.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars.
Yeah, you could do that. You can do that too.
Choose to do that if you wanted to.
You could abolish the current
You could
1/8.
abolish B altogether.
Yes.
And say we're going to vote on, we're going to combine type A and type B into one deal and vote to do that, and we'll define.
And make them all project specific.
Make them all project specific.
As opposed to, right.
You could do that.
Yes.
I'm not recommending to do that.
Another option. Okay.
All right, let's go back to the presentation. Okay. So, one of the things that we heard coming out of the November election was that the voters were not comfortable with consideration of an undefined term or not having a set expiration date. And so the proposal that was discussed with City Council was a 25-year term. And so that would allow for the development of, if we wanted to go out for bonds, we could do that for some of the bigger projects. That would give us time to develop the specifics for those projects and then still have a 20-year term. But we could consider different terms, and so this is just an example of the potential or estimated revenue that would be produced during those different terms. So under a 10-year term, we could expect an estimated $95 million be generated. Under a 15-year term, $146 million. A 20-year term, a $200 million, and a 25-year term, $256 million. So this is what an estimation of what each 1/8 cents could produce. Now, this is forecasted with a conservative assumption of a 1% increase in revenue per year, and this is not adjusted for interest or time value of money. This is just a straight cash flow estimation.
And Heather, so right now, the last time we talked to council about this, we said both of the 1/8 cents we would recommend a 25-year term. Some of our feedback, though, from the Republican chair in particular, I met with him recently, the Republican Party, was do something shorter term, like a 10-year, 15-year term. And so the point for me bringing this up is you could have two different terms. You could have one of the 1/8 cents, say for stormwater, or flood control, for a longer term, because it's some expensive projects we'll show you in a moment. And then you could have the other 1/8 cent for a shorter term, like a 10 or a 15-year. So you can mix match the terms for the two 1/8 cents. The longer term gives us more ability to do big projects. The shorter term lets you narrow scope and get it done and come back in 10 years and give the new council, new set of voters, a new project to consider. So there's merit in both. We're not set in stone on the 25-year term based on the feedback. That's why we're out there getting feedback. There's other options we could consider, like a shorter term, a 10-year or a 15-year. In Heather's earlier part of the presentation, the Whataburger Field was a 15-year term, so we do have instances in these programs of having shorter terms, 15 years to be exact.
And to the city manager's point, if the two 1/8 cents don't have to be authorized for the same term, you could do one for a shorter term, one for a longer term, just like we did with the original type of thing.
Councilman Sackley.
Thanks, have you vetted these with Victor at all? Has he given any feedback about bond lengths or anything like that? If we were to, let's say, back it down to 20 and propose 20, obviously by the time we put a project plan together and mobilized and did it, we'd be down to 18 years. So I just didn't know if there was any.
You can issue, traditionally 20-year bonds are what is issued, but within those 20 years, you've got bonds ranging from 1 to 20 years, and so you can do shorter term bonds. So that is it's not something that's uncommon. Normally we focus on 20-year, but you can do them for shorter term.
Yeah, I just didn't know if Victor would give us any feedback, especially with the rates and rate differences.
No, I really haven't. I haven't discussed it with him. No.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Patsey.
So when the state voted to allow us to match funds, it was with the type A funds, or can we match it with both type A and B?
But I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, matching, can you explain the match, Councilman?
Well, they gave us access to the SHOT funds.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about the project
PFC?
Finance Zone?
Yeah.
Heather has a slide on that if you'd indulge us and wait to that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the PFC doesn't specify what, see, the PFC, we would have to pledge a portion of our hotel occupancy tax, not necessarily type A or type B funds.
It's just strictly the hotel motel tax.
I think so.
The government's lifeless real estate.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring all the specifics with me on that. I have the higher level information on it.
We'll get Stephanie caught up, but there's a slide, so we'll get.
We can swing back around with that, but yeah, I can't remember exactly, but I think we have to put a portion of our hotel occupancy tax within that too.
Okay, well, I'll wait to get slide, and then I'll tell you where my thinking's going on that.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay. So moving into what the baseline, so for the 1/8 cents that's currently authorized for the arena, the proposal would be to reauthorize it or authorize it for its use within the whole American Bank Center. So not just the arena, but also including the Convention Center and the Selena Auditorium and those supporting, the supporting facilities. In addition, add other city-owned facilities within the C District, including the 3 museums, the Harbor Playhouse, and the Water Garden. So this would allow investment in those facilities, not only the American Bank Center, but those other city-owned facilities within the C District. These do create a synergy. There are a lot of the same visitors that visit those, and we feel like they complement each other very well. So as the city manager mentioned, we have met with almost 40 different groups over the past several weeks, and this is a summary of some of the feedback that we've received from them. We've heard several times to make sure that they would ask that we would include the ability to use the money for expansion, not only just capital improvements to the existing facilities, continue the use of sales tax for funding versus using property taxes to support the facilities, narrow the scope of the facilities, continue using and funding for co-promotion of events to attract quality shows and support local sports teams. That's one thing that the Type A has been used for on the arena side, is to be able to help with the marketing and co-promotion of shows and events. Consider use of the downtown TERS instead of using the sales tax. Allow use to purchase additional land around American Bank Center. Add additional square footage needed in the exhibit halls, meeting rooms, and full-service rooms to support conventions. The plan seems logical with the term limit. Include baseball fields for capital improvements and maintenance. Allow program flexibility for future needs or projects, and consider proposing projects that appeal citywide, like streets and job training, instead of just the C District buildings. So those are some summary of the feedback that we've received.
Heather, if you can stay on there for a second. So that last one on the far right bottom, consider a project that has citywide appeal. That's something that is somewhat missing in the current baseline. If you don't live in that area of the city, and if you don't use those facilities, the voter may say, what's in it for me? Right, so a lot of the feedback we've received is consider adding something to this 1/8 cent that would have community-wide appeal, like streets, industrial streets, commercial, economic development-based streets. And to do that, the same groups are saying delete some of the buildings in there, so just have the American Bank Center, not all the other 5 buildings behind, and then have a more even narrow focus on the building footprint, just the American Bank Center, not the buildings behind it, and then add to it a community-wide appeal. That's just some of the consensus. And then Heather said it, but just to repeat it again, we've met with 40 lead stakeholder groups and individual leaders to date, with meetings almost every day. And then our community meeting begins tonight in the City Council District 2 on these baseline concepts. So there's a lot of good input we're getting, but that's one that's a repeat one, which is for this one, 1/8 cent, we need some type of community-wide benefiting appeal to make it pass.
Okay. Yeah, that is. But the street, of course, that hasn't, as you've been talking to these groups, which I see have been a lot, I'm assuming the whole street piece of it hasn't gone into it, what you've heard today.
Say that again, Mayor.
The street, like the
yes, they're saying streets.
I know, but we just said it today, so I guess moving forward, going into the community meetings, one being tonight at Lyndale, you can now include the fact that what you've heard from council today, and I think I'm speaking for us all, is that we'd like to see an arterial, business street initiative within this.
Right.
Okay. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. So, let me understand what you said, Mr. Zanoni, and I want to understand it before I go off.
Right.
We want to make it more inclusive to the community, but we're going to disclude 5 organizations that are right next to where this money should be focused on, or has been focused on for the last 20 years.
That's some of the feedback we're receiving.
You're receiving from us.
Yeah, from our 40 agencies, which is the saying.
So we as a council are saying, don't put the money where it was intended to be originally, but give it to the rest of the community, which I understand, because we want to help out the people that put us in office. We want to help out all of our constituents. The problem is this is economically development driven. This is supposed to be focused on the business environment, not homes. So when we do this flood mitigation option, which I do think is a way to get around that, I think it's a good opportunity. Will we be focusing on all the business streets, or will we be going into neighborhoods?
It's in commercial corridors. You'll see the map in a moment.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Councilman Clay.
Yeah, I was going to kind of build on what Councilman Hunter's mentioned here already as well, that although I'm going in a bit of a different direction, I think I see kind of a conundrum here because I think the public wants work down the streets. I think that we're doing a pretty good job now on the arterials and even some of the feeder streets as well. The big need, the huge, massive need is the neighborhood streets, but my understanding is that we're not really allowed to use this fund for that purpose.
That's correct, Councilman.
To meet that still large need.
That's correct, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think that's a conundrum I see there, because I think when we have these input sessions, we need to kind of make sure that the public's aware of that if we're talking about streets, we're not talking about neighborhood streets, we're really talking about these feeder lines or truck lines.
That's right. We're going to make that clear. In fact, one of our slides, if you will, for the community meeting is what is not eligible. So we're going to say these are not eligible uses, not because of us, but because of the state enabling legislation. So things like, homeless shelters, daycares, residential streets, and we'll make sure they know it's not us, it's not the city council saying that, it's the state enabling legislation. Yes, sir.
So let me just put this above your ear, to your and staff as well, to see if you can find a way to define neighborhood streets as economic development. Because that's one of the greatest needs we've got in the city right now. And if you want to use delivery trucks as a definition, because of the growth of home deliveries now, more than what we've seen in the last 10, 20, 50 years, that might be a measure of doing that. That's one way to draw the public in, because the public has a clear demand here to see if we can define it that way based on the state statute.
Okay, we're going to have Stephanie Levy give us some information here. Stephanie.
So, Councilmember Klein, when you go through the history of the AB statute, the taxes themselves are really intended to be for economic development. So that's why we have that definition of primary jobs. If you go to legislative history prior to primary jobs, it was much more loose or general as to how those revenues were being used, and the legislature actually narrowed the scope because they didn't want the sales tax to be used for what they viewed as services that were provided within the general scope of what the city should be providing to the residents. And so as it relates to certain infrastructure, whether it's the drainage, stormwater, utilities, or streets, it is for those utility services or that infrastructure that promotes or expands new business development. So it's very difficult to have that apply to residential basis, which is why we always recommend that you stay along commercial corridors.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that it has to be, it cannot be used for purposes that could be provided for from general funds. But again, I mean, Ernie De La Garza is telling us that it's going to be 12 years now, conservatively, to get all the streets repaired in the city, the residential streets repaired in the city, so that realistically, unless you're looking 12 years out,
this week, the U.S. Senate voted
the residential street repairs are not being met by the city general fund.
One of the things that you all can consider is that historically, what portion of your street geo bonds have been dedicated to what would ever qualify as commercial streets under the sales tax authorization, so that sales tax authority could be used for commercial industrial streets, and then you would free up GO bond proceeds that could then be utilized for your residential streets.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think there's, thank you for explaining that. And I think the biggest piece here, Councilman, is we have to educate. We do, because if you just said the word street, you just automatically think residential. And in this case, it isn't. We have to abide by these very strict guidelines. And it's a win to fix the street, because then we don't have to utilize, monies that we would for that particular corridor. I mean, we had this conversation with Bear Lane. Do we really have to put that in the bond when you have a revenue stream over here that specifically covers an industrial, a commercial corridor? So now those funds can go towards, residential streets or what have you. Councilman Pusley. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to ask. Okay, so to fulfill this citywide appeal, could we include regional parks?
I think so. Right?
I mean, that was something that it is an allowable use to be considered a quality of life in support of that economic development, and so that was something that we had proposed on the prior election, is the inclusion of regional parks.
And specifically define what those regional parks are.
Right, yeah, that's what we did on the prior one. I think it was 6, like Lamonti.
Other than that, I don't know how you do it, because you can make a really good case for the ABC Center complex is something that serves the whole city. I mean, how many events do we have a year at the ABC Center? Half the, people in the city from all over go to those events. I mean,
right now the rodeo,
rodeo,
the carnival,
the heart ball, the coronation. I mean, how many people were at that coronation event? I mean, those are big deals that serve people throughout the city. So I think there's a case to be made for that. But if you wanted to do something on here that specifically would give people a warm fuzzy about, okay, this really is going to be used for something that'll help my district, and maybe regional parks might be a way to do it. And I'm just throwing that out. Yeah, that's what this is.
And to your point, I think that when we looked at the analysis of the use of the American Bank Center as a whole, between 60 and 70% of the users were local.
Heritage Park, NBC Center, the arena. I mean, we host events there that people all across the city attend.
Yeah.
And so, but I will tell you, I'm going to say this again, that I've said 150 times in the last 4 years, we don't do a good job of selling that. We don't tell people about that. And we do a lot of good things here, and we just don't tell people about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor.
To make matters worse, families,
I was going to add in, thank you so much for commenting that. Number one, if we do decide to use this for collector streets or something of that nature, then that's going to free up general fund money to be able to work on residential streets. Now, but I just want to. This is for the purposes of economic development, and I mean we could. It's just I don't know what I heard the other day. You can engineer anything, pretty much anything, any way you want to somehow fit it into that. I think we kind of did that when it came to using seawall funds for the water drugs, which I support. And I just, and then I agree with Councilman Pusley. We went through this process in the last one. There's graduations at the American Bank Center. What is it? There's an American Bank Center, and I said this before, and I said this several times. Sitting across from my buddy that's sitting out there in the corner with glasses on, looking at his phone. Or what is it?
we had some very spirited discussions, but that there's a large portion of individuals that not every asset that we have is supposed to make money, you know. And right now, we don't know that the asset that we currently have with the American Bank Center, or the Convention Center, or the arena, is that it's its best self, that it's its full capacity. I mean, we know that it's not up to the standard that it needs to be. And for the purpose of, you know, having economic opportunity, creating synergy, just like we had a very spirited and, you know, healthy discussion with regard to where we move forward with a hotel downtown. You know, there was arguments about, it was a divided council, but the idea was to create synergy for the community. So I know we obviously want to appeal to the community wide, but, you know, once again, you know, that individuals are be able to capitalize. Everybody, I don't know anyone that doesn't go utilize the American Bank Center.
Father, brother, sister-in-law.
I don't now, and I think if you go downtown on First Friday, you know, of course, if you were downtown this First Friday or this last Saturday, you know, there was no place to park, and I think having no place to park is excellent. It's a great problem to have. And I think this is an example that we were not able to manage everything that we had going on. And that's a wonderful problem to have. And I think we should look at that and, recognize, okay, how can we improve on that? And having an aging facility that, as I always get on Peter's the case for saying this, years of neglect, you know, and I know we're coming up on election season, and we want to be able to, as somebody that has experienced a lot of experience in the last 9 months at losing elections, 2 that I might add, I just seem to feel that we need to be very focused, and as I said during our meeting, if it doesn't fit on a postcard, if we can't explain it on a postcard on the address side, then it's going to be very hard to say. And I understand the idea to take care of every demographic, but unless we can put it on a postcard and explain it very simply, it's going to be very hard to do this. And I know, we've all supported streets, we all have. And it's still, how much are we doing? Is it $100 million a year now that we're pretty much spending on streets?
I think it's over 100. It's over 100 million. You know, when you put in all our sources, it was like 130 something.
Yeah, so
including the bond funds, you know, annually.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people complain to me. You know, I had just last week somebody, I think Andrew Escano recently did an interview that there's too much construction going on in my neighborhood. You guys need to phase it out.
Oh my God.
I can't get to my house. Since I've been a council member, when are you going to get to my street? When are you going to get to my street? And so it's going to be a never-ending deal. And I think, as I said, we're elected for discretion. Make it too complicated. Just my 2 cents. I mean, that's the way I kind of feel. I think this is. We already know that 1/8 cent is not enough for the original. Right. We already know. And if we want to expand it, then we need to be, that pool gets smaller and smaller. And everything now, the cost, just 5 years ago, the cost of construction was double. As little as 5 years ago. I mean, I just urge everybody to be conscientious about that. And I know it's a hard decision. And I know we've got to, but anyway, that's all I have for now, Mayor. I haven't taken 2 minutes. So.
Councilman Gomez. Thank you, Mayor. And just to echo on, I think what we're discussing here, the C district, as much as we say that it's not for the residents, it truly is, because I know of, hundreds, thousands of, children that are taken to the museum. Science Museum, and I don't know about the visitations to the Asian Museum, but I know for a fact that all those places need help. I mean, they need help to, you know, fix their air conditioners, their buildings, their roofs, their just to keep going. So I support you know, hopefully the citizens will agree, but to continue this 1 tax to support the C district. As much as I want the streets, I know that this money can't be allocated, I mean, not to the residential streets anyway, but I just wanted to just make sure that the voters know, you know, where I stand, and as much as I, you know, would like to, you know, address other issues with this 1/8 tax, I just think that supporting the C district is a good way, you know, to do it. Hopefully the voters will agree.
I'm not asking for a raise.
Job is connected. Thank you, Ms. Corpus.
You will be dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners.
So we did want to go ahead and discuss just a little bit about the Project Finance Zone, or the PFC. So just a reminder, you know, the city was granted the ability to participate in this program during the 2023 legislative session. And so the city is eligible to receive the state's portion of the incremental increase of the sales tax, the hotel occupancy tax, and mixed beverage tax generated in the 3-mile radius of the designated project for up to 30 years. So this would operate like a TERS, where you set a base year, and then as that revenue grows over that period of time, that is rebated back to the city, given back to the city. So to activate this zone, you do have to designate a project, and to Councilmember Pesley's question, this does not require that the city provide matching funds, but it is designated, it's intended to supplement for a project. So it's not supposed to be the primary source of funding for a project, but it is to help supplement and enhance those projects. And so we would need to designate a project, and that then has to be approved by the state comptroller and could create that zone, and then we would set the base year. So we do recommend that we create the zone and set the base year by the end of the calendar year 2024. We propose the project would be improvements to the American Bank Center, and if it is set within the calendar year 2024 does become the base year, and then we would be able to receive that revenue as it is generated above the base year. We are going to be working to go back and recalculate those projections on what this could generate over a 30-year period. When we ran our last calculations, it was with the assumption of the expanded American Bank Center, the different hotels that we were planning or hoping to plan within the downtown area within the project plan. And so we will be going back and recalculating what we can expect to receive based off of our current growth patterns.
So that leads into my question. When we define what we want to do with the type A contract that we're going to ask the voters to approve, and I'm just throwing this out as a general, would we be better, you know, we've been talking about defining the buildings down there as what we're going to spend the money on. Would we be better defining it as whatever economic development is within that zone?
Well, the zone is going to be a 3-mile radius, and so that would be very large. I don't think that we could get because we have to designate what that project is, and so it has to be a specific project. So the project that we would propose would be the improvements to the American Bank Center. We couldn't necessarily put it.
But you could say specific projects to be located within this zone.
It has to be one project, yes.
The councilman's talking about the ballot. You're talking about the ballot language, councilman? Yeah, he's talking about the designation of the.
Within for the voters for type A.
Right, Leslie's talking about the
Yeah.
So the PFZ has to be specifically one project. It has to be a
Right, what about the ballot language, though? He's saying, instead of saying the American Bank Center, could you say the C District?
Yeah.
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
You could say all built.
But city-owned facilities within the C district.
And I think that gives us more flexibility to do projects within the C district than just defining it to specific buildings.
Yeah, you can do sidewalk, road improvement, exactly, landscaping, that whole zone, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because there's probably a boundary line that's defined on the C district.
Yes.
But basically, we've captured it all right now with the buildings only, but if you want to capture all the geography to include some of the seawall amenities,
Right.
walkway amenities,
I think it just gives us more flexibility, but yet it is specific to that area.
Right, like the barge dock that a lot of people use to fish off of, so that's not, right now, that's not in the scope.
No, and as you well know, Bill Durrell with Durrell Properties has brought that to our attention.
I'm meeting with him tomorrow, in fact, on Friday. He has a new plan.
I think there's real value in us maybe looking at that.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's real good. Because it gives us a little more ability to take care of the whole geographic area, but it's defined in these limits.
And that we would receive matching funds for specific, right?
The matching funds would only be eligible to go to the specific project. We couldn't say for the BFC.
Heather,
I'm sorry.
Let me finish. When we define a project, after we get it passed for all the voters and we go in and we define a project we want to do, then we could receive those matching funds, correct?
If it is approved by the state comptroller, yes.
No.
Yeah.
Right, the answer is yes, and it would be most likely for the American Bank Center.
I've been hanging out with lawyers.
Well, I'm not going to quit doing that. Not going to have any more meeting with Miles.
Yeah. So to clarify though, the PFC, the use is for a convention center. That is what the PFC is authorized for. The project has to be a convention type center. A convention center?
So do we have to specify that? So he's saying keep it general, so that we can maybe include.
Okay, so two different things. One is for the type A, we could say city-owned facilities or assets within the C district, but when we start going into sidewalks and landscaping and things like that.
Yeah, but we're not going to do that in the bond language. We're going to, in the language that goes to the ballot. We're going to do that when we define the projects we want to do.
But if we do it under type A, we have to define the project.
In the ballot language?
You have to narrow it, yes.
So the type A is specific. You have to say, fix this street, whatever. Type B is the one that's more of a general purpose.
More of the general purpose. And so, but then the PFZ, it is only to be used on convention type facilities. So we couldn't use the PFZ money, the project finance zone money, on the museums within the C district. We would only be able to utilize it within the American Bank Center as a convention facility because it is hotel occupancy tax.
Like the Salina Auditorium, the American Bank Center.
It would, yeah, and those supporting assets.
Those contiguous buildings. What about the art museum?
No, because it's not a convention type facility. Exactly. So that's for the PFC. For the type A, we could have it as something like city-owned facilities within the C district, and then we would then define what assets within, in the measure, you could say it could be used for this, this, and this.
Peter, you see where I'm headed.
I know, I see exactly where you're headed, but we're going to talk offline because I don't think we had, right now, the arena monies, we didn't say it's for the chiller, it's for the refrigerator, it's for the stairway.
Yeah, I don't mean that we have to receive PFZ money for every.
There's got to be some flexibility.
But
No, it's a project.
But we can refine that, yes, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, right.
But the PFC money is very specific to it has to be used for a convention type facility.
But as far as the ballot language is, we could define it as a C district and with project-specific projects within the C district.
Yeah, we can talk through that.
Right? Okay. She's sort of saying, I'm getting one of those.
Well, I thought A was, it's not general, it's specific.
That's right. So you're voting for a specific project, and so what you would do if you wanted to capture multiple buildings is you would have to create some type of designation that would capture all of that as some type of city complex, and then you vote the city complex. But if you want to capture other types of improvements in addition to those city buildings, then it would be better to repurpose your type A tax as a type B tax, even if it's for projects that are more limited than what type B authorizes. And so you could vote it multiple projects, so you could capture streets, utilities, buildings within the C district that promote or expand economic development as a repurposed type B tax. So it just depends on kind of the ultimate scope of what council wants to do. I mean, I know that there's a lot of focus today on keeping the tax as type A, but we'll really have to evaluate when that final project list comes out as to whether or not we're really repurposing a type A tax as a type B tax. And it's the same ballot language that the voters see. And so what they'll see when they go to the ballot, if there is a repurposing of the tax, is, you know, do you authorize the repeal of this type A tax and an implementation of a type B tax for these specific purposes?
So we'd have two type B corporations.
No, you would not have two type B. You would not have two type B corporations. You would have a type B corporation that now has 2/8 or 1/4 sales tax authority.
And that makes a little bit more I think we need to, and I think we can have more conversation, but we need to keep this very defined and specific to type A. And we defined exactly what we want to address.
So if you keep it to type A, you're voting specific projects. And those are the only projects that you can place on the ballot, and you're voting in 1/8 increments. So you're voting for 2 projects. And that's what council would have to narrow the scope down to.
Starting on
We'd have to do specific building. We'd have to list
a specific project.
Center, arena. We'd have to list what we were going to spend the money on.
Right, that's what we currently have laid out.
Right.
Yeah, that's the five building, non-convention center related buildings back of it, in the convention center complex.
If we wanted to do something different, we'd have to abolish the type A tax in favor of a type B tax.
Right.
It gives you more flexibility.
And the associated economic
Okay.
Does everybody understand that? And we'll end up coming back to that. It's specifics or general. Okay. Councilwoman Couples, thank you.
On the C district, let's say we decide that we'll go with the C district. Would that actually, I mean, could we include like Heritage Park? Is that part of the C district? I'm just wondering, when we say C district, can we?
Heritage Park is included in the C district, and those are city-owned facilities.
Okay, so we don't have to say it, but it's just no.
I don't think, is the Heritage Park part of the C district?
Yeah, that whole area over there is all part of the C
She just confirmed it, right?
Listen, the Heritage Park.
Yeah, okay, because, I mean, like, we're just about, we're also looking at our bond project, and we're looking at putting some money into some of the Heritage Park.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, so put that money then. Right.
various edits.
You could, but Councilwoman, just to remind them, we can show the amount of accumulation over the terms of these things. The need just for the American Bank Center, just for those 3 buildings is tremendous. So as we add and add and add and add, we're going to be we're not going to get anything done because there's so much that has to get done with limited resources. So we would recommend that we keep it more narrow so we can have impact and make a big difference on the remodel and the renovation, no expansion. But if we keep adding and adding, then it just gets tough to really make a difference. And it may be that we don't even get to some of the projects over the term.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how we could just, so that we could have a choice, so that we could say we've got money, if we don't have general fund money, and we need money to fix some of the, homes at the Heritage Park, we could, but you're saying it's better to limit it.
For this thing here, for voter clarity, for voter clarity and impact, to say we can do this, as the definition of the scope is more narrow, the more we can convince somebody about it or educate somebody about it. But if it's that whole big area, there's massive amount of buildings in Heritage Park, and then we're going to go down and get all the buildings behind the American Bank Center, and then the American Bank Center too. So it becomes somewhat unwieldy. And we have, just to remind us, we have choices every year in our budget process. We have the general fund, we have hotel occupancy tax funds, we have bond programs. So we have choice every budget session, really every day.
And I really did want clarification if the C district did include it, but I guess it does.
It does include, under the definition of the C district, it does include the Heritage Plaza.
But not for this specific.
But what the council's baseline concept did not include Heritage. It was just the American Bank Center complex and the 5 entities in the back part of it. The 3 museums, Harbor Playhouse, and the Water Garden.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor.
The right thing by the American people, that they will stop.
So part of it's funny that you're bringing up Type B, because this is the whole reason that we created a Type B program, is because we were trying to bring opportunities to a lot of different things. So you have here on your site, it's a 3-mile radius. I thought it was a 2-mile radius.
3-mile radius.
It is. So, and this is.
So that's what the revenue is collected from. The revenue that.
Where can we spend the money, I guess?
At the designated project, which would be the American Bank Center. So we're not able, so remember there's 2 different things. So this is the PFC. So the PFC collects the incremental revenue increase.
I'm sorry. I'm asking wrong.
And we're going to fail. So it has to be very succinct, specific, and I don't think going to a Type B would provide for that. So I think it should stay with the Type A and very specific projects and identification of what it should be. If we're concerned that the convention center complex and the associated buildings around it are not general enough for everyone, what we had discussed with the commercial business streets, as well as support for military infrastructure, would capture just about everybody that has some vested interest in the economic development of this city. So if we can keep the discussion or focus on trying to make this specific and how we can provide for council members to have a postcard and explain it and say, this is what we're going to do, this is the funding we need for these things, the better off we are. It's a KISS principle, right? Right, so let's not try to muddy the waters with all the other stuff involved in this. Anybody watching this, if they haven't been sitting in one of these chairs or on the staff, is probably going to be totally confused by all this information. So I want to say we want to make it specific and easy for our residents and our voters to be able to support us in this. The more we get into any of the other stuff, it's just going to be worse.
I have to say though, this workshop is for this very discussion that we're having. It's to ask the questions and to get clarity and to go through options that you have. Whether you take them or not, that's a different story. But this discussion is exactly for that, and I'm grateful for Councilman Bonetta for, suggesting we do this. We need to clarify, therefore we need to ask all of these questions. It is very confusing because we're talking about three different things. You're talking PFC, which is very project specific. You're talking sales tax, which can go, 8 different ways right now. And we're talking, and then we have a bond. And so, yes, every person that has spoken has made it clear that we need to be very clear. We, meaning the staff, needs to be clear moving forward in what we put out. I've had a conversation with Peter earlier today. The message needs to be very clear, whatever that may be in the end. But I think we all agree that if it's not clear, it's dead. Number one, but number two, we have to have good, healthy discussions, and those are all the questions being asked, which is confusing, but that's why we're getting, she's providing clarity on every point.
Okay, so what I'm saying is going from this, I mean, I don't know if we're going to we can't make a decision here. It's a workshop. There's no action items here. So that's what I'm saying is, and this is, it's got to be as clear as possible. So when we come to the language, it's got to be very specific, and that's what I was referring to. I understand the discussion about going to type B, but that provides a lot of vagueness. It provides too much vagueness. And, type B, that's kind of what's designed so you can use it for other things. But for our purposes, it probably won't work. So I think it's important to be very specific about what we want to use it for. Okay, thank you.
So this is just a map of the 3-mile radius where we would be able to receive that revenue from. So then transitioning from the 1/8 cents that is currently being used for the arena to the 1/8 cents that is currently being used for the seawall. So the baseline proposal was to continue the use for the downtown seawall flood control structures, which includes the breakwater, the salt flat levee, then the flood control pumps, along with what we consider the seawall, which is the structure along the bay there from basically the port all the way up to Miggy Beach. Then the proposal was to add additional citywide flood control and coastal resiliency projects to expand or create new business areas, but narrow the focus to exclude any of the public facilities, including the marina, the art museum, the art center, and any other public facilities along that seawall structure. So one of the things that we have received a lot of feedback on is that the marina is how are we going to define the marina? Because the marina, the T heads and the L heads are actually part of the original flood control structure that was built back in the 1940s. And so the breakwater along with the marinas and along with the marina basin or the harbor area was considered all part of that flood control structure. The art museum would be, under the current baseline, would be included in the other 1/8 cents proposal. And then the art museum would be able to receive funding either through the TERS or through general fund or general bonds or things along those lines.
You learned of Santiago's letter. You had a meeting with two seniors.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I had this discussion with another council member about it. The actual infrastructure, the breakwater, the actual island and stuff are part of that flood mitigation and control, but the actual facilities are not.
Exactly.
So we're talking, like the boathouse or the piers or, anything that kind of extends, that's not part of the flood mitigation program. So we want to make sure that we're very specific and not have something that says it's for seawall and then use it to build the water garden kind of thing. So that won't fly either. So the infrastructure itself, yes. The infrastructure itself, yes. The amenities, no. So that should be very, very clear as well. Thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
Do we know, Peter, when the last time that bulkheads surrounding the T-heads were examined for undercut? No.
No, actually, I asked both Jeff Edmonds and Jonathan Atwood, and they didn't have, they were going to look into when the last time that was, but they were going to, I don't have an actual date for that.
So from that response, I would assume it has not been recently.
I don't think so. The seawall itself, the seawall structure was within the last 5 years, but the actual T and L heads, they weren't sure they were going to go back and do some research on that.
Yeah, we'll get to that answer. That's a good question.
And in the conversation, we have we're put out a contract to do the inspection along for the seawall structure itself, and so that is one of the things that we will add, proposing to add to that is the inspection of the land masses also.
I keep hearing our breakwater needs to be raised, but
breakwater needs help. Yeah, it needs to be raised, and it's a combination of a little bit higher sea water and then sinkage and lost rock. So there's a study on the way to assess it, but there's going to be a multi-million-dollar project to raise that, especially with the the higher currents that we have and whatever. Yeah,
but that would be included in the.
That would be.
As is proposed, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for Councilman Pusley, I think the last time we looked at the breakwaters, I had no idea about the heaths either, was 2017. They were looking at potentially expanding the McGee Beach to go a little further. So they had to look at that.
And there was a recent project actually within the last 3 to 4 years where a portion of that breakwater was somewhat rebuilt. It wasn't raised, I don't believe, but it was there starting at McGee Beach out to that area where there's that cap there that people walk out on. It had been disintegrating, and so a portion of that was reinforced, but I don't believe that it was actually raised. It was just more reinforcing what's actually there. So we've been working with Public Works on projects in support of the coastal resiliency and flood mitigation that we felt like that would meet the definition of the economic development. And this is a listing of these projects. These all are projects that touch some of the larger areas that either we've had slower growth in or we've not been able to develop due to some of the flooding issues that are in those areas. In addition, we have the Corpus Christi Bay. We're continuing to have ongoing erosion along those shorelines there that range all the way from Cole Park all the way down to the university. And so looking at some type of flood erosion mitigation and protection of those shorelines. We'll go into this a little bit deeper, but these are the projects that we'll be discussing a little bit more in depth. They are in areas that are eligible for commercial growth or near commercial growth. The total projects are about $193 million in today's dollars. And then we have designated a specific amount. Part of that study that engineering will be doing is looking at, what do we really need to set aside for the proper protection of the seawall flood control structure. For this modeling, we did take an assumption of about $2 million a year and multiplied that, applied an interest factor and an inflation factor to that. And so for modeling purposes right now, we're estimating about $73 million would need to be set aside specifically for the annual, every 2 months, every 2 years, 5 years, 10 years type of maintenance that needs to be done on the flood control system.
If you, just 1 second, Heather. So on this one here, including the seawall, these projects that Heather's going to go over in detail with maps, it totals $266 million. The 25-year collection for that 1/8 cent was $256 million. So we can do just about all of these projects with that 25-year estimated 1/8 cent collection. So this is very defined, very specific. These are all economic-based drainage flood control projects. So Heather's going to go through each one. This comes from our Public Works Stormwater team that knows where the issues are across the city. We were mindful to get, there's a nice map that Heather will show next. There's one almost in every area of our city. You'll see that in the map.
So are we able to, when this began, this was 25 years ago, and it was just about the seawall. So the name of this fund, I guess what fund, the type, or the fund, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So, remember, the authorization is for a specific term and it's for a specific project. So now we're going back and now we're authorizing for another project, which would be not only the seawall, but also stormwater or coastal resiliency. And so we refer to it as the seawall fund. That is more of an internal title. The ballot language would include seawall flood control along with other projects that would be eligible for stormwater or coastal resiliency.
But can that change?
Yes. Yeah, because you're reauthorizing it. You could take something and I'm not suggesting this. Please don't shoot me. But you could say, I don't want to use it for the seawall anymore. I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization. The current authorization is expiring and we're authorizing it for something else.
Well, and I say that again for clarity.
Yes.
Because if it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's
No.
to be,
It would be more
we moved it along.
flood protection.
It's protecting the city.
Yes.
Anyway, that's something to really consider in moving forward. Councilman Seckley.
Thanks, Mayor. I just think it's important to note, and you and I spoke on this Friday, Heather, when you gave me my briefing, is although there are a couple projects noted for District 4 is, as we talk about flood control and coastal resiliency, Padre Island and Flower Bluff have more coastal stretch of the city than any other district in the city. And there's not a project on here for Flower Bluff or Padre Island.
Yes.
So I think we need to rethink that and make sure that we figure out a way to discuss that with the community and account for that.
Okay.
Yeah, Gabriel's here, so I don't know if you want to talk, Gabriel, maybe if you can say it now. We know there are some efforts that can be done in Padre Island, but Gabriel talked about the geography and geology and what, that's limited, right, Gabriel, what can be done there?
Yes, sir. So Gabriel Nojosa, Assistant Director of Public Works. So Councilman Suckley, direction we were given is projects that would also go geared towards economic development. We know there's flooding issues in Flower Bluff, kind of more towards the southern area like Caribbean, those areas that we're looking for. Looking at future land use maps that council just approved for the master plans, the kind of corridor of SPID is kind of the only identified area in Flower Bluff for kind of that economic development. So we didn't have any projects currently mapped along that corridor, so that's why you didn't see any projects on here for Flower Bluff. Also, on the island, it's going to be storm surge at a certain point for those bigger storm events. So it's hard to have a flood mitigation project on the island knowing, if a hurricane comes, it's going to be underwater and it's going to be hard to, unless you build a seawall somewhere, continue that existing seawall. I think something to that nature could be along Padre Island, but other than a flood mitigation for economic development, storm surge is going to be the main force there on the island. So it's kind of difficult to have, let's build a channel here or something like that.
So I appreciate that, and this obviously needs to be project specific, as we've just talked about over and over again. And I appreciate what you're saying, Gabe, but how do we take what you just said and put it as a part potentially of what our ballot says in November to inform the taxpayers in Flower Bluff and the island, if they're looking at it from the standpoint of what's in it for me, and I know some voters do that, is how do we describe that to them? I think we're challenged to figure that out.
Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so clarify for me, and I just really, I know you explained to me more, flood control was
So it is an infrastructure. So it is an allowable use under both Type A and Type B. So providing that infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowable use.
It would be like
Okay, now,
Medicaid for all, or the VA
I know,
for all.
I guess
They
it was
want
about a year
control
ago,
of
the
your
General Land
doctor,
Office
your health
had gone to the
insurance.
COG, and
kind of
there was a lot of,
Santiago's letter.
I mean, several of us were engaged in the methodology with how they calculated that. I think,
Yes.
what is it, Nueces County was going to get
Lieutenant Jonathan
40 million, something like that.
And the executive
And the majority of it was, there was debate as to how it was going to. So what happens then if those funds come in? Gabe, you know anything about that? Have you thought about it? Because at one time, the GLO put the brakes on it because they had a problem with the methodology. So, and I think there were some of the things that could be argued. I think the Clarkwood Ditch and also Tributary might have been something that was argued, and Oso Creek. So I guess that's the thing. If that money comes in, then what happens?
So that would
be in the same situation that we are right now with the seawall, where we have an abundance of funds.
So one of the things that we've really discussed is in that situation, if we do get grant funding or some type of federal funding for these type of things, is how do we craft that language to basically have somewhat of a cascade where our primary, we have a certain amount that your designation for the seawall protection, and then next you go to the next list of projects, and then if there's remaining funds, then it could be used for other type of eligible stormwater or coastal resiliency projects that are identified, because we may have a totally different landscape in 10 years or 15 years depending on how the city develops, and there may be more needs than what these have been immediately identified.
All right, Councilman, just back to your original, the specifics, that reassessment of the monies for that GLO program, it was final, it was rectified or settled, and so we got our defined amount of money for certain projects. Gabriel, the GLO, right, the CDBG mid money.
So we submitted 2 wastewater projects for those fundings. It was emergency generators at Oso Water Treatment Plant and also at Greenwood. So there was 2 emergency generator projects that we submitted for that funding.
They were both funded, Gabriel?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the funding has been awarded already to all entities?
I don't know if it's been awarded officially, but I know our application's been accepted. We've gone through several iterations of comments, so I know our final application's in with the GLO, so those were the 2 projects we submitted.
And how much was that funding? I hate to, I'm sorry to go off.
I think it was around 15 million, somewhere around there. I believe so.
All right, thank you. Okay, yeah, that's really what my purpose was, though, is to find out what happens if then we... I mean, I guess now, knowing what I've just learned in this meeting, we could have gone before sooner, when we knew this the prior council, in fact, could have said, we have an overage of funds that we're not able to spend. Let's go ahead and do it now. We've done that 2 years. Right, even 4 years.
And the other thing to consider, and this is something in the future, that if all of these needs have been met, then you can always terminate the sales tax early and repurpose it for something else, another set of projects. It's something, just because it has a defined end date means you can't go past that date, but you can always terminate it earlier if the purpose has been met.
And where were you in 2019? Yeah.
Councilman, hang on, we're gonna wait, we got people in line now, sir. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so I know there was a funding, I think it's different than what Councilman Butler was talking about, but we had funding associated with the grants, not only for ourselves, but the county, to look at the Oso Creek project. But that was just for design and research and stuff like that. I don't know where we are with that, but that's why I've been kind of working to say this should be a citywide flood mitigation program, and that would benefit everybody within the city with flood insurance and all sorts of stuff, right? But also keep our stormwater fees lower over time, right? So I want to make sure that this is really, and maybe Gabe can kind of talk to about where we are with that study, so we can fund what comes from it.
So I think the two studies you're referring to, Councilman, are the Tri-County study and the master plan study that the city was doing kind of concurrently. So we worked concurrently with the county consultant and our consultant when we were coming up with the capital list of projects for the master plan. So we didn't overlap anything. So their majority is kind of the upper reaches of the Oso Creek. Ours, of course, is the one from Greenwood to Yorktown, which we have the Texas Water Development Board grant to go ahead with planning and design for that section.
Probably 4-point-something million?
Yes, sir.
It just came to council recently?
Yes, sir. We just approved the consulting contract here recently.
Okay, council approved the consulting contract for the Oso Creek, the bottom rectification projects, is what it was titled?
Yes.
And we awarded it to the council awarded it to a design firm?
Yes, sir. So it's a dual design firm, Hanson and P. Dawson, are working on that planning and design portion of Oso Creek. And so we would come with shovel-ready projects in case, monies like this are available.
Yeah, so this 53 million that Heather has on this report, that's the construction portion of that section?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and the estimates are from the earlier work that you did?
Yes, from the Stormwater Master Plan.
Right.
Okay.
Now we're talking, right, Councilman?
Now we're talking. So, it's those kind of things that I'm talking about. There's no way to fund it right now. So we got to find that funding source for those future projects that I think benefit everybody in the city if we can reduce those, any chance of flooding, which would keep our flood insurance lower if we have those projects in place. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. So this is a representation of where those projects are located across the map. They go range all the way up from the Count Allen area, all the way down to the south side and along the shoreline, the Corpus Christi Bay area. And these are just those projects in greater detail. So this is the FM 624 project. This would relieve flooding along this commercial corridor. This is the Turkey Creek project. So this is an area that has had challenges with the flooding, and I'm sorry, I'm not a drainage person, so.
Is the blue the drainage system?
Yes.
Blue is Turkey Creek drainage system. This is an important one because there's limited economic development that can happen because of the flooding right now.
So yes, sir. So this is the Turkey Creek project that was identified on the master plan. So all the areas located just south of Turkey Creek that would flow into there are listed on the land use plan as industrial, light industrial. So it's more of a commercial developed area that would end up here at Turkey Creek. So this is why this project was identified for this plan. Next is the Parkwood tributary. So Parkwood, approximately State Highway 44 is the northern boundary, all the way down to which is kind of La Jolla Creek area, Oso Creek tributary that runs off of the main branch of Oso Creek. So this area would open up a large section of this area, which is also identified light industrial, commercial, economic development area for this one. This is, of course, North Beach Phase 2. So this will be, once the bridge is demolished, we would continue the linear park from kind of the area of Burleson going south towards the aquarium. So it would continue that linear park almost, you see right there where the Lexington is, and then there would be an outfall going into between the Lexington and the aquarium. So this would be phase 2 of the North Beach drainage improvements. And then, of course, coastal resiliency along shoreline. So we have a lot of, I believe I measured about 4 miles of coastline that the city owns along this stretch, mainly at the parks that are located within that area. So any bulk bulkheading, any natural shore restoration projects that we could do along this stretch.
There's some erosion you're seeing today, Gabriel?
Yes, sir.
Along that stretch?
Yes, sir. Also, the extension of Williams Ditch or the extension of Williams Road. So this last section of Williams drainage system is just east of Rodfield going towards, it bends around and goes under SPID. But this area is the most downstream area that drains everything from Moore Plaza all the way down to Rodfield. So basically from Everhart all the way down to Rodfield. And then you have the other boundaries, Holly. So it's a pretty big area that wants to outfall directly into this existing ditch, which does have extreme capacity constraints right now. So this is one that we put on the list. And next, of course, is the one we just spoke of, the Texas Water Development Board grant project that we have. So this will be making the Oso Creek more efficient, dredging, shore protection, things of that nature between approximately Greenwood, which is La Jolla Creek, all the way to the Yorktown Bridge. So this would be the Oso Creek project that was also identified on the master plan.
Yeah, and Gabe, I would, it's very important back to the educational piece of this. You can show this map and it just shows all these little lines. We need to show exactly how many households this is going to affect. Oso Creek is a perfect example. Y'all worked on that number one for years. And that, I can't remember the number of rooftops, but it is.
The service area for this is, it reaches all the way up to the Clarkwood project, the Clarkwood airport, so stretching all the way from there, SPID, that portion coming this direction, and then of course any new development in London is going to go that direction to Oso Creek. So yes, it's a big service area.
We do. We really need to. And I remember a few years ago when this finally happened. It was grant awarded. Here, I forgot her name. So sorry, I hope she's not watching. She worked on this grant for years. Oh my goodness. Dawn.
No, that was the Lavoya Creek. She worked on Lavoya.
Oh, Lavoya. She was Lavoya.
Yes, so me and Nina worked on it.
Nina, okay, I was thinking Lavoya. But either way, it affects, thousands of homes, and I think we need to make that very clear in describing all these. Councilman Klein.
Thank you. One of the constituents is watching this and asked me to pose this question regarding these various kind of potential flood control projects. Is there any plans or any thought to capturing any of this flood water or storing it, or is it just a matter of trying to mitigate sort of flooding?
It's for mitigating. We looked at that theory during the master plan creation. The amount of acreage that we need for like a regional detention is kind of astronomical for this area of Oso Creek and anywhere else. So this would just be a mitigation project at this point.
All right, thank you.
Responders treated runner's injuries in the school's front office.
Okay, so looking at the feedback that we received so far on the seawall proposed baseline is, we've heard it several times, including the marina capital improvements and maintenance as an eligible cost, include the Arts Center as an eligible venue, allow program flexibility for future needs or projects as determined by future councils, and the need for citywide coastal resiliency purpose.
Fighting right now because they're worried about.
And then just some overall feedback, not specifically focused on one of the uses, but the feedback was not to use for educational purposes, that there's alternative funding sources for that the sales tax to be used for city buildings that promote art and culture, an overall concern about the funding capacity for all the improvements identified, that there are already checks and balances in place that keep the community involved in the process even after the tax is approved, and with the removal of existing bridge, there's a generational opportunity to invest and improve the downtown Sea District and SeaWorld attractions and experience. So, at this point, we are looking at the calendar and the next steps. So we started this journey out in February with the proposed baseline. We've moved through, had discussions with stakeholders, community partners, and so far to date we've met with around 40 of them, and still have more to meet with. Today is the City Council workshop, and tonight is our first community input session, the first of 5. We'll continue meeting with those engagement partners, and we're about to launch a community survey for this. And then through the month of June, we will refine those proposed uses, bring that back to City Council for consideration on June 25th. Then we will continue with our community engagement and education. And then the vote to call the election for the reauthorization would be on August the 13th with the election day on November the 5th. So that's all I have prepared for a presentation. Available to answer any questions or for further discussion.
Okay. Councilman Presley.
Yeah, I just want to say real quickly 2 things. One, I really appreciate y'all doing this. It was really good. It was very educational for me. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do the what ifs. Never intended for this to be engraved in stone anywhere. But this was very helpful. Secondly, once we decide what we are going to engrave in stone, Peter, I would like to see from your staff what y'all plan to do to advertise this. And I'm not talking about these community sessions, which I have always had great reservation about. I don't think they help hardly at all. Every time I've been to one of them, most of the people that show up there are showing up because they're mad about something else. So, and we need to be able to market this and do it in such a manner that the people of this city get a good taste for it and understand what we're going to do. And that doesn't mean putting it on the website. That doesn't mean community sessions that the majority of the people in this city do not attend. We need to have a marketing plan.
Yeah, good point. That's in fact we'll have that. We'll share with you what that would look like well before. Okay. That's a good point. We need to get that going now. Yeah. So we have
Yeah. And again, thank you all very much. Time and effort.
And we have actually started some of those. We've started conversations with our communications department, along with looking at some of our outside resources that can help us. Because a lot of times we speak a certain language that isn't always shared by everybody else. So having other people with eyes on these materials before we go out to make sure that they're understandable, digestible, and educational.
Yeah, great.
I'm going to reiterate, I think, what the councilman, I had a conversation with Peter about it this afternoon. The level of urgency needs to be there. This isn't about, it is, I know you're not necessarily saying that, Heather, but this is more than just, not just, but a communications department can do so much based on what has already happened with an initiative trying to move forward. There is no room for error, and there is a lot that goes into that, right? A lot of things that were brought up today, what words we use, making it extremely clear and very transparent and very to the point. But to get that out is a whole nother story. None of the people sitting on this dais are marketing, I don't think you're marketing majors or advertising gurus, and we really need help. I said that to Peter earlier, and guess what? This isn't the only issue we need that kind of help on. There are other issues that we can use that on as well, other departments and things that are, going on to improve or make better. To improve or help us communicate better. And so this is one, to Councilman Presley's point, and he has mentioned it to me multiple times. we can't, we need help. We need to bring someone in to help us make sure we get the message out. I am grateful for the community meetings because people do go, but I mean a tiny portion of, people are busy with families, and so anyhow, I just want to reiterate that. Councilman Hunter.
Mayor, I think you and everyone in here will find this very hard to believe that I am a marketing major and I'm a marketing master. But it clearly does not show.
So we're ahead of the game. All right. Okay. Well, thank you all for that. Thank you for listening. I think Councilman Barrera, it was his suggestion to do this, and I think a lot has come from it. I think we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do a lot of things with this initiative, but fixing our streets is one huge one. And I'm going back to that because it's a big opportunity to be able to do that through this initiative. And I think the people of this city have been asking for that. And as mentioned earlier, if we're able to use this tool to take care of those particular streets, the commercial corridors, then we can likely have more funding for our residential streets, because that's the pressing issue when it comes to streets, and we're working hard to accomplish that. Okay, well, thank you for everybody. Peter, thank you for putting all this together and for taking what we have 2 hours? 3 hours, 2.5 hours, to provide clarity, and I think we're moving forward with this in a great manner. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Make matters worse, families. Great idea.
If I could just take a little bit of liberty, just real quickly, in light of what happened yesterday. Our prayers and thoughts are with his family and the CCPD in the city.
I was a rat victory. He was working for me. He was my informant. Come on.
Will probably be a 20 or 21, maybe even $22 trillion of investments coming into our country.
I want to thank you for that, Gabe. It's, we're police and fire, we're really tight. Family and the city and all of us, really. So it's sad that has to happen in our community.
There are no other speakers.
I know we got some business to
I
take
would
care of
ask
today.
unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
This would cost
Without objection.
U.S. taxpayers.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
That is so stupid.
Hard-earned dollars every single year. Now, the reason behind this madness is really quite simple.
Or Sunday. These are called
Our friends across the aisle want to bring the marathon.
People like Tommy Mondami ahead of the election. People are struggling in the meantime to put food on the table, and the Democrats are too busy playing politics. I never know anything about it. It's disgusting, and it needs to end.
The on-call compensation, $1 per hour, which we've already paid previously.
And oftentimes you go the opposite way of almost everybody, and you'll be the one that's right.
The driver operator assignment pay
And that's
is
where you have your
$60
greatest
per month.
successes.
The
And that's
volunteer
what
wellness
America
program,
and our
which
Indian
we
Pacific partners really are doing this week.
A great idea for revising the government's great lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers. Because it would not reduce costs
even in this
and bring in billions of dollars from us. saved.
I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
And in the case of airtime, based on every technical factor out there, John, we are looking at a grand slam home
I
run.
have everything in TA form if you want me to hand it out so everybody can get eyes on it.
Everybody said that
I should
really get the Nobel.
She's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling. Real people that Republicans are actually fighting for. And real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open the government and stop using Mr. President and his family as leverage
that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled
Let's
vote
sell off these
be
haunted
can
houses to businesses who can breathe
Without
new
objection.
life into them. That
Clerk will report the motion to the vote.
cost for the taxpayer to pick up the reduce household and bring in a great idea. To make matters worse, families' new life. That trend will be a real rising inflation that we've seen households will bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea only a zombie would like.
What? Costello was my informant. I was arrested. You prove it. He was working for me. He was my informant. Come on,
Your case number 251029 0079. Repeating 251029 0079.
That's a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. That's a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. That trick will be a real treat for the tax businesses who can create new life. And bring in billions of dollars for the taxpayers. It's an idea only a zombie would like billions
Jim is a person with a family to feed. Jim and his family as
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Be able to jump out of the way in enough time when someone is going 100 miles an hour on a surface street. And as I try to look at your truck, is not too bad. I think we've got tents on the windshield, so we can't even see inside the windshield of this car. Hands up! That I've never seen that before. It all
Put the gun down, all right? I came here to talk to hands. All right, just act professional. I can get you your money. Just act. I can get you your money. You didn't come here to talk, right? You came here to get arrested.
Great idea. The government's great of lifeless real estate.
He was working for me. He was my
Let's
informant.
sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
This one is the health and benefit, or the healthcare plan. And this one's printed on both sides.
partisan support. Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to revoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the
One quick
undersigned
question here
senators.
on this one.
We're going to see on
Do we need to be
November 1st that
concerned
everybody is
about
going to see how much
on
these
Section
costs
3,
are going
the
up.
HSA?
I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves.
It says that those who choose,
I know that in the Affordable Care
it's
Act,
only gonna
states
be
like New York,
one choice.
Oregon, Minnesota.
Right, that's something that, we're not talking about just the new people, we're talking about everyone.
Okay, it is everybody in Texas that chooses, and maybe some people
I mean, if that understanding.
Would be a real
We do have HSA max
doing so would solve appropriate benefiting the lives of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce.
We got that concern. We realized
and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in
of our membership of our department that contribute to the max. And once you're over 55, you can contribute $1,000. So there is the potential, I can one person personally, they're off the top of my head, even if he stopped today, he'd be over it. So how do we, I think it's a discussion we wanted to have, is how do we bridge that? Is it a matter of...
A great idea for reviving the government's rate
All right.
of lifeless real estate.
Everyone new.
Sell off these haunted houses to businesses who will breathe new life. Our city is better than the chips of
Yes, we can do that.
Right, we'll sell for Obamacare in full because that's a step forward. That's one step.
But if you go back to November, when President
Socialize
Trump won an overwhelming
medicine.
victory
That's what they
to
want.
come back as president,
It would be like
Defeating
Medicaid
Kamala
for
Harris,
all, or the
winning
VA for
every-
all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you...
Alrighty, and I think the last part of that package,
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate.
just increases
Let's
from
sell off these haunted houses.
Seems as there are no other
New life
speakers.
into them.
I would ask
That
unanimous
will be a real
consent
treat
that the
for the tax
already
we see on
scheduled
November 1st, that everybody is going to see how much these costs bring up. Bill, I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. I know that in the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, will settle for Obamacare, the basic health care. Because basic health care and government-run health care. That's one step toward
We
families across the
want to offer a
country.
counter
Step,
on this
programs
specifically. I can do it
socialize
either written or verbally, however
That's what they want.
you guys would prefer.
It would be like Medicaid for all, or the VA for all. They want control
I
of
can
your
get it.
doctor.
What we're kind of thinking is on that health benefits trust payment.
The weapons.
This full migration of the CDHP.
I tell Mike some phrases to help with his interracial conversation. Stuff like freeze it out,
We appreciate where we're at already.
And not
We would
only
like
are
to
we
see that
strengthening our alliances, they're
and
also
I can
peace
put it
to
in
the world. On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed
We'll need a caucus on that.
We'll
just hold off on
Great
that.
ideas for reviving the government's
Because they currently offer discounted rates for these qualifying cars for full premium showings. This is exactly what I did, and I just got my new license. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage. I tried to already switch to do easy and simple. You need to do this. Any state that should link the love.
could be a real monstrous. It's an idea of creating zombies with lives, but a great idea. $5 government's great monstrous. It's an idea of being a zombie. Let's sell off haunted houses to businesses who can breathe
Just a
new life.
nothing changes.
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayer. Because it would appeal to humanity's response and appeal to millions of dollars. Some of the 10 states have the most. It's an idea of being a zombie taxpayers. I think the government's operating centers in Florida, which is at the top of the list. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses. Tennessee, breathe, South Carolina, life, and that trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
I'm just from Fire Dispatch. There was no answer on two call back to the OP.
Trying to get these suspects because we're talking about carjacking here.
Yeah, and look at this here, Pat. We've got maybe some damage to this vehicle too. I'm wondering if that came from, from today, maybe already. Yeah. Okay. So apparently, yeah, we're
right thing for the American people that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way, and that is for the Democrats to do their job.
Great idea for reviving the government's great and lifeless
good friends and colleagues here from New York
Let's sell off these
talk
haunted
about the
houses
mess
to
that
businesses
the Democrats
who
have created in the Empire
new
State.
life.
Now, why are we focusing on New
That
York? Because
trick
again,
would
it's a
be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
5 years for services of firefighter to EMS, or 9 years with a combination of firefighter 1.
Ask that to him, and then he'll be sure to give you a raise. I'm not asking for a raise.
It's a little different, but it's actually from 11 to 9.
That's not 8.
By the way, I think
What if he gives it to you?
I was
Confusing.
You know what? I need to see you out. I need to stay focused. And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday. I'm looking for Justice Center.
Hey, you want it back? Never exceed Texas, North Carolina, total Tennessee, and South Carolina, and the great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can
Should go with this company instead because they currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars for full premium coverage. That's exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage.
The very
All
dangerous
you
one
need to switch to is free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes.
with each pass.
It was concerns with
And the
BC
Democrats are guaranteeing when
that would potentially be on military. Those tests are given very, very infrequently. The BC test is probably once every 4 or 5 years, and AC's test is probably once every 6 or 7 or 8 years. I think our last AC's test was in 2016.
Previous record, 3 rocks.
He has specialized in
So there's such an infrequency.
matters and currently serves
And although
as
it's a
co-chair
very small
of
chance,
the
it's something
Friends
good.
Appellate Team.
I hope that we have some
Josh is admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts
Other than that, it's
and the
definitely
United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special
we're in support of it, but there is that one.
including
We would take it to like for starting with somebody. That's terrible.
We're not interested in there is that very random chance that it could happen in that range.
That right will sell more Obamacare for the taxpayer, because that's a step toward government run healthcare. That's one step toward
I've been here 35 years.
What if he gives
That's
it to
what
you?
they want.
That's a nice woman. I win.
It would be like
You know what?
Medicaid for all,
Zone you out
Medicaid
the
for all. They want control
I
of
need
your
to stay
doctor.
I'd like to see you tomorrow or Sunday.
What kind of
Call
care
me. See how things go on Monday.
Made building anything almost.
Honestly, Chief, I
Come into
really don't
our
know.
country, many of you are doing
I mean, the way the article's written,
Going to see on November
you know, we
1st that
understand that
everybody
they
is
take
going
the
to
next
see
stage
how much
test
costs
first.
going up.
See,
Massive like Let's go to
I would ask unanimous consent that the already special
That's our only rule.
Taxes on trade benefiting millions of Americans whose livelihood depends on the United Commerce and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices.
The assessment center for the promotional test. I mean,
It's a great idea for revising the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers. Reduce costs, will bring in billions of dollars. It's an idea to be a zombie with life.
We would take it to like institutions.
Isn't it actually not voting today to on the CR to fund the government? Do you agree with Leader Thune's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're
This
not
week,
voting today on the CR.
U.S.
SNAP benefits are
Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. This law, and support, the law is clear that the President does not have authority.
We can agree to it.
There are no other
And we could potentially get together a subcommittee, have an MOU, maybe that doesn't hold us up here. This is a good
The COVID era subsidies don't expire until the clerk will report the motion.
Because they currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars, jobs, premium coverage. Means exactly what I did, and I just got my new mortgage. That was $28 for full premium coverage. This is where I used to pay for the exact same coverage. Want to make the switch to free or easy integration? You need to do is fill out this form. Continue state, like link them up.
Right, and the chance is so small, I think that's kind of
You're already hearing stories about people in these medical procedures. Businesses can breathe.
so we're comfortable signing it with the understanding that we'll go through some kind of review process.
Rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year. Household dollars on trade as means to secure the Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to levy taxes, advising the government to impose excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. I establishing a more deliberate process for
This next one is just an update to
haunted houses, dollars, breathe, new life. It's an idea that a zombie right for the tax.
They sometimes use more than 6 assessors, so we're just changing that to include an adequate
And
number of
bring in
assessors.
billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
answer all the
only
questions
a
about
zombie
computer testing
would
that
like.
answer. I want to rename it then, aren't we?
And then also based on the number of assessors,
For grandkids until a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe and new life. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers. Because it would both reduce costs and bring in focuses on the fact that this
The Chamber of Commerce clearly states in their letter that they're representing millions of businesses around the United States of all sizes.
I can get you your money. Just act.
Why?
I can get you your money.
So I'm not going to answer
Let's
sell off these
I need to stay
houses
focused.
to businesses.
And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday.
New life. So I'm not going to answer
Sorts of discussion.
Any new tariffs, new life.
Will be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea of a zombie
There have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us. Come on.
Tweedle dumbass. Tweedle dumbass is bad. We have a problem. Yes. Getting hooked on Megadesk was my own damn fault. But I care about selling all I care about is Megadesk. That's all I care about. Getting more Megadesk.
Number 2 that had a provision on the EMS2 EMTs, which we no longer have in the
to
department.
fund this program that is rife with waste and fraud.
These costs continue
Unbelievable.
hold hospital, hold
Now, the
individual
reality
housing
is the lowest cost plan in
undesirable
2026,
position.
the average
We're already
marketplace
hearing
premium
stories
after
about
tax
people being
credits
squeezed in medical
is projected
procedures
to be
before the end of
$50 a month.
We kept in the section.
To make matters worse, families
daily staffing guidelines, number
with massive
7,
increases in
there's a
premiums
section in there about the
and
EMS
rising
supervisors.
inflation that we've seen since has means this year during household outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and concerns, including an excise, not limited to regulate commerce, bipartisan trade review act, and exercising leadership on this front as a priority in the context of today's challenges on the ASJ Res 17 by establishing a more deliberate process, urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation, requiring up or down vote for any new tariffs imposed in the
reduce costs, bring in billions of dollars from monster sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would arrive.
He'll be sure to give you a raise.
Part of this is part of that team on y'all too, so, but.
I'm not asking for a raise.
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can
Should go with this company instead because they currently offer this amount of wage for qualifying cars for full premium coverage. That's exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 for full premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage. If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and all you need to do is just fill out this form to get your coverage. It works in any state, any
concerning, including, but not limited to, bipartisan trade review act, and as a reason, as well as resolutions terminating the national emergency declaration on tariffs, SJ 88 and SJ Res 77. The Chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation requiring an up or down vote for any new tariffs and those imposed in the year to date.
It's changed a little bit, so I'm gonna need to look at it.
No.
Yeah. I'll need to look at this one.
Yes, sir.
On the chief, on the deployment callback procedure, it's what we talked about
Yeah,
last
it's
week,
exactly
right?
what we did, other than, like I said, he cleaned
Okay.
up some of my typos and some of the wording in there.
Bonuses.
But it's basically.
They want to make them
like we talked about,
permanent.
it's
A great idea for reviving better
So I'm not going to answer.
Households are
want everything good, but it's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in the USA. And
You know, at least first opportunity. You know, the captains want to work and none of them want to be eligible, then.
And that's the way I remembered it too, so.
Same way the battalion chief, you know.
It's not unreasonable. But if the appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe great idea to revise the government's raise and the 10 states that have the most amount of people receiving the enhanced $5,000 tax credit are states to be Republican senators, including Florida, which is on the top list.
And I think on the surface, we're good. It's just, I need to go through it, make sure it says, you know, do my due diligence. Hard to
$500,000 a year, $500,000 a year.
Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, with certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of
Yeah, and I
dollars.
think we're actually, we've caught a couple. I know we'll catch some. You know, when we did a complete rewrite in 16, you know, we went through that contract and there were multiple, we had to change references.
We would take it to like an
And
institution.
I'm a little hesitant to say, just look at the CBA. we want to be more narrowed in our focus,
That's fine.
put a laser on it,
Suggestion,
so.
But
But, yeah, we'll have
I did not
to,
make any changes on the, we didn't make any changes on that.
Great idea for revising the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
I think that's something we'll catch on right.
That trip will be a real treat for the taxpayers. Because of a great idea, revising the government's great of lifeless real estate. New life. That trip will be a real treat for the taxpayers.
This will remain a voluntary program.
Reduce
And
costs.
Raise the 120 hours max sick leave donation to the pool within a calendar year. And then the rest of it just places your time.
Great idea.
Without objection, so ordered.
New life. That trip will be a real treat for the
Previous record.
Your profit on a $6,000 investment will be upwards of $60,000. Exactly, you could pay off your mortgage. John, one thing I can do is, even in this level, that I never ask my clients to judge me on my wins. I ask them to judge me on my losers because I have so few. And in the case of Arizona, based on every technical factor out there, we are looking at
Take over our state.
Now, this can't be used for anything that would qualify for
Thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues. Thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues. To see what's happened, I mean, it's so sad to see what's happened. If you go back to November, if you go back to November, come back. Not feeding come back. Feeding come hires. Every day. Fighting right now because they're worried about not being able to pay the credit card bills and the mortgage. There are like that. We're not going to do this right now. We're not going to do that. I can't believe that you're about to wait.
Great idea for revising the government's great of lifeless celebration status. Let's sell off resident homes where businesses can live in new life. They do not bring that
Thank you very much, everybody. All I care about. I'm an educated man, but I'm afraid that's all I care about. Intelligent, getting travel more. William Santiago. Megadesk. What I do know is that he was set to leave the base at 0600.
Hello, my troop.
Are
these the questions that I was called to answer?
Senate voted to terminate national emergency declaration this week. The U.S. Tariff Secretary Senate voted to terminate national emergency declaration for the May 2025 U.S. Areas of War Zone and Georgia trade union challenging President Emperor Trump to impose 25% rate idea for the government for this law. Why is this a law? It's clear that President this law businesses can free the law doesn't
All sorts of discussion.
bring in better
I think just need to go through
undesirable
make sure it needs to be a little
We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse,
I didn't
families
mean for you to do all the work,
with massive increases
Actually,
and the rise in inflation
May, I
that
think
we've
we've just
seen
got
since January
one.
of this
It's
year.
really simple.
Households are.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare. All right, we'll settle for Obamacare.
Has to do with Article 16 of
That's
sick
one step
leave, sick leave 4.
including but
not limited to.
In Section 3, we just like to remove the word serious.
As well as
We think that it could potentially shackle the chief hand proceed to use their sick leave. This is, talking about firefighters
Any new
It's simple that and I did take a little bit of liberty in Section 4. I know that we've confident we've TA'd the sick leave there about the non-operations firefighters for the consecutive hours. I believe that's a TA. Yeah. But I would ask you guys to consider in that Section 4, our contract currently says firefighters will be required. And I'd ask you guys to consider changing that word to may. We think it gives the chief a little more latitude, a little more discretion, not tying his hands that he has to do something when it's not really
Getting
interracial
the
conversation.
suspects because we're
Stuff like this it out.
that would be all.
Thinking flicker. Things that's not
Just like, open the door next to you, free now. Damn free.
Yeah, I just had one question on do we need to, I think the only real issue outstanding is the wages not, we haven't TA'd wages, stipends. We've got these 2 or 3 that we need to look at just that. Do you have something prepared on?
She'll be sure to give you a raise. I need to stay focused. I don't have to see you tomorrow until Sunday.
I guess you may want to wait till we come back. We've made an offer. Maybe we get through that, kind of see where you're at.
I am going to zone you out for the
A
rest
little
of the
better?
day.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to stay focused.
I think with that, we'll leave that whole topic.
She's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford gas. These are real people struggling.
For the caucus, I think what I want to lead with, Gabe, is
Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open.
Before we went to caucus, we had a request about the health and benefits trust.
As leverage
to 225. That'll be reflected in the.
Great idea for reviving the government's great.
You guys are okay with that?
Let's sell
Yeah,
all
we
these
discussed it during
haunted
caucus.
houses who can breathe new life after a 6-year-old that trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers because somebody doesn't bring in billions of dollars.
Exactly what I did, and I just got my new premium. Now I'm paying $28 premium coverage. This is what I used to pay for the exact same coverage as you can see here. If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form to get your quote within minutes.
Chief Madison, if you can help me with this, I just want to get a clarification on the callback procedure, the change specifically in the rank for rank.
Vote for the CR. Now,
Our number today is
some of our
106.
good friends and colleagues here
Daily staff.
from New York to talk about the mess that Democrats have created in the Empire State.
And we're scheduled to have
because again, it's a
110 people on shift, but 4 of them get deployed,
My other colleagues from New York for
bringing us back to our daily staffing.
to see what's happened to
The idea is that you will hire back rank for rank for that deployment back to 110. And that would work in any scenario that we talk about, even if we're below the daily staffing. We're going to hire back
you're gonna get
sick leave, vacation, that stuff first, then in addition to the callback, deployment.
It's gonna go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in real estate.
You see that nobody makes a choice like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons. These are plans. And if they do,
They are kowtowing to the people like Tommy McDonald.
To verify their income, family size, vibration status, rate, and their resident life was for enrollment. Sell off these haunted houses to businesses who agree in the system and rip them off. Taxpayer, the Mr. President, that is common sense.
Okay, I think, yeah,
I'm clean, so call me something about Monday.
You know, things of
My administration are
famously independent, and that he suspects that characterizes him as well. That's exactly what you do in a job. Maine is proud of our history of surprise.
and that's how we understood it too. We just wanted clarification. I think there's a little bit of confusion in the one example we give, 108 versus 5. It's a little bit confusing, but we understand what it is.
We're going to try to use this like police it out.
Now that I've never seen that
For
before.
Mach 5 to the 106 as it is, but if there's
to herd hospitals, herd people households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year,
500 times a day trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to be doing. Sit.
It's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and
Just so you know, last year,
hire and
I made over
invest in the USA.
$300,000. The other guy you'll be working for, he made over $1 million.
$1 million. I can only imagine what a douchebag that guy must be.
Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Ricketts.
The only other thing, Gabe, has to do with and we appreciate you guys working with us on the catastrophic leave idea. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Captain Eyring. Just a couple of clarifying questions and those types of things.
Reviving the government's grave
We'll be sure to give you a raise.
It's a little different than our promotion, but at the same time,
new unadmitted determination.
a couple of questions on the requirement to determine the FCOP hours to be drawn. For one, right there on like 2, for firefighters, 216 hours, especially since this is something new that we possibly could be implementing. I think we read that as have to use 260 hours continuous before you can apply. What happens to some of those dividends?
So sad to see what's happened to a great state.
You may not be able to fall under that 216, but come back.
And bring in
Well, I think the purpose of having the 216 there is just to differentiate between firefighters that are just coming in and
Leader thing was
they're
pretty
within that 216.
We've all seen
You should have
Because they currently offer discounted rates for qualifying cars and full premium coverage. Exactly what I did when I just got my new phone. It's now $28 for full premium coverage.
COVID era
This is what I used to be.
Well, I mean, if it's looking like they're going to need it, it's not going to be elimination. That's ideally the time we're coming
That 216 was kind of brand new hire. The only other question was two pretty hard that I wanted to is I think we can kind of have most of our cases kind of ahead of that. Continuous is kind of a strong term.
I don't care what Jim says.
We'd honestly like to see her move because some of these guys can come back to
I am
earn
99%
time
sure.
and then use that earned time, which I think saves both. But then there's times that they'll have to go back out, whether it's chemo treatment, whether it's radiation treatment, whether it's making sure that continuous time.
Together, these costs continue to
We just kind of like to see the way continuous kind of
hurt
stroke.
individual households and their
From there,
budgets
and
in
it still falls
undesirable
under
position.
all the other.
We're already hearing stories about people being
somebody
released
not
to
being able
medical
to run
procedures.
Right, and is that only in section 2?
To make
Oh,
matters
1 and
worse,
2.
families
Yeah, and like you said, the 1 and 2 is differentiated.
and rising inflation that we've seen since January of
The other
this year.
concern, I
Households
go
are
back to that 8 for that same 1, 2, just go to the second page.
Investor Center, I'm looking for Investor Center.
Where it says the max basis is 384 hours.
I'm Dwayne.
Is there a fail-safe in that 8B
We'll settle for Obamacare
extensive case?
because that's a step toward government-run healthcare. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step.
Jim is not aware that the Senate should have
That's what they want.
And the reason I ask is, like I said, unfortunately, again, a lot of our things
Medicaid for all,
are
the VA for all. They want control of your doctor,
and 384 hours is about a month and a half. Somebody's on expiration schedule.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset. And we've all seen.
Yeah, the number in there is just to kind of mimic.
Yeah, we understand that there's kind of going to be a soft max, but I was just wondering if that 8B kind of allows that committee to reconvene and say, hey, this is an extenuating circumstance. We all agree that this case can go over 3 years.
Well, I think 8B is more.
We learned of Santiago's letter
Okay, they
with the
reviewed
NIS. You had a
initially,
meeting
I think there was
with 2 senior officers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Platoon Commander Lieutenant Jonathan Hendrick.
So clearly.
And the Executive Officer Lieutenant Colonel Matthew.
And I have a few friends, brought some colleagues here.
Is there students that surrender to gratitude funded by dark projections to anti-police, anti-American, now got to viable moderate Democrats. I sure
The last question I have and we completely understand that it's a work-related injury, related but we've had a few cases those workers' compensation during that denial, so they are what is the mechanism that we try to protect both parties, both sides, as far as that will object to the
For a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday.
It's a rare case.
Because this means for the American people. Tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table.
We're going to see on November 1st that everybody's going to see how much these costs are going up.
It means that
I'm asking my colleagues.
I think we would probably agree with that, and the exception would be Those immediate 216 hours to get to
the basic
made sure.
firefighter fuel pack is
something our stated first.
And
and then whatever the per. I think it's just.
This is a clarification, because that's a rare case of it happening, but we have, with a situation like that that's occurring, that could be a possibility. So we just want to make sure that employees are protected of getting their hires back that they've used.
mentioned today that the Senate's
Got a great idea for revising the government's grade and lifeless realism. Great idea.
We want him to get back his.
Like whatever leave, like say we use 220 hours. They take all his 6 months. We're just looking at this whole 6 months. Okay, here's your 3 months. We need to make sure that that's just clarification. We just want to make sure that employees are going to get theirs back. And then the last thing that we kind of have is a little bit of a counter. And I believe y'all mentioned it in some of your other previous counters 2 or 3 meetings ago when we were talking about this, is we're asking that in the case of our catastrophic sick leave pool, that the employee only be required to exhaust all his sick leave. Leave his vacation.
Saved millions and millions of lives with
Got a great idea for revising the government's
that goes back to I assumed it was in 1 and 2, it doesn't specifically say 2, but that's...
49% haunted houses to businesses who can breathe.
I mean, she would pay an additional into
that trick would be a real treat for the $214 and bring in
another example from the but not limited to
that clarification. We just want to make sure that it wasn't interpreted into that was really only the kind of question we had.
Exactly what I did, and I just got my screen. This is why I use the tape of the exact same covers as you can see here. If you want to make the switch to, it's really easy and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form.
Well, I think the way we were reading it is, when you read it, it says they have to use 216 hours.
What if he gives it to you?
Before they can apply for that sick leave catastrophic and that 206 hours to make sure that they hit zero.
I need to stay focused.
My question was, what if we have an employee that doesn't have 260 hours when this process starts? Because this is a newly implemented thing that could be going into effect October 3rd. We have several cases going on right now that could probably, I say several, there's a handful of cases right now that could probably qualify for catastrophic leave. But those employees may not have that 260. They may already be under. It's either or. But in y'all's thing, y'all said nothing will be retroactive. Whatever they're at on October 1st, we're reading that if an employee has 200 hours of sick leave, and then they're going to go exhaust that with their catastrophic and hit zero and then apply. I'm going to make sure somebody
That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
You talking about the 168?
Leader Finn was
So I'm not going to answer right now. I'll answer all the questions about the
give it to you.
I don't know that I've
And you know what? I am going to zone out.
Take over our
I need to stay for real.
And I think you wear that uniform.
I just mentioned on Saturday, Sunday.
So your example is if, say they have 180 hours current, they would transfer 36 hours. There is off pay. Yeah.
I think one of our concerns is we have a current case. I don't know that case has been denied. And we fully anticipate to win that on appeal. But if someone pushes one, it is possible.
And they really share this record show.
I think that's kind of what we're trying to do.
So you better be sick, dead, or mute. Hey, Ron.
But it would usually be after all. And that's what falls into CCPD. That's what falls into conversation right after 5. Or because it's an idea, under that restrictive hours, when this goes into effect.
Apparently, we're here for the helicopter overhead.
What a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayers because it will both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. A great idea for reviving the government's
I think it's just
lifeless real estate.
the clarification of y'all requiring somebody to use the word 16 hours. Yeah, I totally get that. My question is if they're building after. Then they're technically the reverse of they would
Technically they would, right? If they took dock pay. If they took dock pay, technically that would count towards the 216. So maybe we're a little hesitant on the addition in number 2 of adding the vacation. But if we had the understanding that that person had 180 and they took 36 hours of dock pay, then they would be eligible for the sick leave. Catastrophic. We're probably okay with that. I need to talk to Steve. Just so we're trying to wrap our brain around it.
Yeah,
because it is something new.
this is clarification to me.
If you want to make the switch to, it's free, easy, and quick. All you need to do is just fill out this form and get your quote within minutes. It works in any state or any age. Click the link below.
After Hurricane Melissa, Jamaican police using chainsaws.
Come from this bucket with you. That's horrible. You look like a fun. No,
Yeah.
we would take it to like an institution
Like we were
or somewhere
waiting
that's
on a few
handled
things
to
from
like,
you.
you know, raise the kid or whatever.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want.
Because people are
It would be
starting to
like
let them hear about it.
Medicaid for all,
Okay, and
or
the
the VA for all.
second
They
part
want
of that
control
was
of
the
your
40, which we've
doctor,
already TA'd.
your health insurance,
that the Senate's going to
the
vote
kind of
for
care
15
you-
times, and the Democrats are supposedly. The Senate's actually not voting today on the CR to fund the government. Do you agree with Leader Thune's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR, so SNAP benefits are going to lapse. They're not taking that vote today.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset yesterday. We've all seen the.
No. Miss Also Brooks, no. Mr. King.
We're gonna have to rename it then, aren't we?
And then this, right here, this is just encapsulated.
Hello, Dwight Schrute. Oh, damn, lost another file. Gonna have to reboot again.
Just to reiterate, it says,
Hey, Dwight, do you want an Altoid? What do you think?
A great idea for reviving the government's great president of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs, great idea, bring in the government's dying president of life.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
I'll answer all the questions.
let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars
You know what? I am
from monster
so
sales.
I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea
I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, duly undersigned senators
On the, I'm going to kind of back up just 1 second on the insurance and the one-time stipend. We do see a challenge there with the one-time stipend with people who are doing that max contribution. Do we need to reword that TA to where all the new participants they'll get it October 1 and everybody else January 1?
A great idea for reviving the government's great president of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
Earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Reduce costs
Is there objection?
and bring in billions of dollars
From Kentucky is recognized.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. A great idea for reviving the government's great president of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monster sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Together, these costs continue to hold individual households in their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures for the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families and real massive increases in premiums and rising inflation that we've seen households that
The already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Good friends.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
To talk about the mess
Cloture
Democrats
motion,
have
duly
created in
undersigned
Ohio.
senators.
Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
unwavering determination and action.
あちらに見える最上とマヤを含む自衛官と
のジョージ・ワシントンは数多くの訓練を重ねてきました。でまた横須賀にいる多くの、補給整備に携わっている、日米関係者の
security environment. Peace cannot be preserved by words alone. It can be protected only when there is an unwavering determination and action.
あちらに見えるモガミとマヤを含む自衛官とのジョージ・ワシントンは数多くの訓練を重ねてきました。でまた横須賀にいる多くの、補給整備に携わっている日米関係者の
Beg your pardon. I'm not through with my examination. Sit down. He was an early riser and liked to pack in the morning. I know you didn't have any. Would dress me as colonel or sir. I believe I did. Afraid I can't speak intelligently.
His father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the army. My father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives.
I was called here to answer.
Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now. It's the active duty.
Our country, many of you are doing that. But when you come into America, you're going to get service like you've never seen before. Quick permits. And we want safety, we want great environmental, we want everything good, but it's going to go quickly. We're rewarding those who build and create and hire and invest in the USA. And
The section, the other portion that says in the event the firefighter has exhausted her sick leave, then he or she will be...
Our city, but will take over our state. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
By the way, I think you all, I was part of some shutdowns myself.
Border Patrol agents, law enforcement around the country.
Thank you, Claudia Stewart, for nuclear arsenal for coming, and it's so sad to see what's
Thousands of
happened.
flights by result
Great state.
will be canceled, delayed, pushed back to our borders and at a very dangerous moment.
Let's sell off these haunted houses. New life. That trick will be a real treat for the taxpayer.
Democrats are guaranteed
Reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Of almost like professional criminal behavior, what we're seeing is as far
And you know what?
as you've got that and the way they're driving, and yeah.
All right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, what kind of care you...
So the only question I had kind of still pertains to, thank you for reworking that stuff, that works out great, is still on that 168 and 216, like, we spoke to a specific incident we're having going on, and we've had these instances the past couple years with different firefighters, different situations. Like right now, we have a firefighter that has under the 216, considerably under the 216, because he's been dealing with this event for the past 2 years, and it's going to continuously be ongoing. So is there anything that we can do to kind of change the verbiage to read that kind of similar to what y'all have in the city's leave pool, as far as once they've accrued 216 hours and then exhaust their sick leave, they're eligible to be applicable for the catastrophic sick leave pool, and not necessarily use 216 hours, because we're going to have those cases where those guys or gals don't have 216 hours. And if you're talking about somebody that has 80 or 100 sick leave hours currently, and October 1st happens, you're asking them to dock pay of 136 hours. I mean, that's kind of a considerable dot to pay.
$65,000
But that goes back into, yeah, so it's one of those verbiages that we kind of have to protect ourselves from, is being able to go retroactive on that single catastrophic event, or changing the verbiage to where, instead of saying that all other firefighters may use FSCLP hours after 216 hours, maybe it's all other firefighters may use FSCLP hours after accruing 216 hours, and then exhausting their sick leave down to zero, then they're applicable for catastrophic program.
It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children.
After Hurricane Melissa, Jamaican police using chainsaws.
To catch him, they try sneaking back to fields. To catch him, they try sneaking back to fields and roads. And when Sparky's by watching the way back, and Sparky's at this point, by watching the way back, knocking the chips at this guy, knocking the chips at who's always gets strong. Who's always gets
Previous record, we were all losses to I don't care what you said. The COVID era, I need to stay Colonel, I said, I don't have to say all sorts of discussions going on. I'd appreciate if you address me as Colonel or Sir. I believe I earned it. That have been collected just in the House Republican Colonel or Sir. There needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income tax. There needs to be a elimination of witnesses and abuse in that. We were always to have debate about the COVID era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about it, all kinds of
He also told
give you dozens of them.
I think something like that would work. I don't want to get hung up on a certain, like this situation, and just to clarify, right, 24 months, that covers 2 years, of course, because that's what we just said. So y'all are talking about using his prior 24 months of sick leave use for this event to be counted towards that
65,000 $5,000 a year. Senior haunted houses in businesses who can 43%. New life, 25 levels. That means she would pay an additional taxpayers.
The only other question was, I understood you said you kept the cap at 384 and 280, and I don't think we have an issue with that. Other than maybe one of those extenuating circumstances, was there any kind of committee reconvene that could possibly have a one-time approval over that 384 for a single case?
To make the switch to easier, all you need to do is just fill out this form. Jim has got everything needed. And this is the first day click the link below and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to count.
Consequence.
A few days ago, in the latest round of consultation,
the weapons. That's why everyone wants to
our two economic and trade unions reached basic consensus in addressing our respective major concerns and made encouraging progress. This provided the necessary conditions for
A great idea for revising the government's raise as lifeless real estate.
solid
Let's
foundation.
sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
That is so stupid.
Because it would both
What if he gives
reduce
it to you?
costs and bring in billions of
I am
dollars
going to
from
zone you out the
monstrous
rest of the
So I'm not going to answer.
I need to stay
It's
focused.
only a
I don't have to see you
zombie
tomorrow
would
or Sunday. Please don't call me, and we'll see how things go on Monday.
Rotate a lever. Top right side, Jason.
I mean, I need to talk to my team, but. Yeah, I think we've taken care of those.
On Station B. Repeat, Engine 5, Authority Battalion 1, move to Station 8.
Like the calls I'm getting, there will be then an accelerated motion resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriation. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware named Jean. She is a stage 4 cancer survivor. She is a small business owner. She told me yesterday without before she could have died 4 years ago because insurance rates
Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act.
I think that covers everything.
The law is clear that the president does not have
There was something that
authority.
happened over the last 2 years, but it's no longer ongoing, and it wouldn't be on.
Yeah, and we understand that. Just for the record, on section number 10, where it talks about firefighters leaving employment with the city are not entitled to payment of unused hours, what we're talking about is the FCLP.
Correct, so if they receive some hours that are just going to
and those hours go back to the pool.
And I don't want to see you tomorrow or Sunday.
President Trump found ways to get paid, others there weren't ways to do the same thing. Others that worked overtime. Look at what the president did working overtime, at least doing his job.
If something like that happened, basically, the kid was retarded, I would drive it up to the country and just open the door.
Great idea.
29, sir.
That's
on one more, so I haven't eaten
It's nonsense. It has to end. You should be asking yourself questions. Why they're willing to put the people who are partisan to
That's right. It would be a real treat for the taxpayer president because it would reduce costs and bring in
I know the firefighters, the association appreciates patience and diligence.
the motion to go.
Seamless operation. Going forward, how long are you thinking? I think in the past we've worked, you work to strike through, we work to strike through, mesh those two together. Sometimes it's pretty confusing. It takes to put it all on you. But if you could work on the strike through, how long do you think that takes? So we're trying to work out our timing on our side of, we not only have to have a strike through, we have to review the strike through, do presentations for the membership, and it's going to have to bring the retirees in as well, and then still vote. We realize that council doesn't ratify until we ratify. What kind of timeline are we looking at? And I think that's we were kind of thinking the same thing. If we could start doing presentations middle to late May, do those for a week, handle the retirees, potentially vote the following week. I want to do it a little bit different this time on our side. Instead of presenting and voting, I want to present, give guys time to digest it, and then bring them back to vote. So, and that's only a 2-week. That's what I'm doing.
This week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declaration for the
over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners.
November
And
5th,
until you pass your Series 7,
2025, the
that is
U.S.
all you're
Supreme
going
Court will hear a majority trade case
Sit.
challenging President Trump's authority
Just so
to
you know,
impose
last year.
global tariffs under the
Are we still
Emergency
gonna have
Powers Act.
access to the?
This law, I'm sorry, the law is clear that the President does not have authority. Great idea, but revising the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
It looked like a work in progress.
That trick
Okay,
would be
I think that works.
great for the taxpayers.
Thank you.
The COVID era subsidies don't
wealthy business owners.
that have been collected
And until
just
you
in the
pass your
House of
Series 7, that is all you're going to
There needs to be massive.
John, thanks for hosting us.
Elimination.
Yes. Yeah, we want to go back and revisit TA number 9, which was the eligibility requirements on captain's exam. And I don't think it was any of ours, your side or our side's intention to remove something from a member who currently has something. So what we would propose is in that article, just adding some type of, I'll call it a grandfather clause, that beginning on April 1, 2024, those who have that, which means they're firefighter twos, and they've been in the ranks more than 2 years, they continue to hold that part out. And then going forward, that's where the new kind of April or October 1. Did I say April? I said
Tweedle dumbass and get away as I have so few. Now Tweedle dumbass is back. Ace and problem. Yes. Getting hooked on Megadeth was my own damn fault.
I think we've also kind of talked about
All I care about is Megadeth. All I care about watching where they're getting.
I think we'll
Is Megadeth.
chips at 500 each for the problem. He's always guessed right. I think we can work with
Reboot again.
What we're seeing is as far as
anybody who's
Thank you,
eligible
Claudia,
as
and
of
my
September
other
30th,
fellows from New York
2024,
for coming, and it's so
they
sad
get grandfathered
to
in.
see what's happened to that great state
And then any
of New
firefighter
York.
that becomes eligible.
But if you go back to November,
or on or after
President Trump won an overwhelming victory to come back as president.
you have one little typo. Timing rate.
wigs and fake noses. You can spot these by watching the
Second
little
sentence.
like this guy. He's betting lavender chips at 500 each for only one little problem. He's always guessed right.
I think that captures You want to just pencil that correction, or do you want to?
guys are calling over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners.
Put the gun down, all right? I
Sit.
All right, act professional.
Sit.
I can get you your money. Just act.
Just so you
I
know,
can get you your money.
See that there are other speakers. I would ask you to bottom line, if it doesn't work, maybe you can appeal to your political instincts. 6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of regions receiving the enhanced tax credit are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, which is at the top, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and additives and trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more durable process
Potentially raising that to $2,000.
And it seems like everyone is so docile.
And that's for any
what is the
firefighter
worst they can do?
who achieves the
I don't
39
know.
step.
Anyone can go to the World War II Museum. They can all go see the
So firefighters that are at
Vietnam Memorial.
the 30, 84, and 120 month step, they'll receive that stipend on October 1st, and then any firefighter who gets to that 30-month step prior to April 1st, 2026 will also receive that $2,000 stipend when they reach such step.
Okay.
And then this is also just for clarification, this is a one-time stipend.
Forward his desk phone to mine.
Oh, hello. September 2022 through the 2025 Chevy
A great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these great ideas for reviving the government's great new life of lifeless real estate. That trick would be a real treat for the tax houses. Businesses who can reduce new life and bring in that trick would be a real treat for the tax houses. This idea only a zombie would like and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. It's a great idea for reviving the government's great of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses. Great idea for reviving the government's new life of lifeless real estate. Great idea for reviving the haunted houses of lifeless real estate. Bring in great The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to
especially assignment pay
establishing a more
because of the increase in
for years, most agency headquarters were left with just a skeleton crew. Even after the bureaucrats were called back to work by the government's very let's sell off these haunted houses.
the remaining requirements, training requirements, certifications, all those go into effect.
For the tax payers, because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
16. 16. This is what I have.
Conference 19 for arguing full. Rotate a lever, EMD 6011. Not by 5 days.
Partisan support. Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote, there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote immediately.
Vote your motion.
Let's
Objection.
haunted houses to businesses who
The
can
clerk will report
breathe
the motion to
new
the
life into that trick would be a great idea for advising the government to reduce lifeless and bring in billions of dollars haunted houses to businesses who can breathe. It's an idea like a zombie would. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like. A great idea for reviving the government's
just as a part of
of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would actually reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars. All right, we'll say it's an idea only a zombie. That's a step toward government-run healthcare. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step
By the Americans is that they will stop all the payments
socialized
and that they will reopen the
medicine.
government.
That's
As
what
I
they
mentioned on
want.
Saturday, things are going to become
It
very
would be like
There is
Medicaid
one
for all,
way
or
out
the
of it.
VA for all. They want
Without objection, so
And until you pass your Series 7, that is all you're going to do.
Question no one motion to adjourn, because again, it's a those in favor say aye.
I'm saying out last year.
I make over $300,000.
All those opposed, no.
Looking for?
Ayes appear to have it.
$1 million.
Ayes do have it.
I can only imagine what a douchebag that guy must have.
Delta 1 or Delta 2, any captain mind for Patrol 2? 1242. 3553 Topeka, 3553 Topeka.
405 to 318. Charlie 230 area. Yeah, I checked both north and south.
A great idea for reviving the government's raised of lifeless real estate.
as means to secure durable housing. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations, and exercising leadership of this function a priority in today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting
A great idea for reviving the government's lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into new life. That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers, for the taxpayers. Because of the costs, reduce and bring in billions from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea.
Zombie would like. Hey, put the gun down. Put the gun down, all right? I came here to talk some sense into you. All right, just act professional. I can get you your money.
What did you say?
I can get you your money.
You didn't come here to talk, all right? You came here to get arrested.
You got tapes of what? Costello was my informant. I was a rat. You prove it. He was working for me. He was my informant.
Shut your
fucking mouth. Come on, get.
Okay. Give a seizure call at Humboldt Physical Therapy. 5026.
Partisan support. Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without
objection.
Gun down. Put the gun. Put
The clerk will
gun
report
down.
the
all right?
motion
I
to
came
no
here to talk
cloture.
some sense into you. All right, just act professional.
Cloture
I
motion.
can get you
We
your
the
money.
undersigned
Just act.
senators and
I can get you your money. You didn't come here to talk, all right? You came here to get arrested. You got tapes of what? Costello was my informant. I was a rat. You prove it. He was working for me. He was my informant. Shut your fucking mouth. Come on, get it.
Copy that. We're going to be back around right now.
Okay, my clock says 5:30, so we're going to go ahead and convene the Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Ms. Ruth, would you like to call roll?
Thank you, Chairman.
And told me she's
Chairman
never
Miller.
needed
Here.
help before.
Vice Chairman York.
But now she's
Commissioner
struggling to
Mendel.
afford groceries.
Commissioner Salazar
These are
Garza.
real people
Commissioner Munoz.
struggling. Real people
Commissioner
that
Matagi.
Republicans are
Commissioner
on.
Lerma. Commissioner Hedrick.
Real people
Commissioner
that I
Button.
am
We have a quorum to conduct the
Jim is
meeting.
not leveraged.
Okay, great.
Jim is a person with a family.
Moving on to the general public comment section. Would you like to read in the rules of decorum?
Thank you, Chairman. Citizens will be allowed to attend and make public comments in person at City Planning Commission meetings. The public is invited to speak on any agenda item and any other items that pertain to the Planning Commission. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. If you choose to speak during this period, you will not be allowed to speak again when the specific item is being considered in order of the agenda.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on a general comment not pertaining to any specific agenda items tonight? I see none, so I will go ahead and close the public comment and move on to the approval of the absences.
While our borders and national security.
I move that we approve the absences from April 17th.
Second that. Tens of billions.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the approval of the minutes.
Commissioner Mandel, I move that we approve the minutes from April 17, 2024.
Second. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to consent public hearing, discussion of possible actions, item number A.
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would
Push the button, turn your mic on.
reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea only a zombie would like.
Peace cannot be preserved by words alone.
Thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. It's so sad to see what's happened to
means that we're dialing the phone over 500 times a day, trying to connect me with wealthy business owners. And until you pass your Series 7,
Control, Alt, Delete. Oh, wait, hold on.
winning every.
No, it says it's on.
Father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles, all served in the army. And my father long said he first really
Try it again.
understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting
Mark, it looks like
for
this
better
one is
health
working.
care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay
green
our
light
armed
turn, it
forces
pops up on his
now.
Is that podium
Active
desk
duty
1?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Commissioners, Mark Orozco with Development Services, Planner 3. I'm going to be reading into record consent items A, starting out with plats. Item number 2, Gonzales District Unit 1, final plat of 28.91 acres located west of Rebel Road and north of Saratoga Boulevard. This is a conditional approval. Item number 3, conditional approval for Don Patricio Block S, Lot 39R, replat of .452 acres located south of SPID and west of Wildwood Road. Item 4, conditional approval of TGH2 replat of 4.04 acres located south of Baldwin Boulevard and east of Aztec Street. Item number 5 is for Solid Rock Industrial Park Phase 1, final plat of 37.9 acres. Item number 6, Solid Rock Industrial Park Phase 2, final plat of 14.1 acres, both located north of Old Brownsville Road and Junior Beck Drive. Item number 7, London School Tracks, Lot 4, final plat of 82.4 acres, located west of County Road 33 and north of FM 43. Item number 8, Palms at Moore Senior Living Subdivision Block 2, Lot 1, final plat of 3.432 acres, located south of Agnes Street and west of Highway 286. All plats are meeting the TRC review comments and the Texas Local Government Code. Staff is recommending approval on all plat items.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioners, any questions for staff on items number 2 through 8? I see none. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for items 2 through 8. Would anybody in the audience like to speak on items 2 through 8? So I'll close the public comment, and we do have a couple of abstentions for Commissioner York on items number 5 and 6. So I'm going to call for a motion for items 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8.
As Commissioner York, I'll make a motion that we approve items 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 as presented.
Second. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Give them a second to leave. Now I would like to call for a motion on items 5 and 6.
Commissioner, go ahead.
For items 5 and 6 as presented by staff.
Commissioner Mandela, second.
That's a motion for approval. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item number 9. How do we expand the objection? Got it. I know, I'm still kind of confused why they're clearer monitors, but they're smaller.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Where's this?
Cloture motion, and we the
I think we should all get Oculus headsets.
Okay.
There will be then an accelerated
Good evening, Nick Winkleman, Interim Director of Water Systems and Support Services, CCW. Tonight, presenting a amendment to the Water Master Plan. To provide a little bit of background, Brazelton Development and Urban Engineering have requested an amendment to the current Water Master Plan. The site is a total of 257 acres. 965 single-family residential lots. And it has an estimated water demand at full build of 833,000 gallons per day. The amendment will add 1,460 linear feet of 12-inch master plan water line along County Road 35 and Saratoga Boulevard. This amendment request has been reviewed by Pape Dawson and also by Corpus Christi Water. And I would like to just make a comment that this is a change to a previously approved master plan amendment that this commission heard a couple of months ago. Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1 on the slide. You can see on the right portion of this slide, the new water line is the thick blue line. And again, what it'll do, it'll tie into an existing blow-off valve on our 42-inch transmission line, and then it will be bored under go under County Road 35, and then bored under Saratoga Boulevard, and make its way to the frontage of the development. The tie-in location on the significant transmission line, we call the Southside Transmission Main, was identified by CCW, and we worked with the developer and their engineer to determine the location. Again, the staff, Corpus Christi Water, recommend approval. And again, I do want to mention that because of the development work by Pape Dawson at the time, we reviewed it with them as well. So we would like to recommend approval, but I'm standing by for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Winkleman?
I'll close by just citing one conversation I had.
I see none. With that, I will open up the public hearing on item number 9. If anybody in the audience would like to speak on item number 9.
You told me yesterday without the Affordable Care Act.
I see none.
10 years ago.
All right. With that, we'll close. Any further discussion or motions?
Michael York, make a motion, we approve item 9 as presented.
I second.
The motion is second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. I guess we don't have, or we have a director's report tonight?
She's a stage 4.
Some more school?
Yes.
Welcome to Impact Fee 101. Let's go back. Well, now we're at about 1801, but so what I'm going to present tonight, sorry, Commissioners, Michael Dice, Assistant Director of Development Services, as we've gone over the past presentations for CF meetings given by Pape Dawson and staff. This presentation today is from the April 18th meeting, which was a culmination of 2 meetings. So we had a meeting in March that those decisions weren't made. It also had questions, so we came back in April, answered a bunch of those questions, and did the consideration that day on the 18th. Let's go this way. So this was our agenda for the day. I'll go through items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda. We kind of moved in order to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The CAC members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fee, it defines how fees are assessed, take it in, when they're done. It lays out the whole explanation of the impact fee program. Another thing we talked about was how service units are made. You hear in different cities EDU, you hear LRU. We have what's called ERU, which is more of the predominant use for the equivalent residential unit. So as you go through and you determine for water and wastewater, you have your ERUs. What you'll see on the right is a typical ERU is one single family residence. And in Corpus, that's either a 5/8 or a 3/4 meter, which happens to be about 92% of all meters in Corpus. So with that, it gives a listing of all the different meter sizes and what those equivalent ERUs would be. Obviously, bigger meter, you could have more dwelling units, residential units on the larger meters. So, as we go through stormwater, water, wastewater, transportation, there's minor differences on how that's explained. Obviously, stormwater is specific to impervious cover. So we call that a KSF, 1,000 square feet for impervious cover. Water is that ERU, wastewater is the ERU, and then transportation is defined by vehicle miles. So again, we've talked about this in the past, how you go through the master plan process, the impact fee development process. This is all laid out by 395. You define the service areas of the different water, wastewater roads. You estimate those utility demands based on build-out, future growth, development of a 10-year CIP, what portion of those projects in that CIP are actually going to be growth-related, because that helps determine that algebra equation. You give a calculated weight per the service unit, and then you apply a 50% deduction credit as based on 395. It tells you whatever that fee is, you take 50% off the top. And then you adopt and assess a maximum allowable, and then you assess a fee. So again, for easy math, you could say, based on the calculation, you could charge $2,000 maximum based on the 50%, but you can assess much less. And we'll talk about that later, because that's what happened.
It doesn't feel that way.
So policy and procedure came up. We moved it up in the agenda to talk about it. One of the main things is making sure that we have a policy in place before impact fees goes live. All those policies and procedures, those things are already being drafted. We will review those with CEC, and those will have a recommendation to council at a later date. It won't be done by the July target of a council vote, but part of their recommendation, which I'll mention later, is that these have to be in place before the start of any impact fee collection. So the chair wanted to form a subcommittee. Looks like we're not going to be able to do a subcommittee, but we'll do special meetings of the CEC, the whole group. Then we'll go over those policies and procedures at those meetings. Again, by state law, we have a schedule that we have to follow. You have to meet every so often, talk about once impact fees are there, you have to talk about what's in the accounts, how it's being spent, and everything has to have an update. Then every 3 to 5 years, you have to discuss, hey, this is what's going on, do we need to adjust these fees lower or higher? So CEC will have standard meetings throughout the process. And again, any revisions, like I said, to the impact fees will have to be done by CEC.
Quick question, Mike. Let's say, the initial impact fee is $2,000, and then after reevaluation, you decide that was too much. Is there any kind of rebate back to the developer that paid in that much?
My understanding is once the fee is set and the fee is paid, that remains. That it's much like if a fee goes down, which, by the way, we're going to talk about reducing some fees in our budget. If you've already paid those fees, you don't get a rebate in those fees.
Right.
There's nothing listed in 395 about rebating. Now, there are potential for developer agreements where those could be discussed, but at this time, I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, thanks.
So again, as we talk about those policies and procedures, we've laid out a lot of things that may come up as we look for the standardized utility service agreements or developer agreements. We'll have to have a kind of a boilerplate language for those. Adoption of drainage design manual, and we already have some detention requirements, but this would get more specific. Things like the timing of payments, and when that payment for the impact fee would be done. 395 lays that out in certain thresholds. Redevelopment requirements, if it's a redevelopment, does it incur an impact fee since it basically was already on service? Application credits that we've talked about. Trust funds that were already initiated, fee waiver considerations based on the economic impact. A number of cities use impact fee waivers as an economic development tool. City procedures for reporting and tracking, again, it's required by 395. Implementation, large fees for large volume users outside the city, and then again, collection for newly annexed areas. So these are some of the questions that were brought up in the first meeting in March that we addressed in the meeting in April. Again, is the city going to set up seed money? We don't have any seed money set up. It's going to be on a collection basis where we're going to try to implement those developer agreements early to get the process going. How will we fund? Obviously, there's no seed money. Will SEAC have an input in defining the impact policies? Yes, we've already said that SEAC will give a recommendation to council of those policies. And stakeholder meetings, yeah, but just like everything else we do, we'll have stakeholder meetings, including the SEAC meetings that will have public discussion. When do they vote? When will City Council have to vote on the impact fees? We're targeting impact fee votes in July. Again, now that SEAC has a vote, which I'll talk about at the end. Is the stormwater impact fee the same as stormwater utility fee? No, it's different. That's based on existing impervious cover. The stormwater fee for impact fee is for new development specifically. Can a city charge a flat rate? By 395, no. You have to be equitable to what that algebra is. You can't charge a flat rate for a house and then charge the same for a Costco. It's just not equitable.
Grateful again for our New York colleagues.
And this is a lot of language, but basically at what point do we charge fees? So 395 lays out when you can start the fee process. We would assess the fee. We can assess the fee before or at the time of plat recordation. So if I submit a plat of 100 lots and it gets to either at or before recordation, the fees that are at that time are assessed. If, for whatever reason, as you mentioned, there may be a fee change, those are assessed, so it's based on that plat date. When it's charged, you can charge that at the building permit or a tap, depending on the location of the request. If it's outside the city limits, we would do it at tap. If you do it at a building permit, and that's, again, part of the policy discussion that's going to happen with SEAC on when the actual fee is charged. You could charge it either at plat or building permit. We're recommending building permit because that's the way 99% of the cities do it. So this was item 2 on the agenda, was the recommendation on stormwater. So we had a lot of options out there, the consultant options, and how, again, stormwater, we're only doing the one service area. Now within that, you could do multiple service areas within that OSA basin. If you remember, we talked about having it as one and then keying on 2 other areas. Excuse me. You could get finite like that, but it becomes complicated. So option 1 was simply one service area. The calculated fee would be $30.54 per 1,000 square foot, which is about $100 per single family residential. Option 2 was expanding that into 2. Option 3 was having 3 where you would charge multiple if you built within, say, like Basin 3. Again, we're not recommending that. SEAC had discussion, and I'll take a step back. Some of these options you'll see laid out from the first meeting. Some of these options were what we brought back from the second meeting based on the discussion. So this one we had several options discussed, but we brought back one, which was a single service area, which is what ourselves and the consultant recommended. Option 5 and option 6 were SEAC member. Option 5 was a consolidation of discussion. Option 6 was a SEAC member's alternative. And again, I'll talk about what was approved at the very end. So wastewater impact fees. Wastewater, again, the service areas are defined by the wastewater treatment plants. We have 6. We looked at 6 areas. We also looked at taking everything as a weighted average. You have the 6 areas, weight the average, and that creates, again, a little easier to understand a fee that could be assessed and utilized across many different areas.
for others.
So the recommendations were the one service area at the treatment fee and infrastructure fee, total of $1268. We had a SEAC alternative of $612. What that was is infrastructure only. And then option 3 was another, which would take the $612 and just divide that by the 2 treatment and infrastructure.
Taking care of them is our sacred
recommendation for water. This one again also got a little complex. Although we only have 2 areas recommended, we got into the discussions of
will pay active duty
with the impact fee you can charge for water source and supply. Do we include desalination? Do we exclude desalination? Do we include desal at a certain level? Do we exclude it? So we went through all the discussions to make a long story short.
That is so stupid.
Secondary discussions, SEAC member alternatives. We ended up taking option 7, and I'll discuss that at the end, which was strictly for system transmission lines.
And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday.
Impact fees for roadways.
You mean she would pay an additional?
So in the discussions we had in the March meeting, we talked about excluding some of the bigger streets and some of the roads that are already done, those A3 roads, which are highways. Do we include those or exclude those for the calculation? Then that reduction, the 50%, which is laid out by the state law, do we increase that deduction to lower the fee based on the fact that most of the city projects were already encumbered for bonds or going to be on some sort of public funding. And then again, multiple service areas. By state law, you have to have a service area for every 6 square miles, which means we would have 21 service areas. That just becomes sticky in the sense where you could really have 2 sides of the street being different service areas and how money is spent in those areas. So again, we had the options that included all roads. We had an option that excluded A3s, which is the highways, and then we had an option that excluded the A3s and the C1s.
All I care about.
Based on, again, on that discussion, when we look at what we had proposed, the consultant was that 90% reduction, which means it would only be a 10% impact fee, and excluding the A3. We had 2 additional proposals of a 70-30 split and a 100-0 split. This kind of shows you what those fees would be across 21 service areas. Again, it's a lot to look at, but
he'll be sure to
give away the climax of the movie, but it was adopted at 0. So this is what the 21 service areas look like.
You know what? I am going to today.
So the implementation, again, that's part of the policy discussion that we're going to have going forward, but we had that discussion in SEAC. They recommended having at least 12, but looking at 18 months. We recommended that we do it with the fiscal year, which is October 1 of 25. That's actually 15 months. So it does give more than a year if council adopts it in July to get policies in place, accounts set up, staff ready to go. Developers will have, we'll give trainings on what this is and what that is. A lot of stakeholder engagement throughout that whole process. So really this is what it comes down to. So at the end, the vote was 13-2. Stormwater would just be the single service area, would be assessed $100 for what's called an ERU, or single family residential. And then the key to the vote was this would exclude non-residential, so commercial would not pay the stormwater impact fee. Wastewater, the adopted rate was adopted at the maximum, but they only approved and assessed 612, and the 612 strictly for infrastructure, $0 towards treatment. Water combined all the service areas together, the 2 service areas together. Again, they adopted at the max, which is 1866, but recommended the assessment at 950, and the 950 is for transmission only, did not include treatment or water source. Transportation already gave away the plot. 21 service areas. They adopted at even less of the max rate instead of the recommended 10 that we had. It was cut in half to 5, and they are assessing a fee at 0. So no transportation impact fees will be collected, or 0 will be collected. And finally, implementation date after discussion October 1, which is the beginning of fiscal year 25. That is it.
Can I ask a question on the stormwater?
Yeah.
What was just a summary version, what was the reason for not having commercial pay the stormwater fee?
So there was a lot of discussion, pretty robust discussion on what commercial entities have to pay already for their monthly stormwater fee and requirements that are already required for stormwater detention. So this is basically a starting point. Much like any of these fees, these are all starting points.
So the stormwater fee you pay on your utility bill, or however they pay it, that will stay. So that's what you're saying.
This has nothing to do with that.
So that'll still exist. So this is basically so we're not double dipping.
Well, again, it's a separate fee. It's completely separate from 395 fees. They could charge both, but the discussion landed on the fact that, hey, if I've got 70,000 square feet of parking lot, I'm already paying a lot of fee to maintain storm. I'm already required to now detain that storm water. Let's start at zero and see if in the future we need to raise that. And there again, that's why 395 lays all that out, where we have to come back and continually look at the fees and see if, does this fee work? Is it too high? Is it too low? Are we missing opportunities for potential development in this area or that area? So it mandates that we don't just sit on it. It makes sure that the committee that was approved by council, their appointees, meet consistently to review and a gathering of the tribe to make sure that development happens in a good manner. So again, starting point, much like the transportation was at zero across the board. That's a starting point. What it does by adopting the max and assessing at a lower rate, it gives the ability to council to go back and forth in those fees. If you adopt the max at a lower max, you can only go to the max. So this gives a varying level. So starting at zero and looking at it every so often is a good way for the city to be on top of it.
But I'm not seeing any commercial impact fees on this slide.
Well, other than your wastewater and your water.
Right, but it's showing the fee assessment on ERUs, not KSFs.
Yeah, ERU, it would be for commercial, it's based on your meter size. So let's say a 6-inch meter is 70 ERUs. So you would pay basically that ERU fee times 70.
Okay. Is there are y'all working on a fee calculator?
Yes.
Okay.
So other cities, we've actually taken a lot of inspiration from the city of Lubbock. They've got a good fee calculator. We'll have all that out there again as part of what council adopts. The minute they adopt it, we'll be able to put those line items in the calculator and have it online.
Okay. I'd love to get a preview of that if possible.
We're going to talk about it at CIAC and all those meetings as well. Before anything is actually implemented, it has to be, our goal is to have everything approved by CIAC first. So a fee calculator, a policy, anything like that would have to go through them.
Okay. Any other commissioners have questions?
Can you talk to me about CIAC and what their, I know they're the recommended body, so from here on out, if impact fees are implemented, CIAC is kind of the first step before it gets to council.
Correct.
So what are the terms of the CIAC members? How are they appointed? How long are their terms?
2 years. Council member appointees are 2 years based on terms, and then the additional city manager appointees are opposite to those terms.
So each council member gets one appointee? Yes. They're not voted on, they're just appointed by that council member?
Correct. Well, they're just appointed. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's voting against anybody's appointee. It's their appointee.
Just want to get Bart Brazelton off of there.
I mean,
No, I'm kidding.
give him a break.
On October 1st, 2025, on 10/1/2025, whenever we officially divorce,
Well, if council approves it.
if council approves and we officially divorce the trust fund and start day one impact fees, what happens to negative fund balances in the trust fund?
Those will have to be looked at by the city manager for taking care of those.
But you can't use collected impact fees to reconcile negative fund balances of the trust funds.
Texas 395 is very specific. You can't do that.
I'm curious to see how they work that out. And then,
we're gonna have a bake sale.
yeah. Cakewalks are always fun.
At one of the Brazelton neighborhoods.
That's what Bart gets for showing up here today.
Yeah. He's a SEAC member.
On one of the discussion items as a possible use for type A development funds has been a citywide flood mitigation type deal. Should that, inevitably get on a ballot and pass, and then you're collecting these stormwater fees, is there cross-pollination there?
I can't speak for that. Right. Again, at this point, the only stormwater fee is the residential per lot fee or the residential ERU. There is nothing for commercial. I can't speak for how a type A fund would be spent or cross-pollination.
But from a procedural standpoint, SEAC has made a recommendation for a fee structure, and then once this goes to council, it's a up-down vote, right? Or can the council adjust these fees at all?
Council can make their own recommendation. So if council, we present it and we serve it up. If council for whatever reason says, I don't think we should charge that fee or we should raise that fee, that's up to them to make that action. Okay. We give them CX's recommendation, our recommendation, and it's up to them to make that decision.
Okay, so they can do whatever they want with each individual fee. Well, it's not an up-down vote for the
up to a max and down to a zero.
Right.
Anywhere in between.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
So we'll keep you in check on when those meetings are going to happen. We do have our joint test workshop meeting coming up next week. That'll be y'all, them, and City Council. We plan on taking this to City Council in July. So between now and then, there'll be a lot of, like we have a neighborhood meeting tomorrow night. We've got a meeting in all districts. So we'll have a lot of engagement with the Builders Association. We're going to do a special meeting for all stakeholders at ABC. I don't think that date's been set yet, but we'll invite, ABC, AGC, AIA, all the groups that develop in town to make sure that everybody has a chance to hear and have a voice.
Joint meetings news to me.
It's not on the 15th, right? I have it on my calendar as the 15th.
Oh, so it's the following week.
15th, right? Did I say the wrong date?
May 15th.
It's been a long couple of weeks.
Yeah, this January's been real long.
But I'll
in the House Republican Conference.
talk to the powers that be on that type A question. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, cool. Well, you scared me there for a second, but I guess we're good.
Not here to scare you.
Before we get our leadership reports here.
All right, if there's no future agenda items or any other business, this meeting is adjourned.
And my father long said, he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives.
And that is for the Democrats to do their job.
Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces
that the Democrats have created in the Empire State. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because again, it's a
Mr. Murphy.
All right, Johnny, I want to thank you again for hosting us once again. Appreciate you guys. You guys are always very hospitable to us. I wanted to kind of start off with a recap of our last proposal. I know we gave you everything verbally. I wanted to give you guys a copy of what we have as the costing. So just to recap here pretty quickly, we have the salary increases with a 7% raise the first year for cadet firefighter base with a 3.25 step progression and a 0.5% progression between ranks. And then 3, 4, and 4 for the remaining years of the contract. We have the half hour of dog handler pay, a half hour of overtime every day for the dog handler pay. The on-call compensation. This is with the adjustment of specialty pay to $160.
Because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step towards socialized medicine. That's what they want. You're like medication for all, VA for all, they want control.
And our ads actually say you can get rich quick.
Right now, some of the tough questions. Now to my dumbasses back, they don't have a problem for their parts. Getting hooked on Megadesk was my own damn fault. I don't care about assigning blame. All I care about is Megadesk. That's all I care about. Getting more Megadesk. Done.
For the chief has final performance across the
we already sent to China.
this also
I asked you to tell us.
As I mentioned on Saturday,
and then last year, ran the numbers and then also
Investor Center. I'm looking for Investor Center. Yeah, that's us.
This part of the
oh, this is it. This is it. Oh, I'm Dwayne.
Anything else y'all want?
No, I think that's where we're at.
On the, I had a question on the driver operator assignment. I thought we kind of handshook on $75.
So
That
the issue
is in
with
law.
that is
That
that
subsidy is
with the
there.
proposal that we set forth
And this
right here,
year,
we're kind
the
of
upper limit for these Obamacare subsidies was an income limit of
Can you walk me through the math real quick, Eddie?
If
I take 66 times 60 times 12, 47.5. Okay, what's that number? 1286? 1286.
Premium tax credits are states with tax Republican senators including Florida, have set the time to regulate seasonal Texas, North Carolina, and exercising leadership in South Carolina a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting.
Did you guys have an idea on
the government and stop
what the PEPM would be on?
So we had the actuary run the number of
full migration health plan claims to be 838.24.
And pharmacy?
Pharmacy would be 440.
And those two numbers combined are the total cost of the plan, less the rebates and all that, I would assume?
Yes, and we also take into account the health plan claims and pharmacy claims for retirees.
Okay.
As well as stop-loss premiums on actives and retirees.
10 p.m. Eastern, right here on our...
The retirees are in that number?
A great idea for revising the government's Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life.
And their pharmacy claims are
That trip would be a real treat for the taxpayers.
Questions on the motion to adjourn?
Reduce
All those in favor say aye.
and bring in billions.
Retirees are a very small group.
It's an idea to create a zombie.
There's a 34 on the PPO.
And my father long said, he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives. Taking care of them as our sacred obligation. So that we keep fighting for better health care.
How do you measure those
I do not
I'm trying to figure out in my head how you take, and I'm just going to call that 1,300 on PEPM on the active side. Their side is, say 1,900.
Stories about people being used in medical
What's that common ground? There's only 42 of them, and there's 500 of us. So there has to be a common PEPM, or an average, I guess you could say. Would 1,400 be off?
Since January of this year, households are
It's amazing. It's amazing.
On an overall?
Get that war stopped. 38 years.
I don't know about a weighted average. There has to be a number where we build. The PEPM is a component of claims versus premiums versus all costs and rebates, right?
Correct.
And as a group,
And they have their own rebates as well.
they have their own as well. Is that part of their 570 and 1310?
Everything is goes out separately. So we have the plan based on the claim. There's a plan for your account. So they plan to divide it first or money. So we have the average rebate, average rebate per retiree. We plug those numbers into the mixer. So all of these numbers that came in, regulatory claims, average job losses, all go into, and the rebates, they all go into expenses so we can get an overall cost. And then when we look at that, then we determine how much we need to bring in revenue, and that is so if you want the rebate, like the rebate for
That sell off the original prices for
want the pharmacy rebate, that's a separate number, and so we put that into expenses, and that lowers our overall tax.
I think the question is,
So I'm not going to answer.
$1,500, a safe number for the plan,
Great idea.
regardless if you're a retiree or active. Is that a safe number to build claims on?
Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them.
To combine active and retiree health plans, medical plans, and parks.
So our insurance plan today has claims and premiums of about 9.7 million. So we can understand what do we have to have. 9 million, 5, 9.7.
That is so stupid. What if he gives it to you?
So I cannot give you a definitive answer.
I need to stay focused. And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday.
You've got a third of the employees on PPO, two-thirds on the CDA. Immediately, I cannot provide you an answer.
Very smart, and a sterling character.
But
And it's going to vote for the 15th time and the Democrats are
I
supposed to.
mean, yeah, you're looking at about 9
We have a
million.
lot of headway.
On the
And
CR.
they're here to share
And that's
how this
not really
works
changing.
and how it's impacting everyday New Yorkers. And I'm
Over the weekend, they're not voting
delighted
today
to
on the CR,
bring
so
up to the
snap
podium
Fiscal 25?
before we get our leadership.
9 million, 10 million?
One of my dear friends and colleagues.
On the stop loss, could you just give me
As freshmen together.
the stop loss costs on the actives
Kinney, who
and
is
then the
from
stop
the
loss cost
22nd district.
on
We were always
retirees?
scheduled.
It's
Extraordinary job.
$76.11
For
per
state
person,
to have
regardless if they're active or
about
retiree.
the COVID era subsidies and
Yes.
all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions by the American people. There's, I could give you dozens of government that as I mentioned on Saturday,
And that's not in 838.24, the 449? Okay, that's outside of it.
Correct, we pulled it out in the expenses.
COVID era subsidies. Talk about mess. There are all sorts of discussion going on. Now, why don't we just see my give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There needs to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we think.
in order to achieve a goal. Now, one thing
Just
that
let me,
needs to be understood is that the
let me take a caucus.
subsidies that are there.
Gabe, thanks for letting us caucus. You know, we had a lot of information to digest there. Want to kind of come back to the volunteer wellness program and just ask a question. I noticed you only have 475 people, but is everybody included in that program, including cadets? Okay. Just want, because there is a little discrepancy in the numbers, so I just want to make sure everybody's included in that. You know, the package proposal you gave us this morning before we caucused, you know, I asked a question about driver's operator pay. We're ready to TA the package, but we're going to request that the driver operator's pay be at $75 a month. I think, you know, we kind of handshook it last meeting.
And so I got involved, the one plan that was in for almost 15 years.
Ultimate strength does not come from the whip. It comes from the men.
Okay, well, we're going to request that it's at 75.
And file, that's true.
And then I just want to say one thing. I'm going to turn it over to Captain Irene, and we want to talk about insurance a little bit. I just want to remind everybody in 2019 we started the second option inside our City Care Fire. It's called the CDHP, and we stepped out on a limb with you, and we believe that it's working very well. But what was odd about that whole conversation in 2020, we talked about what we thought the rate should be. And we had a disagreement with you, just kind of like we sort of do today, about what the rate should be. And in 2021, our very first cycle, the very first year of having that plan, it was estimated that the CDHP should take a 24% haircut. We would ask you, again,
We offer any count of vehicles. All
we
you need to do
understand
is fill
your
out this
position.
premium cover. Get your
Want to be
exactly
safe,
what I did,
and we
and I
get
just
that.
got my new statement, and I'm paying $28
We were brand new in the
premium
CDHP.
coverage. This
And
is
it
what
was
I
a
used to
steep
pay
learning
for
curve.
the exact
That
same
first
coverage
year's
as
data
you can see
formulary
here.
showed a
If you want to
24%
make the
haircut.
switch to, it's free, easy,
And
and
I don't remember
simple.
exactly
All
what
you
we
need
ended
to
up
do
doing
is
that
fill
year.
out this
I think we
form
did a
and
zero.
you quote within minutes.
On both sides, I think is what it was, something like that. So just kind of keep that in mind when we talk about the insurance. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Captain Irene and let him
Leading up to this,
talk about
Great
it.
idea for reviving the government's rage at lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers. Bring in billions of dollars.
I just want to kind of go over some hours.
It's an idea for being a zombie with the right.
Previous record, Henry Ross. Lost for 9 years, 5 months, then he's left because he had
just like, open the door and let us say you're free now.
So if you take our initial proposal, that's going to raise the single contribution HSA $400 and take it to $2,000.
Desmond, are you back with this?
The family, which is going to be single children, single spouse, and straight families.
We would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to like.
With our current numbers of people on PPO and CDHP and a full migration based on y'all's first insurance fiscal year 25 numbers you gave us, we would have 198 singles and we would have 283 family people with a full migration to CDHP. That total cost of HSA contributions would be about
My
$360.
administration has rejected the old model of
We asked for
incompetent
that first year
government
to
that
be out of
punished
fund balance,
success and
so
rewarded
it's in essence
failure.
paid for.
A great idea for reviving the government's rage at lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses. Great idea for reviving the government's rage at lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses.
Our numbers in full migration to the city show about $500,000 mentioned savings.
The Democrats have created it. And why we focus on
we're still having a total
And you know
cost
what?
savings
We
of
will keep
approximately
showing up.
$100,000.
And while we keep demanding that Democrats stop using suffering Americans as pawns in their political games, I implore my two senators, do what you
Let's sell off these haunted houses to
The total cost
businesses
ours
who can
$360
breathe
comes out to
new
about
life.
the right thing, but before you guys able to
That
stop
trick
it,
would be a real treat
and they
for
will
the
reopen the costs.
taxpayers.
As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to come
Reduce
forward very
costs.
bad. There is one way out of
There will
this.
be an accelerated motion.
It's an idea for being a zombie with the
I'll
right.
close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. She has a stage 4 cancer. She's a small business owner. She told me yesterday that our Affordable Care Act
New life. This week, the law is clear that the president does not have authority
around the country. The
In
stewards
other
of our
words, we're not
nuclear
spending
arsenal
enough.
will miss their
$38
paycheck.
billion in debt is not
Thousands of
enough.
flights
They want to run it up
will be canceled
some
or
more.
delayed.
And he claims that this reckless action was
I can't express enough, how far we've really come. But we're talking about things that normally we
global tariffs to do trade emergency
we're willing
powers
to
act.
we're willing to step out there
This
with
law
you.
clearly
Willing to
states
dance
in
per
their
se,
law
right?
is clear represent
We're just asking for a little
millions
bit
of
of that
businesses
in
around
return.
the
You know,
United States,
I
of
think
all
that you
sizes.
gave us two proposals. You gave us two proposals this morning. One of them deals with, the 5 and 8. We've been asking for 5 and 8. You want 5 and 9? We're okay with that.
Increase.
And as a whole, the tax proposal you gave us this morning, we're okay with. We have just one little thing
Another
to
example from the family of four in Texas, parents making $70,000
But she can have those 5 appointments, and we
don't just get
we want to keep 2 of those tested
the
in
COVID era
operation.
subsidies and all these other
You can
issues
have one of
in
those in
October,
operation.
November, December.
Which means we would have
The
one
COVID
in
era subsidies
administration.
don't expire until the end of December.
We
There
think
are all
that's a
sorts
good
of discussions
compromise.
going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I can give you
It's
dozens
that
of
or-
that have been collected just in the House Republican
I don't know
conference.
where we go from there.
There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. It needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we
In totality, I think
The defense didn't
we
have an
probably still got a
opportunity
few other little things to talk about, not economic type stuff. We're open to those discussions. We have been since the very first meeting, just as you.
Great idea.
Again, I can't express enough how far we've come. And
Gentlemen.
some of y'all didn't think they'd be
Jim,
I think with that,
Getting hooked on Megadeth was my own damn fault.
We were always listening to asking my colleagues,
Chips at 500 each when I'm on little property. Because always guess right.
So I'm not going to answer.
It's an idea of a zombie guide.
Tom Dami ahead of the election. People are struggling in the meantime to put food on the table, and the Democrats are too busy playing politics to do anything about it. It's disgusting.
And then as far as the PEPM, and I know the request is to have level premium increase.
50% commission?
Yep. For what? Pardon?
It's our markup for our services.
Examination.
So if I sell a